Come get some.
What's happening? We made it. We have made it to CRoM Con 13, the 1-year anniversary show dedicated to the memory of Corey Steger.
Yeah.
Want you guys all to have a good time this weekend. I'm going to be good. I promise. I'm going to be real good. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be so good that I'm going to get the heck out of the way. I'm going to let Danny Morales take the first hour of this con and take it to wherever he wants to go. That's how we do it around here. Danny, how you doing, brother?
Oh, no, watch out. It's Danny.
What is up? What is up, man? Thanks for having me on the 1-year anniversary of the show. Like this is awesome, especially because the show is what helped start the whole collective initiative, which both of the guys that we have coming on for my hour are a part of.
And Danny, we'll be telling you guys all about that, I'm sure, during the hour. I'm gonna kick off into the background. I'm gonna run some banners and play with the bells and whistles in the background. Danny, I want you to have a great time. I'm gonna bring out your guests. You can introduce them. I'm gonna get out the way. Bill, you want to say hi? Bill, you want to say hi?
Say hey. What's up?
The great Bill Leon right there. And my guest, I absolutely love. One of them needs very little introduction because you have him on all the time, is the great William Sam Quinton. And then I have on one of the hardest working guys in comics overall, but definitely indie comics, which is Jared LeJuan. So Jared just finished the Kickstarter and just got another book announced through Diamond Publication as well. So he's killing it right now. So how are you guys doing? How are you doing, Jared? I know you already had something going on today.
I'm going to check out. Danny, you have a good time. Bill, do whatever you do. I'm going to be watching.
You want me to hang, Danny? You want me to
my thing?
Bill, enjoy.
It's up to you.
Just hang and enjoy, dude. Just hang and enjoy. These guys are great guys. I think you'll have a kick out of this.
Let me grab a cup of coffee real quick. I'll be right back, man.
Sounds good. So, Jared, you were doing like a little convention panel earlier today, weren't you? No, well, library.
Yeah, I had a panel with the Texas Library Association talking about Dryfoot and trying to get Dryfoot into some libraries and extend its act.
I think we lost Jared. We lost him. When he comes back, I'll finish up because Jared has a cool story. Can I hear Jared? I think I heard him.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just can't see you.
I accidentally hit my laptop in a way it did not approve. So there we go.
There you go. I love it. Pops is paying attention. But yeah, so Jared, you talked about how you were trying to get Dryfoot in the libraries, but can you tell, since you might be new to a lot of the people watching today, can you tell people about what you've worked on, not just Dryfoot, but also your Kickstarter and then your newest project? Yeah.
So we just wrapped up a Kickstarter for the book, my one shot, The Twin Blades. The Twin Blades is like a Aztec mythology meets sci-fi / sword manga thing. It's a 44-page action one shot, really fast paced, about magical swords and believing in yourself. It's really fun. It's a really fun book with Julio Suarez and Rocco Lang, and it was a really fun Kickstarter. I really didn't like the first week or the last week, but the in-between part was fun, you know? And I just had a book announced called Crash and Troy. Crash and Troy is with Kyler Clodfelter, Bruno Falani, Buddy Boudwin, and Hernan Guaderas. And Crash and Troy is a sci-fi sort of joke parody thing about these two guys who are kind of stupid mercenaries, and they mess up the gentle foundation of intergalactic politics. And and so it's like it's a really really fun story, really really jokey, but we have a lot of fun with the book. It's if I think if you like superheroes and you like making fun of superheroes, that'll be the one to go to.
Well, and then that one's going to be through Action Lab, right?
Yeah.
So Action Lab, if you're a fan of any Action Lab books, because they do a lot of fun parody, cool things like that, I think you'll love Jared's book. But I wanted Jared to lay the groundwork for his stuff because over the course of the panel, I'll be going back to him because he is, like I said, one of the hardest working guys. He promotes his things like no other. So there's a big reason why he's part of this panel, and you'll see afterwards. I do want to go ahead and introduce William Sam Quinton, just in case somebody's watching that hasn't heard of 47 Furious Tales yet. But Sam, what do you tell them about your Sinopa publishing as a whole, not just the 47 Furious Tales?
Okay. Well, we started in 2017 producing role-playing game materials, adventures, source books, other supplements. So we've put out 3 adventures so far. Our 4th adventure, Death Comes to Glenfollow, is actually factually cursed, and hopefully will be out in digital to our Kickstarter backers this week, unless something goes terribly wrong tonight and tomorrow. Because it'll be going to Pat for absolutely final edits probably tomorrow night or Monday. We've also put out Whispers of Persephone, which is our book on necromancy, which is actually banned in the United Arab Emirates, which is unfortunate because we had a backer from the UAE and he ended up having to pay like a $1,500 fine to get it out. So, yeah, he paid his fine and got his book. I'm like, I'm so sorry, dude. And then the Steel Road, which is probably our best-selling supplement, which is our book on weapons and has a bit of history, one big continuous story throughout, stats for the 5th edition, and 100 illustrated weapons in it. So that was illustrated by Zach Viola, Kubert School grad. And then we stepped into comics with 47 Furious Tales. We've got issue 1 and issue 2 out. Our Kickstarters were fulfilled. We've been carried in a number of fine stores, including The Collective, who was the second or third store to pick us up, but easily our biggest store client so far. You're about to catch up on one of our very first store who was carrying us, just as they just had a bit of a head start on you. So a little bit of an unfair advantage, I guess, but you guys are catching up really, really fast. And so just keep in mind, guys, whenever you see anything with the Sinopa logo on it, check if you happen to be near The Collective or any of the other comic shops and game stops who happen to carry our materials. Check with them, because usually they'll either have it on the shelf the same time our Kickstarter backers do, or a couple of days later. And anything that any of those stores who are carrying it, they also have the ability to get stuff print on demand, so they can get directly to their hands on their shelf for you directly. So support your local comic shops and game shops, everybody.
And one of the other great stores that I believe you have your books on the shelves is in Texas. Our good friends Eric and Joey support them a lot, which is the Hive, right?
The Hive, yeah. The Hive's been really, really good to us, yeah.
Yeah, so we're working on trying to maybe team up with the Hive on a couple of things, especially since it seems like we have the same ideas on what we're doing with indie comics and things like that. I mean, I saw they had Joey over there for his newest book, Cubicle Wars, which is awesome.
Oh, yeah. I love Joey Pineda's work, man. Yeah. He is such a good guy. Yeah, absolutely. I just love his work. Now, I do have a little bit of an announcement for you too, Danny. Something I don't know if I've told you yet. I don't think I have. But in January, we're bringing our second title, our first continuous series. It's not a limited series, titled Reign of Ages, with myself working with Nick Capone, who's an instructor at the Kubert School, and we are co-owning that IP and putting that out. And then the following month, we'll begin releasing the first comic series, first title really through Sinopa that I myself didn't write, and that's from comic book artist, Kubert School grad, and a long time 20-something year friend of mine, Brian Lee, which we will be bringing to the public, titled Necroholic. So you'll be seeing at least 3 different Sinopa titles in 2022, possibly as many as 5, depending on if these other contracts work out.
That's awesome, and that's kind of like exclusive news. I think that's the first time I'd heard that.
Yeah,
that's a great way to start the con, and that leads me to why I wanted to bring both of you guys on, because I know the whole idea of the con is indie creators, self-promotion, how to be successful, things like that. And I think you are two of the guys that, as me as a retailer, have been able to easily work with, adapt with, and everything like that. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of background on Jared real quick. The way I was introduced to Jared was absolutely out of the blue. A random comic advanced preview copy of Dryfoot showed up at our comic shop, just in a T-mail, or just one comic, singular comic. With I think he wrote like a little note on it or whatnot. And obviously, the fact that he didn't just send the comic and said, "Oh, figure out what you want to do with this," like they put a little effort in there. I read it, and as soon as I finished reading it, I was like, "This is a good book. Let me reach out to this guy and find out what all the things are." And I started talking to Jared, and he's like, "Hey, it's on Diamond. You can order it now," and gave me the whole spiel. I had him on my show. The thing is, I will admit, if Jared hadn't have done that, I probably don't know about Dryfoot at all. I will honestly admit it might not get on my shelves at all. And I might not have the relationship with Mad Cave Studios that I now have because of that book. I needed to order even more, and I reached out to them, ordered directly. I mean, it grew such a big relationship. So Jared, and I saw you post the other day, I think yesterday, because your new book got announced. You're like, I got to go back to my old ways. I got to start getting ready to cold call the comic shop. So talk to me about being the guy. And I know I asked you about this before on the show, but so that these creators can kind of know about that hustle that you had to go through with your first published book.
Yeah. So for Dryfoot, like the real point that I think people look for in that is that I called and emailed like 1,000 shops in the process. I made a spreadsheet. We got a delay. So Dryfoot originally got announced in February of last year, and then COVID happened, and Diamond shut down, and it got delayed until September. And so I spent the time between the announcements, the first announcement and its eventual second announcement, researching and making a spreadsheet of comic shops. And I once we got back to the second announcement, I was calling and emailing, and Mad Cave was nice enough to send me a bunch of ARCs. So I was mailing those out to shops that I didn't call or email. I think I did a handful randomly, and then I did the next handful I did were shops that I couldn't find an email or a phone number for on their website. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, and then, I contacted a bunch. Everybody I could find, I reached out to, and this time I'm going to try and do more calls than I did emails. I'm gonna try and do a lot more calls this second time around, and I'm going to start doing that Monday. And so, I'm kind of getting dropped right into it. But yeah, it was a really, really long and difficult process, but I made, like, obviously Danny's my boy, and I made a lot of really good friends with people in comic shops, people that are really excited about the work I'm doing now, that are excited. I announced Crash and Troy Friday and Saturday, right? Yeah. Time is just all blending together now. So I announced Crash and Troy Friday, and then yesterday I spent all day getting messages from people and emails from people in shops that are like, "Hey, we saw that the book looks good. Can I get a PDF?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm at my day job right now. I'm not at a computer. Like, I'll get you a PDF as soon as I can." And so it's just right back. It's a lot easier this time around because I'm not. So I'm definitely some rando to most shops, but there's at least 10 or 15 who already know me and like me.
Well, and Jared, that your model clearly worked, because other than a couple of, I think Anthony Cleveland had a couple of second prints on his book, but you were one of the first early adopters of getting a second print on your book too, because they did that Scarface cover. I mean, you sold out the first one. So did it look like it paid off, all that time, effort, everything like that? Because it looks like orders of the book were pretty high, especially for a guy who's getting his first published work in Diamond. Yeah,
I mean, I would say it worked, but it's also like, to make no mention of it. It was your final order cutoff for Dryfoot was like, Dryfoot number 1 was like July, And so we were still asking shops to place an order when we didn't know anything going on with COVID shutdowns and stuff like that. It was a really hard time to sell books. And so to me, alongside Anthony Cleveland, we both got second prints for Stargazer. Yeah, man, it sucks. It's a lot of time. But like Stargazer and Dryfoot, to get second prints with an FOC that was still in the middle of all of this stuff, we didn't know what was going to happen. It's a really big accomplishment to me. I'm very proud of it. But also, I really trusted that once people saw the book, they would feel it's something worth a chance, because the book's gorgeous. Orlando and Warnia are amazing. But yeah, so I feel like it was worth it. It's hard and it sucks and it takes a lot of time, but I got a lot of doors slammed in my face, and they're probably going to have to slam them a second time because I'm going to call them again. And so they can just hate me if they want to. But yeah, it's a really long process. It's going to be a really humbling process, but it's one that I think long term is definitely worth it.
Well, I like how you touched on that last part there, like the rejection and the humbling and everything. And Sam, I want to kind of bring you in on this. You've been doing this for a long time with Sanopa and everything like that. What's the best advice you'd give creators out there on how to deal with the rejection? Because it's going to happen the more and more you reach out, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything negative about you or your product. It just might not be the right time, right?
I think rejection is an opportunity to find out where you can grow with your product. Be perfectly frank about it. So if someone says, I don't think this is what we're looking for, maybe it's a very niche title, like, samurai anthropomorphic animals, right? Very niche title. So when someone says, well, we're more of a superhero store or something like that, that tells you absolutely invaluable information about what that market looks like. And so now my superhero book that I'm planning for next year, I need to make sure that I have these guys on for that. You cannot take this stuff personally, because it's not personal, it's business. These shops have to make a business decision of where to put their money and how to make that work. And so even with your crowdfunding platform, a lot of shops are very leery about putting money in the crowdfunding platform because it ties up cash that normally flips very quickly in the store. I mean, your diamond order comes in, you've paid for that, you're selling those books that week. Your next order is coming, you've paid that, those books are selling that week, and you're having your cash flow move pretty readily. Whereas with your crowdfunding, you might pledge it on the first week, have 2 other weeks to go. 2 weeks after that, the creator gets paid. They order it from their printer. 2 weeks if they're ordering domestically, 2 weeks they've got it and they start shipping it. It's another week before it gets to your store. And all of a sudden, 2-3 months have passed before you have the book to flip in your shop. Mm-hmm. So that's something you really can't take personally. And I certainly don't. I have some shops that like to be on the Kickstarter, because they like some like the little Kickstarter exclusive stuff we offer up sometimes. And then others that just don't. They just want it once it comes in so that they can pay it, flip it, and keep that cash flow going. And I think both are completely legitimate. So whatever you do, don't take the rejection personally, and be professional about it. Don't be a whiny little snot about it. Actually take it as a business rejection and just understand where it's coming from. Because no one time is just no for this particular instance,
Well, and as a retailer, it's like, don't react badly to the rejection, because it's, like you said, it's not personal. It just might not be the right time. And if you react badly, you may lose your chance to get back in that store the next time already. Yeah. So, and Jared could probably, he'll probably definitely be able to talk about that a couple months from now, but I'm sure we accepted him and we took the book, but I'm sure there were places that were like, we're just not doing it, especially in June, July of last year. Right. But you're going to make those phone calls back, because I'm sure you were very polite when you said, oh, well, thank you. I'll try again next time or whatnot. Yeah,
I had a lot of shops either never email me back or call me or on the phone be like, hey, right now I'm only buying big 2 stuff because I know I can move it. And I'm like, dope, man, I totally get it. I run a business. I understand. And then I had a couple people who were a little bit more aggressive, like no, I don't want it. I don't care. And I was just like, hey, that's cool. Like it's good. Like to me, just in terms of like someone who's got to call these people, it's way better to focus on people that are into it or want to read a PDF and or want to give it a shot. Those are the people I want to focus on. If you're going to just say no, then that's fine. Like I don't. There's no grudge there. You know, being a comic shop, especially over the last 12 months, is always difficult. And I think that's something that it's just like you just got to walk away from. Obviously, the big two stuff, man. Like with all due respect, it makes like 70% of the market. So you just kind of got to take your licks and move on.
Yeah, and there were some outliers too last year about that. I know that we had a couple of stores that once they saw the Collective and the Hive, Gotham Underground were carrying 47 Furious Tales, they were desperate to have books to move on the shelf because there for a few months Diamond wasn't shipping at all. And the thing about that, having a book that's priced to where retailers have healthy margins, I cannot tell you how many times I got messages back saying, "Are you sure you've got the right price on this? Because it looks like you might have a keystroke error." I'm like, no, that's what it is. I mean, Danny, you've seen the difference since the first press run from 47.1 and then the second when we got that higher economy of scale. Yeah. And I mean, that gives the shops a healthier margin. So it's a lot easier now. Like I had a first-time shop in Louisiana on Monday that took an order of 20 books. They got it yesterday, or no, they got it Thursday afternoon, and they're already halfway sold out of it. And I mean, we're talking. I mean, they took a 20-book shipment.
Because that's even more than we did on our first try.
Yeah,
and that's awesome. And like one of the things I was actually going to mention about when you were talking about your stuff, and Jared, I think you'll be able to kind of put that together with this next stuff. You got to know your market too. And it's like once you quickly had people, like in your situation, Sam, when you had people telling you, "Oh, we're a superhero kind of store," and I noticed, well, we're a comic and game store. When I went to pick up 47 Furious Tales, I immediately told you, I said, my gamers are going to love this. So, knowing that bit of information, it's like, okay, maybe I focus on game stores a little bit more. Because even if we didn't do comics and we were a game-only store, I'd consider putting 47 Furious Tales over by my D&D section. I think it could work. And then same thing with Jared. It's like there are stores like the Hive and things like that have huge independent sections. Pulp up in Buffalo has huge independent sections. So it's like, to absolutely reach out to those guys to make sure you catch on their radar. And if they have any promotional stuff, you can get on that. And then in the next year or two, we might even have signings back where we can, start flying people out to the stores. I mean, right now we're dealing with just locals because they're okay with driving. But, I'd love to get to the point where I can fly Jared out. And, I mean, being a store in Central Florida, we're blessed because I could be like, Jared, you want to fly out, bring your family out. We can even hook you up with, like, tickets to one of the theme parks or something. I mean, what creator is going to say no to that once everything's blown over, So at a certain point, we'll get to do that. But another thing I wanted to mention, because both of you guys have done Kickstarters that had retailer tiers. Talk to me a little bit about what goes into your mind, and I'll let Jared start because he had to build a retailer tier for the very first time. What goes through your mind and what the processes are when you build it for a retailer rather than the rest of the way, and what were the benefits of doing that?
Yeah, so Twin Blades had a retailer tier that wound up selling I think 6 or 7 of it, and it was my first one. There's a lot to learn from my experience with Kickstarter and the retailer tier. But what I'm essentially doing was it's a Kickstarter book. So I want to make sure there's a way that customers will know about it because it's not going to be in previews. It's not going to be in any of the normal ways that you know about it. So I got a bunch of bookmarks made that I'm going to send to shops. It says, give Mexican swords, right? Because that's the soul of our story, right? It's got and it has like a little logo, right? So it's not like just completely nonsense, So I'm gonna send that, and I'm gonna try and send out a couple of pins to shops so they can have it on the counter. And it's maybe someone sees it and they're like, why does that say give Mexican swords? What's this about? And so shops have an easier, accessible way of telling people about it. something that starts a conversation as to people that are in the shop. I also made it very clear, and this is probably where I'm going to change things up next time around, because I have another Kickstarter in the fall. It's a Kickstarter exclusive cover. So if you got the retailer tier, that cover isn't going to. We might publish Twin Blades with someone else, but it's going to have a different cover, and so we wanted to make that clear. I think I'm going to play around with that. I talked to a bunch of friends who did Kickstarters, and Charles Stickney over at Scout, who's done like 1,000 super popular Kickstarters. Charles Stickney. It's like he owns the website now. And so
Stickney project.
that was one of those things that I really am going to tweak next time, looking more towards different covers per shop, making it more accessible to have shop exclusive covers. But it was just something that I was really worried about going to Kickstarter with, because of my lack of experience in that realm. I wasn't sure that I'd be able to execute the way that I wanted to. I wasn't sure budget or how successful it was going to end up being. I was kind of just going on everything on wing and a prayer. And now that we know we have something there, that's probably something to entertain down the line. But I really just wanted to make sure it's an exclusive tier. I'm going to give you stuff to help you sell the book. So I'm not going to just stuff it on your shelf, hope someone sees it and says, "Oh, what's this?"
And that's super awesome, because we call it hand selling. You've got your things that are going to absolutely sell off the shelf because an app tells people to do it or whatever. But there's books that we always, as a retailer, I'll read on Tuesday night and I'll be like, "Wow, this is amazing," and I need to hand sell this on Wednesday morning. And that's
Right.
and the thing is, when we have to hand sell those books in a retail store that Diamond ships me, anywhere between 70 and 100 books, it's tough to hand sell just one. But when you have random, I hate to call them novelty items, but items that I can put up at the register.
Yep.
And again, somebody picks it up and says, "Oh, what's this?" or "What's this?" And it brands yourself, That helps me hand sell it, because as soon as they pick it up and say, "What's this Mexicans with Swords?" They're like, "Oh, Twin Blades. Jared is awesome. He's got this great book going on." And then I can go into my pitch, People are more receptive of receiving a pitch if they ask the question, rather than you just hitting them with, "Hey man, I see you checking out some books. Check out this book too." It's that's a little different than them asking you about it, which I think you're opening the door to that.
Yeah, the goal was to make it, with all the countertop, any of the conversation starters, is to make it weird to the point that they're going to ask a question, or funny enough to where they're going to take an interest. I wasn't trying to put art on there. It's not like something you can look at and be like, "Oh, that art's cool," whatever. No, I wanted it to be something where where someone's like, what is this? Why does that say that? And it can be more of a conversation starter than it is something I'm trying to pitch it to you on eyesight alone. Because every shop wants to sell the books that are inside of their shop. If I can give them the tools to get someone to ask about it, I can trust that the shop is going to try. You paid for it. You want to get rid of it.
Yeah, you're just essentially giving us extra tools. And I think that's actually how you worded it in your retailer tier, but it was extra promotional tools. And that's exactly what it is. And it's you being a first-time guy, you had essentially to create a ton of those tools from scratch and pay for them. Whereas Sam has pre-existing things where also he can always throw freebies from older stuff in there and things like that. I know he always hooks us up anytime we get a package from him. But Sam, tell me a little bit about how you work your retailer tier.
The retailer tiers I construct for Kickstarter are basically built to take advantage of the stretch goals that we have assigned, because the stretch goal materials don't really get distributed beyond that, outside of Kickstarter themselves. So, for example, the first 47 Furious Tales had two Kickstarter exclusive cards associated with them, with two illustrations. One was the cover for the first press run of issue 1, and then the other was a piece that was done by Alexia, which was a samurai amid some cherry blossoms in the midst of wielding a sword. And those weren't distributed anywhere outside of the Kickstarter campaign. The idea being they could be a unique item so that the stores who were supporting there their customers are getting the same value added that the Kickstarter supporters are. Because when it's a retailer and they're supporting it, they should have that extra value brought in as well. For the stores who've been very, very receptive and have been engaged in the product that we're offering, whether it's RPGs or comics, we also usually will take and send them something that will dress up the store a little bit. And whether that's like, as you've seen, one of our larger posters or some of our smaller little cards or what have you, we've gotten really good feedback from that. And from the business aspect of it, the returns on them have been profitable because we actually realize enough sales down the road to make it more than worthwhile. So it's a really mutually advantageous issue. And that is kind of hard to comprehend until you really get down in the weeds on the math. Because as Danny, as you know, our price to retailers is, with a substantial margin on it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, just on that real quick, the retailer tier for Twin Blades was like beneath the print cost, like pretty significantly. That we just wanted, but I wanted shops to be able to have access to the book, but just what I just want to touch on.
Yeah, we're actually able to get books out to stores at about a 50% margin and actually still be profitable on them.
Oh, nice.
Which is one of those things that I get asked about a lot once people have actually handled the book, because that's the other big selling point for the comics that we're putting out. Because basically every comic that we have planned, except for Super Willow, is going to be on the same 130-pound cover, 80-pound stock. Reign of Ages is going to be in current size, as is Necroholic. 47 Furious Tales has its own unique 6x9 digest size. Mm-hmm. But we pay a real heavy attention to the quality of the papers that we're using, so that they're taking the colors well. And just trying to give people the best value products that are going to stand up well, and they're going to look good and stand up well on the shelf. Because one thing about 47 when it lays on the shelf, if you have a copy that sticks around for it, you don't see it curling up because it's got that really, really heavy material, which I think has really been a big advantage for us in stores that just put them there loose. Obviously, we ship our stuff bagged and boarded. So long as it's retailer level and they haven't requested us to do otherwise. But it's one of those things where being able to work with the stores is the first half of it, and being able to profit ourselves and make sure that the stores are profiting as well is the other. Because when it comes down to that, if the stores are making good money on the books themselves, then it's in their best interest to carry more of our books. So if we send them 20 copies or 40 copies and they sell 38, but they've doubled their money out of that, that's a really appealing business proposition.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny.
Well, and it's like, dude, when you order, and I just ran into this. I mean, anybody that's ear to the ground in the comic world right now knows what's going on with the Batman Fortnite shenanigans. Yeah. But you order things a lot of the times with the expectation of, I'd love to sell out, but if I have to put 2 or 3 in my back issues, that's fine. What I don't want is to have to put 12 in my back issues.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's how you approach it, whether it's the big 2 or self-published Kickstarter stuff. I mean, that's the way I like to do it. I mean, because you saw, I ran out of 47 Furious Tales 1, and I didn't immediately go back for a reorder just to kind of leave, and that's marketing. You leave a little bit of a gap there so people can be like, oh, man, you had this book on your shelf a while ago. Mm-hmm. I noticed it's not there anymore. Is it sold out? Look at Pops. Look at Pops. What's up, Pops?
Keep talking, Dan. Keep talking.
Well, yeah.
We're just setting the stage over here.
There you go. So once I saw the books disappear, once they see them disappear, I literally had a guy ask me. It was the FOMO. He goes, "What happened to that? It had a squirrel on it." I'm like, 47 Furious Tales. He's like, "Yeah, that one." He's like, "I wanted to pick that up." I said, "We sold out of our last copy. Number 2 is coming in a month or 2. As soon as number 2 comes back, I will get copies of number 1 again, and then that's exactly what I did with Sam. He shipped me copies of number 1 second prints and all my copies of number 2. And now that guy, instead of just buying number 1 and seeing if he liked it, he bought 1 and 2, and he loves it. I mean, there is that chance that he wouldn't have loved it, but that FOMO totally helps out a lot. And that's marketing, and I think that was really well done. Plus, your book, and I was actually going to ask Jared next, your book feels amazing.
Yeah, look
Jared,
at that. Look, you can tell just from the pitch.
Yep, and you can't do that. There's cardstock, like DC does cardstock books. You can't do that with a DC cardstock book. You can't even do that usually with the 100-page giants. You're muted, Pops. We hear you rocking out.
I ain't muted. I was just not trying to talk over you, Danny. I was giving everybody.
Can you believe that? Oh my God!
And the thing is too.
I love it.
You know, like we have other stuff that ties in with that. So like the big prints and such, those are on the same heavy material, so it looks and feels the same.
Feel is so important. So that's I was actually going to go to Jared. I don't know if I'm guessing. Did you get a proof yet, or has the printer? Have you gotten a chance to feel what your book is going to feel like, being 44 pages and everything?
No, but I back a bunch of Kickstarters. I have friends that have ran, like, I spend so much money on Kickstarters, and so I found books that were a similar size to Twin Blades, and reached out to those creators, and I was like, hey, can you tell me information about your book, like just kind of the paper things that you guys knew and did. And and then I worked with a friend of mine who works at an actual printing facility for comics, and I had him walk me through it, because I didn't know anything about it. You know, this was the first time on my first time on this side of things, and so I had a lot of help. We're going to get a proof of the book next month. We're about to wrap production pretty shortly, so we'll be getting a proof next month, hopefully, and then I can go from there. But I had a lot of help by a lot of people who are fortunately smarter than me when it comes to printing.
And I see Pop's got that Fernando Ruiz cover. I see that Ruiz over there.
We got the wall. I got all 4. Look, you get all 4 of these for $16 plus shipping. You order it today, you'll have it next week.
Yeah.
$2 and dude's funded, but he's already fulfilling.
And we actually have a $2 digital tier is the weird thing.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for someone.
I saw.
I want everybody to understand he's already fulfilling. If
We're
you
already
order
fulfilled.
right now, if you order one right now, he will package it up right here in front of you on this screen and put it in
for real.
the mail.
We've been doing that all week. We've been packaging fulfillment on shows.
Yeah, he's done it on my show. He's done it on a lot of people's shows. I'm telling everybody watching right now, if you like this book, he would do that right now. $16 for 4 books. Okay, 2 of them are signed. Right. You cannot, you can't beat this kind of a deal and not have to wait for it for 3 months.
And
you can't beat that. And
been well
I wanted to
received
say also that these were a gift of appreciation. William, thank you very much. And that's why I promote the hell out of your book, man, because you appreciate what I do. And I'm going to get back out of here now.
Just a question.
And the book sells amazing.
Just a question. What do you guys think about hardcovers on comics?
I like them. When all 12 issues are done, we're combining 47 into one hardbound volume. I've got to find a printer who can do the type of cover I want, because I want a textured cover.
Ooh.
Nice. There's a couple of different printers I have in mind. I would like to stay with Mixam for it, but they just don't have that capability yet. But of course, by the time 12 is out, it's probably a couple of years.
So do those get rough on like shipping then with hardcovers? I'm wondering.
Well, the thing is it'll be a little heavier, but I'd be more comfortable shipping that media mail at that point. I don't ship media mail for comics because my local postmaster refuses to allow me to. So, and I don't have any ads in my book. It's just
that's the crazy part. Yeah, indie books don't have ads.
Well, some do.
Well, most Kickstarter books don't, unless you have that tier built in, kind of.
I tried to like do the right thing and tell my post office that I was like, yeah, this is a comic, and because I was told that I'm not supposed to mail a media mail. I didn't know any different at the time, and the lady looked at me and she was like, I don't care. Do you want a media? And I was like, sure, that's cool.
Yeah.
She was just straight up like, I don't care.
That's the weirdest thing. I once I'll tell this story just because it's funny. I once ordered something like it was like $100 book off eBay, and I'd always heard you're not supposed to send comics media mail or whatnot. So I buy this like $100 book off eBay, and it shows up, no problems. I'm gonna give the guy 5 stars, right? But I do notice that it was shipped media mail using a priority box turned inside out. So it was like all sorts of what I felt was somewhat morally wrong, like the poor postal service, So I just posted in a Facebook group, and I'm like, hey, just double checking. Like, I'm gonna give this guy, a review and everything. And it's gonna be good, but I just want to sit. Is this okay? Are they supposed to be doing this? And gosh, 127 comments later, it's just like, why do you care? You got your book all right. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I'm just
someone turned on the hate valve. Yeah.
I know.
I'm like, I'm just trying to do the postal service is all right.
Trying to snitch for the post office, Danny.
I'll take this.
Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah. They were all like, we shall not take any extra money from the postal service.
Skywalker.
I will tell you something else that I think is cool for tiers, and you can do these for retailer tiers sometimes. Is that if you have an artist who's creating in a physical media first, and you have those original pages, making those available on retailer tier, obviously it's going to be limited, but I think there's a lot of value to that. Now, obviously, original art gets pricey, no doubt, but making that kind of thing available has a lot of appeal in certain markets.
So I just saw this question, and maybe I don't know anything about Amazon, but
Right.
Why do digital creators not go to the bigger Why do creators not go to the bigger outlets for their digital copies, like Comixology, Amazon, things like that? Is that cost?
Okay.
I know people that use Comixology.
Right.
As far as getting a physical book into Amazon's marketplace, I couldn't tell you where to even start with that. But like in terms of Comixology, I know plenty of people who have put their work on there.
Or Gumroad.
Yeah, Gumroad as well. That's another good one. I know people like Comixology because you already use it, so you've got like you can build a catalog. But I buy a lot of books from Gumroad, as a matter of fact.
Drive-through comics.
I use drive-through comics.
Drive-through RPG. So there's a few. I think Amazon is just, not to say anything negative, this isn't a negative space, but I think Amazon's just probably a little bit tougher to go through. Little bit of corporate stuff to jump through.
Comixology, the funny part is that if your book isn't in a current format, you kind of have to reformat to make it current, to make it work on Comixology, right? And if it's a print-on-demand thing, I personally am very particular about the quality of the book, and I had some bad experiences with print-on-demand comics, not just from Amazon, but for some others. For using Amazon, if you just bring the books into the center and have it ship out, you have a cost on the floor space that you're using, and that can be a little prohibitive if your book isn't moving very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with print on demand. Just a real quick note: print on demand comics are a rough area to get into.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, and I want people to know, because I did notice there's a decent amount of people watching. I'm sure some people are using this as an educational panel, which is like kind of why I wanted you guys on here.
Right.
But there's no wrong, other than there is no wrong,
there isn't a wrong
way to go about it.
Right. There might be something that doesn't work for me that works very well for you.
Exactly.
Yeah. And there's going to be people, and I to each their own. There's going to be people that don't even want to bother. There are some Kickstarter creators that are like, I just want to do it through Kickstarter, ship it out, and be done with it. But the reason I brought you guys on is because you guys are doing it both ways. Because it doesn't hurt. I guess it does cost you time. Because you mentioned you guys make very little profit when you do the retailer tiers on Kickstarter. But actually, here, let me just ask you both, and I'll start with Jared. Why do you do the Kickstarter tier? Why offer it to retailers on Kickstarter at all? What was your reasoning for it?
To be super honest, I knew shops that wanted it, and I love comic shops as a general rule. I wanted to make sure that they had access. I wanted to make sure people who bought Dryfoot and dug it, and like there's a shop in New Jersey who was super supportive of Dryfoot. They had people who were there who maybe don't follow me on Twitter, who maybe don't know that I'm running a Kickstarter for my next book. So if I get the shop to get it, then they can still have access to it. The retailer tier is definitely split between I like shops and I want them to be able to have my book. And two, I want readers who maybe don't follow me on social media to have access to my next thing. So that was pretty much the root of it. And it's cool having your shit in a comic shop, right? That's like the dopest thing, right?
That's the dream, right? Like, and Sam, you've been doing it for a while. What was your initial? Because you mentioned to me that even on that first run, that you were still, the book was a little more expensive, but you were giving us a deal where you pretty much weren't making any money. What was your thought process on that?
Well, first we need to grow audience. I myself have a very, very small social media footprint. Like, people will sit there and say, "Oh, you must have 6,000 or 7,000 people following you." No, if you added all of my social media channels together, you wouldn't reach 2,000. I mean, literally, you wouldn't. And so it's funny because, like, from that aspect, it's basically that we get our customers and we hold on to our customers by just trying to make sure we do the best we can. And so getting into shops represents, especially that first time, represents the chance to grow that audience, to make more people aware of what we're doing. And so if I had said, okay, we have to have that book at $1 higher so that we're making, whatever it would have been per book, it wouldn't have been as appealing on the retailer. And the problem, I used to own a comic shop back like in 99, 2000. And I understand how important those margins are. So the thought process came down to, I can get the book on the shelf and, maybe make $1 or $2 on this first shipment total, period. I'm making money. I'm making $1 or $2. But the thing is too, is that when you're new, or even if you've been established for a while and you're just still growing in the market, being on shelves is basically like being paid for your own advertising. Because all of a sudden you've committed shelf space to me that has my title on it, and you're making money on it. That's something that you're going to push, that you're going to sell. It's something that people are going to buy. And they're like, "Oh, what comics did you get?" The people who have YouTube channels are like, "Hey, I just picked this up from my local shop. This is what I think about it." Yep. And so instead of paying other people to promote, it's an opportunity to get paid for people to promote, and also to help your LCS continue to grow. When I send out books to comic shops and I know they're doubling their money, I mean, I can tell you right now that feels really good. And if I'm only making $5 or $6 a box, I don't care, because I'm making money on it. You know what I'm saying?
Let me jump in here real quick. William.
Yeah.
$2. Come on, let's get this thing over that little hump to 500.
Yeah, let's get them over in the last 2 minutes. I'll throw this in there. If anybody in the last, we got 12 minutes left in my panel here before I go get lunch, and then I'll come back. But we got 12 minutes left. If he gets those $2 funded in those 12 minutes, I will give away one of the collective exclusive Freak Show Night Donny Cates covers.
Oh, damn.
Somebody.
Here's a question for you, Dan. Oh, I was
Hold
going to say,
up, Phil.
Okay.
I got one more thing.
Sure.
We have 4 subscribers from 300 on Comic Talk with Pops. 4 subscribers. Y'all go, just ring that little bell. Let me get over that hump. I'll shut up till I get close to 4.
You make that. If we make that happen, I'll give another. We'll do two copies today on the show, signed by John Hedrick and Hoyt Silva, both of them.
Yeah, it makes me want to go sign up for my own.
One of the other things before we get done, I want to mention, because Sam, you mentioned social media.
Yes.
And that I could not let this show end without letting Jared talk about how social media influenced and helped create and maybe pushed, or how social media impacted and affected the dual blades, right?
Twin blades.
Twin blades. Because that started very crazily with just give Mexican swords during the X the Swords event, right?
Yeah. So I had made a joke about giving Mexican swords like a while back, and it just became like a running joke with me and my friends. And then they started making like designs for it, and so like one of my friends made there was the X of Swords event, and he changed it to Mexicans with swords and in the same X-Men type font and everything, and it was really really funny. But we got like, so I'm pretty active on Twitter for anyone who doesn't know, and I think I got like 60% of my backers through Twitter. Out of we ended it with 339, and I got 60% of those through Twitter. And so social media is a cesspool, but if you can get through it, if you can navigate the cesspool, it can be really useful and really really helpful. But it is like, I mean, I was talking about the Kickstarter like 4 or 5 times a day for the whole time. And at some point you're like, God, people are going to get sick of listening to me. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I gotta get this thing funded, you know? And, but yeah, it was a lot of, it was a long haul. But social media, I think like is a dual-edged sword. I think, it's a good place to promote your work. It's also a really good place to drive you crazy. So bits and pieces.
I think so long as you can stay out of everyone's drama and just focus on bringing joy to people,
making good books,
and making good books.
Wait a minute. What?
I think Boom is in France. I think, but
still, you're getting 4 books for $16 in the shipping. You know, I mean, there's one book you can buy and be there and buy one book and still pay that to get it shipped to you, or still pay that.
Boom, if you do that, I will go ahead and send.
Okay, we have a backer, guys. We have a backer.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got.
Netherlands.
Okay, now here's the question I wanted to ask, and I'll field that mainly to Danny, but you other guys too. How do you what do you suggest to encourage a local comic shop to carry indies? What do you suggest with that?
Digital it is. See that work?
Yes, there we go. Boom, thanks.
Boom, got it. We are funded. Thank you, Boom. I'm sending your rewards now, actually.
There's a lot of things that will help, but the biggest one is absolutely the margins. And I meant to say that at some point here, and I don't want anybody to feel attacked. This is just the nature of the beast.
Right.
So Marvel and DC, if you're a comic store that's been doing it for a couple of years, Marvel and DC, you're getting about 57% off cover price. Okay. And as everybody's mentioned, they're about 60%. That's 60% of the market right there. Then you have Image, which takes up probably about another 15% of the market or so, 12, 15, and they're offering about 53%. Nobody in the retailer world is expecting any self-published creator to meet those margins. But it is fighting for shelf space and profit margin with those products. So what I always tell people is if you can hit 50%, that's your sweet spot. Most stores will at least listen to your pitch if you're at 50. If you can do, if 50 is a little too much, you got to be able to do 40 or above, because there was a Kickstarter that came across our table that was absolutely something we could have done in the stores. Like we could have sold out of it, but they were only offering 35% discount on a graphic novel that was going to already be kind of expensive. Right. So if we wanted to make a little bit more money on that, we were going to have to bump that up even more. Or just absolutely not eat, but, not sell. And the thing is, every trade paperback we put on our shelves, we're getting 45% and up.
Right.
So subscribers, Danny's gonna send you a book.
There we go.
So make sure you get Boom taken care of.
Yes.
Boom pushed us over the edge. We are funded, and yeah, I mean the shipping to France is up there because it's anywhere in the EU right now is really high for USPS.
Yep. Even flat, yeah, because we have a guy in England.
Because we ship first class international.
Yeah, we have a guy in England that buys from our auction, and we used to try to ship stuff to him every time he paid, because that's how we approached the United States people. But it was like 20-something bucks, and so we told him, hey, if you want, we'll just hold on to your items for 1 month and ship them all at once, because that was going to be way cheaper for him. But yeah, it's kind of crazy doing that.
Dude, we didn't even offer. I couldn't even offer shipping on Twin Blades because it was like overseas. Like we did Canada and Mexico, but shipping overseas was just like I was like, man, there's no way. That's brutal. And so
Sam, he's asking, since you've definitely done both, Kickstarter or Indiegogo, and I think there's different positives to each, right?
Yeah, and people prefer one or the other, and I don't really understand the nuance of that. My audience started on Kickstarter, and that's where it's kind of grown. This was my first Indiegogo that run. I mean, you guys might remember when 2 launched the first time, we tried to do parallel campaigns, but it was just too much to juggle. So we canceled like the Indiegogo at like day 1 or day 2 or something like that, just to focus on the Kickstarter. But the model I'm looking at now, because I kind of got looking through the nuances on Indiegogo, and I like that flexible funding if I have the book in hand. And so we figured we'd go ahead and give this a try and get to know the interface, get to see how well it worked. We set the lowest possible goal we could so that we could, try and get funded, get it on in-demand so we could see what the in-demand interface looks like. And the books are here. Like, for all of you who are wondering this mess behind me, this right here is issue 2. All 3 covers.
This is somebody who's actually researching the platform. He already has the books. He's checking it out to see how it will.
So literally, this is from a gentleman who pledged while I was at the post office earlier. His book will go out Monday morning. So basically, with Indiegogo, I don't get the money yet until the disbursement period, obviously. But people on Indiegogo, they're paying for it at that time, right? And so if the transaction clears, I can go ahead and do the fulfillment, mark it as fulfilled, and ship it, and they can get their book. And I think that when we do our next 47 Furious Tales campaign, I'll probably do the same thing as well. Now the difference with that is we are planning to have the book complete prior to the launch on this one, because we've been working on trying to get that rhythm down so that we're kind of on that Pulido cycle. And then we'll get that done and get that out. The eventual hope is to get to where we're doing like quarterly Kickstarters and offering like the entire catalog of the book of books. So they eventually, instead of people paying shipping, you've got one book and you're paying shipping for it, I'm gonna pick up 47 Furious Tales. I'm gonna pick up this particular copy of Reign of Ages. I'm gonna get Necroholic. I'm gonna get Super Willow. I want to get this and that, and they can just pick. And then we can bundle shipping and basically make it cheaper overall on our backers. Because the funny thing about it is, I was on a show the other night and people told me I'm not charging enough for this campaign. But the problem is I am. The downside is the shipping. So like if I had 3 or 4 books available on this same price point, I mean, honestly, you probably wouldn't even notice anything about it, because you just stick it in a flat rate and away it goes.
Exactly, and that's like, so we're going to be doing a Kickstarter for the collective anthology book, which actually is literally birthed out of this group pretty much. But it's little ashcan style stories that people had kickstarted before. But instead of to make it more accessible for people, they want to make it a full floppy. So we're doing 4 short ashcan style stories in one book. But the thing is, we're going to go ahead and get it printed, get it shipped out, everything like that. And we're going to do the same model that you're kind of doing, in the sense that we are actually going to have, it's already done because the ashcans have been printed, colored, everything. We just had to put it together in a bigger than 8-page book. We put in, I think we're aiming for 28 pages, something like that.
Gotcha.
But that when people fulfill, they're already going to be able to get their digital tiers, and that's why I wanted to ask you about that, because Kickstarter, people don't get charged for that until the end of the campaign, right? Right,
exactly.
So that's a big thing for people to keep in mind.
And the thing is, too, you won't even know if there's any problems with the transaction until after that happens. I usually have, if I have a campaign with 100 or 150 people, I'll usually have 1, maybe 2, where the transaction fails, and that's usually because someone's card expired at the end of the month. And that's problematic, because I don't know about you guys, but I don't keep track of when my cards expire. So
I barely keep track of when my license expired.
By the way,
my license years.
Just on something that Sam had brought up, if you think someone's not charging enough for a book, PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App all exist. You can send us more money.
And
I'm not gonna stop you. You know,
Right.
Most Kickstarters or Indiegogos, you can also say like, I'm donating but
Additional
not
donation,
pledging.
yeah.
Right? That's a
Yeah.
level. It's an option.
you can, and Kickstarter. I don't know about Indiegogo, but Kickstarter allows you a bonus pledge.
Right. You can
Whenever
bonus
you're
pledge on
submitting it.
Kickstarter.
So
Yeah.
by all means, if you're like, this isn't enough, just put in how much more you think. Go for it.
He's making money and the store's making money. Obviously, it's enough. It's his business model that's working. It's
Right.
not you. He doesn't have to compete with you guys for his pricing. You see, and he doesn't have to keep it up here to keep you guys happy. Whoever's complaining. I mean,
Well,
I'm just
see,
saying,
here's
it's
the
like
thing,
he's
too.
trying to build a business model that's going to make him a big guy in the game.
I get these books for a lot lower price point than I think people realize, especially if you've handled 47 Furious Tales before. Like, I was talking to Fernando Ruiz, who did this cover, and you'll have to excuse me, gentlemen, I'm fulfilling our latest pledge. So, isn't that cool? But
Right
I was
now,
talking to
live
Fernando.
from-
Hey, it's Mike.
Hell yeah, of course I'm back. You think you could live without me for that long?
I love all the advice we have.
Mike's book just went in demand. So
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Before we move on to the next panel, I just want, especially since Jared's the
No,
new
no,
guy.
stick around by all means. By all means,
I just want people to, for Jared to let people know where they can follow him, because he mentioned that he's active on Twitter and everything like that. So definitely let people know where they can find you.
Yeah, so you can go to right there. That's my Twitter and Instagram handle. So you can find me on both of those. You can also go to the website that's right there, scrolling. Yeah, that has access to like all the projects I'm currently working on, and it also has access to my newsletter, which is just once a month, and it's got like a bunch of cool stuff in there too. Sometimes the newsletter people are actually going to be the first people to see pages from Crash and Troy on the 1st of May. You'll see those unless you're a comic shop, in which case you'll get it, the whole thing. But if you're not a comic shop, it's your only way to see the pages for a while.
That's awesome. So yeah, definitely Jared's man. He's one of the guys, does it right, works hard, man. So if you guys get a chance, follow his stuff. Dryfoot came out from Mad Cave. It's in a complete trade already. So if you love, check that out. Twin Blades, once that gets fulfilled, definitely check that out. And we're going to have to check out his new Action Lab book for sure. And if you follow him on any social media, he'll be plugging it for the next 3 months.
Yeah, I'm not going to shut up. It's going to be...
Look, Jared,
That's
you
the way
are
to
more
go.
welcome to come hang out with us and talk about your book anytime. And if you have not joined the madness, join the madness. It's the best kept secret on Facebook. You know?
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all having me.
Look,
Yeah,
Jared,
for sure, Jared.
take it easy,
Networking
man.
and promotions group. That's what it's about.
Right
You
on.
come to the group, you promote your stuff, you network with people. Danny, William, okay? That's what the group's about. There's nothing else involved in it other than promotions and networking. And you'll see a lot of great people's work there, you know?
Most definitely.
Like me.
Like him.
Man, I had
The other guys? Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Like there's so many awesome people in there. It's really cool.
I mean, and that's what we do. We promote people's stuff. If you drop something in there, I'm going to put it up on my Twitter. I'm going to put it out on my Facebook newsfeed. I'm going to get it seen as much as I can. You know, if I see your stuff on Twitter, I'm going to bring it down to the madness, and I'm going to show it to the people in the madness on Facebook. That's what I do all day long, is try to make sure people get seen. These guys will tell you. That's what I do all day long, unless I go golfing. If I go golfing.
2 days a week he goes golfing.
Maybe 2 days, maybe. We're about once a week. We're just no inactive.
Ah, fair. First of all, thanks for the awesome panel,
Florida
guys.
golf courses, though. I've never played any Florida golf courses. yet.
Dude, not only do we have mad golf courses on here, they're cheap. Like, they're good and cheap.
How are
I
they
lived in
cheap
Phoenix
with such
for
a high
35
cost
years.
for?
I'm used to that year-round golf.
They're
See what I'm
cheap
saying?
because there's so many of them, man.
Oh, gotcha.
And there's alligators.
Well, nah. You're not going to get But no, like literally,
You thought the sand pits were bad.
I can drive like 10 minutes and hit one course, and then I can drive like another 15 minutes and hit one course. And then there's always going to be the Disney caliber like course that's like really expensive. So it's like everybody's got a battle. It's really competitive over here.
Oh yeah, that's the way it was in Phoenix. You had the really nice courses, and you had the city courses. You know, that were built by the city of Phoenix. You know, and maintained by the city of Phoenix.
Yep.
Then you got these real nice Arnold Palmer courses and TPC Scottsdale dude, but it was year-round golf. You could play golf all year round in Phoenix. I lived there for 35 years. Now I'm up here where it's seasonal.
Well, you can't golf in the snow, Pop.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think you could.
It's called colored ball.
You
Colored balls,
can. You actually can, and if you have a nice icy fairway, you can hit it 400 yards easy.
Well, now you're talking about golf. Now I've got to go.
Welcome to CRoM Con.
guys.
We're going to talk about golf all
CRoM Con
weekend.
golf panel. Thank you.
I've got a bolt for a few. I've got another show that I've got to go drop in for a minute, and I will be back in a little bit.
Take
All right, take it easy.
Thanks for letting me hang with you while you're doing the panel, Danny. Good
For
to
sure,
see you,
man. Thanks for
Sam.
joining. Thanks for the good question you hit us in the middle with. You were real
Cool,
quiet
cool.
in between.
Yeah. I was just coffee and catching up with stuff.
And so,
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
But
Bill.
yeah,
I got
Mike,
quiet for a
sorry I
moment 'cause
got
I
to
am
bail, man. You know I
shipping
love
another
watching your
background.
being on
Yeah,
your
it's cool, man. It's cool. Do your thing, man. You know that.
All right,
Don't
I'll
worry.
catch you all in a few, man. Peace.
Take it easy.
Yeah, take it easy, dude.
So yeah,
Danny,
we
go get some lunch. Come on back whenever you want, man. You're one of us now. You want to hang out, you can hang out, bro. You know, you don't have to sit in the chat, man. That's what I'm saying. You got
Jared,
come on back.
You're good to go, brother. That's why I gave you your plug. Whenever, if we actually do after shows sometimes, so if you're free, I might shoot you a link. But yeah, man, whenever you do a Kickstarter or anything like that, feel free to drop the link in the group because that'll usually help out a lot too.
All right, man.
That's all
Thank
we
y'all.
do is try to get you guys seen, man. That's like that,
Yeah.
that saying right there that share the exposure is king. I firmly believe that. You know, I mean, share the
It is.
like share the screen.
Well,
Exposure is king.
And I'm gonna let Mike get his panel here in a sec. But what I wanted to say too is the madness for absolutely in its core is creators helping creators. And I know some people will be like, oh well, that doesn't necessarily get me a ton of backers. And I said that's fine. That you have to approach this differently. It's you now can potentially. I've seen a lot of people. They're running a Kickstarter, right? And they maybe want somebody else to team up with to offer a digital reward. Where do you find something like that? The madness, like right?
That's what I mean. It's about networking. It's about promotion. I mean, I love cross. Look, every time you bounce your project off somebody else's, you might grab some of that guy's followers.
Absolutely.
Some of those people might like what you're doing. I try to get everybody here in one place in one weekend so everybody gets to see everybody.
Look, you want to know how.
This is not something that, look, when I started doing this, it wasn't about building an empire. It wasn't about building this huge thing. It was about helping my friends. My motives have not changed. Yeah, I'd like to be able to pay for my own StreamYard studio. And yeah, I'd like to be able to pay my son for the internet that I fucking use more than anybody else in the house. Yeah. Those are just natural things, but it's not like I'm out here trying to get in everybody's pocket. I'm not trying to make any money. I'm trying to have fun and give you guys a platform.
Look, it's very simple, guys. If you're on a Kickstarter or whatever, and you go around a couple of Kickstarters like yours or Indiegogo campaigns or whatever, and you're like on an update going, hey, these guys are pretty awesome too. Like, go check them out. You know, the people backing you, they might have a limited budget, but that doesn't mean that they're just for you.
Yeah.
And they're gonna go over to that guy, and when they're at that guy, like if they start at that guy and they look at their update and like, oh, that actually looks interesting. You know, I'm gonna check that out too. And the comic related madness is no different than that. And you make such an awesome network.
Yes. And you
Williams
don't
fans
lose
drop
any
in
money.
here, and they're here to see him. And while they're here, what happens? They see Mike.
Yeah.
And we bring Mike's book up, and they see Mike's book, and they're like, "Well, Mike seems like a pretty cool dude. Oh, that book looks pretty cool." And the next thing you know, Mike's got a new fan.
Yep.
There you go. Exactly.
Okay.
It's not
This is what
working
this is
against
about.
one another.
It's as organic as the internet gets. Granted,
Yes.
the internet is not super organic, but it's as organic as the internet gets. You know, like
I'm a comic fan. As much as I'm a 47 Furious Tales fan and a Life on Korra fan and all the other books that I'm a fan of, I'm a comics fan. None of them really take a precedent over the other unless they're an amazing book. And I've read a couple of those in the last couple of years, and they didn't come off the DC Marvel shelves. I'm just saying. Okay?
Look.
You guys are kicking ass right now. Don't do things to hinder your ass kicking. Because I'm in your corner.
For The Incantessi by Rich Parada, like,
Oh, yeah, I
this
love that book.
It's awesome.
This is the thing. You guys are the boxers, okay? You guys are the boxers that are out there trying to win backers and funding and all that. I'm the guy in your corner, okay?
Yeah.
Nobody cheers for Mick. Everybody cheers for Rocky. Look, I'm just Mick, y'all. I'm not trying to be nobody. I'm trying to help my friends. I wish people would just understand that and let us move forward.
But
you know?
like, what I want to give, like, this has got my name on it. You see that? This is a fan art piece I did just for the hell of it. Like, I didn't ask or anything. I didn't get commissioned. Whatever. He just put me in the book. My name is down there. And if people see my name come by on the internet now, and they've read The Incantessi, they're gonna go, "Oh, I actually like that style."
Yep.
And he's gonna, like, maybe he's doing a Kickstarter. Maybe he's doing an Indiegogo. What are his comics like?
That's Mike is hitting the nail on the head, man, and that's why I love the group, you know. And there's, I used to be a part, and I won't mention it too much. I think Pops that's the first time I ever met Pops, but it was a group called the Collector's Corner back in its prime.
Wow.
And
Wayback Machine.
Yeah, I hadn't even. Gosh, that's at least 5-6 years ago now that I think about it.
Yeah.
But that group, in its core, when it was done right, was kind of a really well-oiled machine of great comic people talking to great comic people, and then it became more of a corporate machine in a way. But that's what I feel like the madness is. It's people helping people. We even have a very we don't ever have to shut down too many posts. I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, whether it's for comics, retail, everything. Every third day, banned post, banned this, then this. We don't really have to do that, which has to say something about this, you know? Like,
you know, the worst thing that we run into in the madness is the auction posts.
Yeah.
I have to remove those because we have a group for that, the comic related marketplace. You guys are more than welcome to put all your auctions over there. But the madness itself is for promotion and networking. Okay. And you know, I got no problem with those. That I remove more auction posts out of madness than anything else.
Yeah. No, and that one makes sense because it's different than what we're trying to do.
And I do send them a message, a polite message with the link to the marketplace going, "Yay, yo, you want to put that over there?" You know, it's like I don't try to be the ruler, but somebody has to steer the ship.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
guys,
it's like,
I want to take the last
hard.
15 minutes at least to give a little bit of an update about Korra.
Oh,
because I love you guys. But we only got 30 minutes. And you know, I'm having a blast.
With Nina too. Come on,
I know. It's not chaotic.
She popped in and then she popped back out. I was right when I was going to bring her into the stream. She popped back out, but she's more than welcome. You know, come on.
Yeah.
The more entertaining and the more fun it is, and the more people that can be involved, the more fun I have. You know,
Mike.
Okay.
What kind of update we got? Hit me.
Oh yeah.
These are for Live from Korra 3. So this is the main cover by myself and my colorist. Then we got the Stone Silver variant by Daniel HDR.
Now sell that in the right way now, Mike. Come on.
I know it's an homage and everyone can see it's an homage, but it actually has something to do with the story.
Ooh.
Like I didn't just
Actually has
put it
something
in.
to do with the story. It's not just look.
So
I drew a surfer
The
by my
stone,
book.
the stone
It
surfer is a
actually has
character
something to do with
in
the
the book.
story.
Then
The Stone Surfer does
Actually-
appear in the book, and they're
And he
actually
actually
surfing. Hold on.
surfs.
Hold on, I'm getting the panel. Yeah, I'm getting it. There we go.
Hold up. Let me.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
That's awesome. And you're the artist on this, Mike?
Yes.
Awesome art, man. Beautiful.
Now-
That's sweet.
One of the
I'm
things that I
gonna
want to say.
up the game a little bit. This is the
Hi,
first page of Love and Korra 4.
So that's the Life of Korra 4. Okay, that's the next book.
Yes,
Woo!
and
Okay.
I'm nearly done with this already as well. We are shipping out Love of Korra 3 in 3 weeks. We went into in demand only Tuesday, and in a couple of weeks we're gonna ship out.
Wow.
So I'm from the Netherlands. Yes, US shipping is expensive. I'm really sorry. If you get the catch-up tier, the shipping is lower than the comics together. And hi, Nina. Hey, sweetheart.
Sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, with us having
Right.
a Dutch artist for 47 Furious Tales, I mean, we when we
I
shipped to
know.
the Netherlands, yeah.
It's painful. However, I'm talking to Critical Blast about that. We managed to get the shipping down for Love and Korra 4 to about €9 instead of the 23 right now.
Woo.
That's
Right.
about $12.
Yeah, that's great.
So like
That's manageable. That's absolutely
Yes.
manageable.
so
I actually
we're-
also have a meeting with Critical Blast after my panel today to discuss the
Nice.
shipping.
hell yeah.
Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and make a hole real quick. I just finished packaging up another backer reward, so a big thanks to Mr. Jones for
William,
being
I
our
gotta
20th.
Hell yeah.
William, did you ever talk to RJ?
I haven't. Yeah, I need to get a contact from. Oh, I forgot. I do have one thing I have to show you guys.
Ooh,
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, no.
I will
Take
try
it.
to make sure that I talk to your friend later today and get him in touch with you.
Okay. Because we, as I told you guys earlier, we have a new title coming in January with myself and Nick Capone. That book's going to be done when it hits Kickstarter in January. Let me go ahead and pull this up so I can have this loaded up. We are right now building promo cards that we're going to be distributing at cons for the next couple of months, and this is the base level art. This is Nick Capone's Farrah Fawcett homage. I know, didn't expect to hear that name today, did you guys? So,
Making a lot of hair.
oh, wait for it.
Come on, man. She was awesome. Everybody knows it.
All right,
She was awesome
and
back there.
And
Let's see what we got.
there we go.
Hey,
Dude, I love it.
nice.
I love it.
So that is our
Nice.
main character, Rain. And she's going to be our main protagonist for the new series going forward. And we'll be trying to put out in 2022. We're going to try and get at least three issues out in 2022. 4 if we can all swing it. In the same model that we're doing right now. Get everything done ahead of time, then take
Awesome.
it to Kickstarter and ship immediately. So
I want to say another quick thing about Love and Korra. You saw those variant covers by Daniel HDR and Richard van der Linde. There are only going to be 50 of them printed.
wow.
Like, that's it. Like, so they're €50 or $18. Or, you know, you get the catch-up tier with one of them, and then that's €30 or what is it, $36. And you're going to get one of the 50.
Let me go get him, Mike. Let me get
Mike,
him.
Mike, who's your colorist on
This is a
on Korra?
Her name is Aristine, and that is her online nickname. She's from the Philippines, and she decided to pretty much go completely under the radar. Otherwise, I know her from Discord. I know her from Twitter.
She's amazing. It's amazing
yes.
colors on there. Yes, like
I
absolutely.
agree. I had like 30 colorists reply to me when I was like, okay, I need a colorist for this book because I want to up the game. And she did a practice page with from Life of Korra 3. And I just looked at it and I'm like, yeah, you're hired. Like, she hits exactly what I look for in my European style comics. Like, down to the nail. And I give her complete creative freedom, except for, no yellows and no reds, because that's something that doesn't appear in Live on Korra.
Yeah.
So, to have her...
My least favorite colors, too.
Yeah, especially when there's pink in between.
Yeah. But no, like looking at just this page, which I don't know, is this a cover or is this an interior page? But
this is an interior page. This is the world that all the stories take place on. Like, you only get...
Beautiful. Like, absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to be totally honest here. This is the only one I colored.
No, again, the color palette, like the color palette you chose with getting rid of it works. I think it's phenomenal, man. See, that's how you cheers to that moment right there.
But like, it's a weird world, and every issue can be read separately. You can start in issue 3, you can start at issue 1. The only thing we're doing is expanding the world by exploring new creatures and how they live. It's really easy to read. It's for all ages. There's no whatever going on. It's just having a fun time.
I'm taking over now, damn it. Here we go. Look, this is a unique world build. Look at this. You ain't seen nothing like this before. Maybe what Niven did with Ringworld kind of compares to what you've got right here. But you haven't seen this before. This is new. This is different. Not only that, when you look at the colors that they use in the book, it's like you can tell this is a unique world build where they fit the color palette to this part of the world. And the previous book was a little bit different. And the next book going to be underwater, I think, going to be different.
Yes,
again.
it is.
It's like you guys, Mike.
Yes, it is.
Mike is a world builder, a unique world build. And this book is not getting the love that it should get, man. I'm telling you, this book is freaking awesome.
So
let me show you how much detail there is in these pages.
It's good stuff, y'all. You need to go check it out.
So Mike, let me ask you, while you're showing off the page.
Yeah.
Issue 3, is that done? Is that printed? Are you done with that one?
I'm waiting for the funds from Indiegogo. That should come in next week. I'm going to print immediately when I get it. And then the week after, it's going to ship. So 3 weeks.
Is there a possibility
RJ, what's up, brother?
1, 2, and 3 ship to our store?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, happily.
So I will get in contact with you because I think that book would do amazing in our store because very much
I'd love to.
Like Will Sam Quinton's, I think not only would it do good to comic people, but the RPG players, the fantasy people, things like that, I think it would do phenomenal.
I actually tried playing a D&D game with my ex in the world. It was fun.
I got to do my thing for a minute. RJ, William, RJ. Y'all,
yes, get in contact.
Y'all need to talk. And I just do that because I'm a nice guy.
No, hit me up, man. I'll give you I mean, the books are €10 on the Indiegogo. I'll cut you like 60%. That's easy for me. I don't print that expensively anymore.
Yeah, and we'll take care of the shipping and everything. But yeah, and can you sign them before you send them over?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Of course.
Perfect, because our customers love signed books. Like they'll be like, "Oh, who's this?" I'll be like, "It's signed." Yeah, because it's a personal touch.
Oh, for the people that are gonna back, if people are still back, if people that back with the first send out, I'm gonna add a couple of sketches just for the hell of it in some people's
that's awesome
rewards. So just having fun, doing the small thing. And I already gave away an original page from the comic. It's no longer a backer goal, but every 25 backers we gave away an original page as well. And I'm gonna continue that for Love and Korra 4.
Guys, please do that because I really want the chance to win one of those pages. So please go back Life on Korra, even though it's in demand. Go do it, please.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Mike, I'm gonna get caught up with you, but Pops, I gotta get out of here, grab some lunch real quick, and then I'll come back on. But Mike, we definitely got to get caught up, man.
Yeah, hopefully, man.
You're in the madness, right? I can
Yes.
find you in the group.
Mike,
Perfect.
Jimmy, DeBran.
Perfect. So
Mike?
we will absolutely get that book in store because I think we're gonna sell out of it just like we did Furious Tales.
That is such a compliment, man. You have no idea.
Yeah, no
Holy
problem.
crap.
Hey, keep it up, man. The book looks great. Can't wait to see 4.
Thanks, man.
Best of luck. And Pops, I'll be back on. Take it
All
easy.
right,
Will, it was good to see you down there being sneaky. I see you sleeping, taking naps.
Drinking coffee.
I saw you taking a nap. You were pretending to be Darth Will, but you were really just taking a nap back there.
Yeah, I just finished watching the Clone Wars.
Take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, man.
All right,
Thank you so much.
All right.
Oh, man. That was awesome.
Dude,
See, that's
that
why I
was a
love the
great
madness.
opening hour. Danny is look. I want Danny to have more to do with what we're doing here, so I can have less to do with him, because he's like an amazing personality. You know, he's everything I am, but younger, nicer, and cuter. You know, I mean, yeah, I'm really glad that he accepted my invitation to come on board and be part of the admin team at the Madness and be part of what we do in CRoM Con. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
You know, let's see. We got people. Pale Rider. Boom.
Where's the sugar power bottom, Chris?
Oh,
my
Sugar's
God.
probably sleeping. Sim dropped in early and said, "Hey, I don't know what all he's probably."
Yeah, he's probably doing this. He's probably working.
Yeah.
Like he always does.
Boom.
On a
boom.
Friday?
You should
On
be
a
able to
Saturday?
access-
Rip.
you should be able
Just
to access
FYI,
digital
Boom
copies.
Boom is the one who creates the Sisterhood comics. Richard Boom.
Right.
I'm gonna be the commission artist on the next Sisterhood Kickstarter.
And Richard
So
will be
you
out
can
here
get-
later today.
Yes, and you can get a commission from me together with all the comics from him. And I'm gonna throw in a copy of Love and Coral 1 as well, because I can.
He said
So-
there are a lot of you on Twitter, Quentin. That's amazing.
Someone is important.
It ain't mine.
Mine either.
I just put mine on silent just in case.
But
Will,
yeah, guys,
that'd be
get the book. It's gonna go out in a couple of weeks. I'm gonna start. I'm probably gonna launch Love and Coral 4 in early June. So I'm gonna start working on the Indiegogo for that. I just got the first 10 pages all done and colored by my colorist, and I'm gonna tell you, if you think Love and Coral 3 is looking good, 4 has blown me the fuck away.
All right. So
Holy shit!
Some of
I
the
have to do
pages are
this
just
again. I have to do this again because this is a huge selling point. As far as I'm concerned, this is a major selling point for this particular cover. There are tons of homage covers out there, people, and all you guys buy them. Oh, homage this, homage that. And you open up the book and you read that whole book, and it really has absolutely nothing to do with anything in the book.
No, it's just a selling point. This isn't.
This is an homage cover. When you read the book, you're actually going to see that guy in the book.
Yeah.
That guy that's on the cover. It actually has a place in the book, and that makes it a unique homage cover on a unique world build in a very unique book. Where are my creative people at? Where are my out there, outside the box, beyond better? Where are my people at? You guys need to check this one out, man. I'm telling you, it's unique on top of unique, different on top of different. And even the homage cover is unique to, you see what I'm saying? It's like, dude, put some thought into this.
I
really think that he's not getting the credit that he should. I really think this book should be doing better. I'm calling on you people that are asking for a, something different, something new, something we never seen before. Mike's throwing it at you. Go read it. You know?
Look, guys, you can read 1 and 2 for free on Tapas. The first 8 pages of Love and Coral 3 are free to read on there as well. You know, it's $5 for a digital copy if the shipping is too much. You know, if you're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to wait for 4 because it's going to have cheaper shipping. I fucking agree. I'm sorry I couldn't do it here because I didn't know RJ yet. We're fixing that. Trust me. You know? And I'm going to make this book anyway. That's what I said when the Kickstarter failed. You know, we're doing nearly double of what we made on the Kickstarter. And I had a €2,000 goal. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put a tiny goal on the Indiegogo campaign. It's going to be a flexible one. And I don't care how much we actually make. I'm going to bloody well put it out there because I trust in what we do. And I try to proofread the proof copies. I caught myself actually reading the book. That's how caught up I actually got into the story.
Come on, it's an awesome book, man.
And we're one backer away from unlocking the next stretch goal. So everyone is going to get a free print with it. So, you know, yes, that one. You know, my favorite page, the one that, you know, I think I spent like 4 hours on the inks for that. And I'm pretty sure that my colorist spent another 8 hours on the coloring because holy crap.
It is an amazing look, man. Like I said, man, it's like we need people. I just don't see how it doesn't get the eyes. I don't know if I'm not getting it to showing it to the right people. I don't know. I need to get that.
It'll come around.
I'm putting it in every group I can put it in, man. I'm like,
it's very simple, guys. I'm gonna keep doing this. Whether you want to be along for the ride or not, that's up to you. But this book is coming, and the next one is coming, and I got 5 more scripts ready to go. You know, I'm set for until Live on Core at 10. So I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep promoting it, and if you like, if you want. You will like issue 2. If you like issue 3, you will like issue 4. And every story is unique, free to read, readable separately. You can just go for issue 3, and it's just a simple, fun read. And there's going to be a new one. You can hop on the train now. You can hop on the train later. I just want people to read my book because I'm proud of what I'm doing.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like it's an amazing book. It's an amazing read. It's so different. It's so unique that that was what got my attention. Look, it was something different. It was something I went, whoa, what? Whoa! It's like, oh, okay. I don't think I've seen anything like this before. Okay, that don't happen that much in comics, guys. Come on, that don't happen that much. Where you open the book and you go, oh crap. I ain't seen nothing like that before. It was different. It was new.
It's speculative biology on a sci-fi megastructure. So,
and Mike researched all this.
Oh my God! I made essays about how the world works for myself in order to make it all work. You see that rock creature?
He does the trade. And after he does a trade and everybody buys it, he's going to write a book about the making of Life on Core. Yeah. And I'm going to promote that too.
That's going to be some hard science going on, I'll tell you that. But
I'm still going to be there promoting his book, promoting his stuff.
I think that you have to go and put me down and put this pretty girl up because it's her half hour and she deserves all the time.
That's fine. I don't mind waiting a little bit longer.
There's no glass ceiling. She's right up there.
And,
I can just
hold
it like
first? Would you like to cover the webtoon first or the Indiegogo first?
I guess I'll start by covering the webtoon first, so I can tickle some of the readers and then rope them into the Indiegogo.
And I will poke that one.
So wait, I'll start sharing my own screen.
That'll work.
Okay, all right.
That works better, actually.
I'm sorry if you can hear the cat, by the way. She's meowing at me.
Oh, kitty.
Time to eat, Dad. I mean, servant. Subject.
Give her food. You don't want her to die of not food.
No, she gets wet food in half an hour, so she's starting early.
Clever. Okay. So, Sunrise Blossom. Sunrise Blossom is a coming-of-age story about Ivy, a young falcon harpy abandoned by her birth mother and raised by a family of owls. Let me put one of the first episodes in so that I can show you. So, one day, while traveling with her sister to learn about human culture, Ivy has an argument with her, only to be picked up by a human woman, Violet, who helps her discover herself and bloom into womanhood, both emotionally and physically. Anyway, but it is only after a dramatic turn of events that Ivy discovers her feelings for her human companion. So the webcomic is completely free to read on Webtoons. I have been working on this project for 2.5, almost 3 years now. There are over 54 episodes, plus the extra episodes and the prologue. It's been going really well. So far, it has 1,200 subscribers on the Webtoons format and nearly 400 on the Tapas format. And on Webtoons, it also has more than 126,000 page views. So it's been going well. It could be better. It could be worse. It's been going well. I'm not complaining. It's very good. I'm happy about it. And so aside from the prologue, the first few chapters are mostly in black and white. Let me fetch out an example of a nice black and white episode that I enjoy.
By
This
the
one
way,
feels
guys,
nice. Yes.
Nina is Italian, and we all know what kind of comics come from Italian people.
Wink, wink.
Rich.
So, yes,
Rich,
exactly.
he's an Italian actress that he based his book about. Now
Look,
it's not.
This comes from
Okay.
Italians, okay?
Yes. Sofia Braccani is Italian. Yes.
So, aside from the prologue, the first 34, 33 episodes are mostly in black and white. But it's all good. They look nice. And the printed, but I'll get to that in a moment, version will also be in grayscale because it is more than 220 pages long. And by the time I finish the editing, it might even be 230, close to 240. It will be in grayscale because printing 220 plus pages entirely in color is a little bit too much, at least for a small indie creator like me at the moment.
That would run into some money, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe in the future, if everything goes well, I could do a color run of Sunrise Blossom, but we'll see how everything goes. So this is the webcomic. It's completely free to read on Webtoons and Tapas. It is pretty long at this point as well. Like from the beginning to the end might take roughly, I don't know, an hour and a half to read or so. And sorry, my cat's also looking for attention. And so that covers the webcomic. And drum roll, there's also an Indiegogo campaign. So I mentioned this half a second ago. I did not plan this train of thought very well. Never mind. The pre-launch.
It's fine, hon.
The pre-launch for the printed version is already live. So if you go on, if you search Sunrise Blossom on Indiegogo or go in the link that may have already been posted or maybe posted later, you'll find it. And for every person that signs up for the early mailing list and later buys a physical copy, will get a free bookmark with a pretty little pink ribbon with every physical copy that they back. Now, if you'll give me a moment to restart the screen share, I'll start sharing with the audio that I forgot to tick earlier.
Okay, I was like busy signing up. Okay, I'm good.
Oh, thank you. And shall we watch the trailer?
Pops, we're gonna fight over that backer number 1 point. I'm sure.
I can't
Fingers
win
crossed.
on Indiegogo. What are you talking about?
No,
I
fair.
can't win on Indiegogo. I can't
Rip.
win.
No, yeah. We're still gonna fight over it. Like me.
All right.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'll start the trailer.
Sure.
All right. Yay!
Buy this book.
Nice.
So, if you like long indie comics, so this is pretty much just a little longer than most graphic novels that I've seen. So, if you like long, good indie comics, if you like harpies, if you like furries, if you like when gals kiss or try to kiss or whatever, and if you like even the Monster Girl category of furries, or however you like to see it, then this comic is for you.
I'm going to field this question as a fan, from a fan's perspective.
Uh-huh.
Marv, you know me, bro. As much as you guys love the PDFs and all that, I could read the whole thing. If I like it, I'm still going to want to have a copy of it because the power ain't always on out here in the boonies, bro.
I'm gonna give you a good example. I know a webtoons artist who did the first season. Like I know a webtoons artist who did like the first season in a printed book as well, and she made 25K. You know, from
I mean, you build a fan base over there.
Yeah.
You build a fan base, and then a lot of us still want the book.
Yeah.
It's nice. Look, when I sit in this chair all day, Marv, and you know what I do. I promote people's campaigns. If I start reading the PDFs that people sent me, because I'm sitting in this chair and that's where
nothing gets done,
I'm not going to get your work done, bro. But when I'm sitting back there and I don't have no work to do, that's where I read my comics. Do you see what I'm saying? Once I sit here, it's a distraction. I got work to do. Everything else comes first. I don't get to read very many of them PDFs unless I specifically make a point of reading one right before I have a guest out, you know, or something like that. And even then, sometimes I forget that guy sent it to me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as a fan, the only way I'm going to know and remember is if I can pick it up, man. I mean, really.
It's also a matter of personal preference because even though while on Webtoons there is a possibility of growing a fan base, it's also often enough a completely different audience from people who read comics digitally. And my comic is not a Webtoons original because it's indie material and it's not purchased by Webtoons, so it's still entirely mine, and I can do whatever I want with it.
And so, audience that's stuck in their phone.
Exactly, and so being able to publish
audience that's stuck in their phone, and that's where they're getting all their information, all their entertainment, all their info. So I totally get it. I'm just the old guy that when I live out in the boonies and the power goes out. And when the power goes out, what I do is I light some candles or turn on the lantern or whatever, and I read all the comics that I haven't got to read yet.
Yeah, you know? It's also a big matter of completely different audiences. Like we saw, the teenagers and the children who read Webtoons because it's easy to read, scroll format on your phone, and it's comfortable to read. but also the community that likes, as you said, that likes physical comics, that also likes to support indie comics, is a different audience. So so in this case, it's best of both worlds, I suppose.
They can overflow, but that doesn't mean that you're getting exactly the same people.
Exactly.
And that's why I encourage people to come here and talk about their webtoons as well, because this is about promotion. It is like about making sure whatever you're doing is getting seen, and that doesn't matter if it's another podcast or what. I mean, the whole point of the madness is exposure for everybody. So, by all means, whatever you got going on, that's what we want to see.
So I got a quick question for Nina. Are you going to go for a flexible goal, or are you going to do a fixed goal?
You are talking with words that I am sure are words, and I am going to pretend I understand. But if I understood correctly, it should be a flexible goal, because also it's the first time I'm doing a big crowdfunding like this, so I don't really want to risk getting this close to the goal and then not being able to do anything because I won't have been able to reach the goal. Yes. So I'm going to go with a flexible goal. I'm starting with a relatively small goal, around 800 euros, because it is the first time I'm doing a big crowdfunding like this. I should be able to get there, no problem. I have been promoting like crazy on all the
like Facebooks, you should be,
the Twitters, the Reddits, the Discords, the YouTubes. I'm doing everything I can, so I should be able to get there. But if I don't, it's not like I'm going to not do anything. I'm going to print the amount of copies that I can with what I received, and with anything left over, I'm going to try to print Italian copies to sell at cons here in Italy. Cool. So that is also like one of the main goals of the campaign. So like print orders in the English copy, and then with whatever I have left, print Italian copies for conventions whenever they start again. hopefully soon enough.
Same. So guys, just like mine, it's a guaranteed publication. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Also,
it's done. Send her some money so she can print your copies, and she'll get them out to you.
Which reminds me, like Mike with Life on Korra 4, I have a meeting actually after my panel with Critical Blast Logistics to discuss shipping to the US. So currently, on my preview page that is not public yet for the crowdfunding, for the US, I have about 17 euros of shipping, but with Critical Blast help, I might be able to bring it down much lower for the folks in the US. So fingers crossed.
There you go.
Blast is out there trying to help people overseas get their stuff here cheaper than the damn post office will do it for us.
Yes,
Someone's out there thinking about you guys. If you guys are interested in making overseas shipping more affordable, get with our boys over there at Critical Blast and get, talk to RJ, man. That's what he's trying to do. Look, every time one of these things pops up where somebody's trying to do something big to help the whole community, I'm always behind it. That doesn't mean it always works. That doesn't mean there's people that don't like it or whatever, but I'm always behind anything that's going to benefit my friends in the madness.
Yeah. And look, guys, RJ is doing this for, maybe a couple of bucks. And it doesn't matter if you've got 20 books or you've got 50 or 100 or 200. This is just a way to make sure that you get more backers, because let's be honest, shipping is about 40 to 60% of why people will drop your campaign. They will look at the comic. They're gonna like what they see. They're gonna click the little pledge this level, and then they're gonna believe, holy fucking shit, the comic itself, the shipping is 2.5 times the comic, because it is. And we don't like it. You don't like it. we would rather get those comics in your hands for free, you know, with free from shipping, but like we really can't do much about it. And seeing people like RJ taking the initiative like this,
yes. Look, he saw a problem and he said, "Look, I'm gonna try and figure out a way to try to fix this."
Yeah. Just
like a year ago when Emerald City went down and I saw a problem and I said, "I'm gonna try and figure out a way to help my friends." Okay. None of this is ever driven. None of these big ideas are driven by how much money I'm going to make. The ones that think that way are the ones that fail. Okay. This is about how many people can I help? And if people understand it for what it is, more people get on board, more people try to help more people. And eventually we have a great thing going on.
Yeah.
It's really simple, y'all. I'm thinking about talking to RJ about a couple other things after this con's over, and hopefully he'll be to it. It's hard to say some words in the morning.
When do you plan on launching, Nina? That's also
okay. First, Marv, yes, I am shipping from Italy because I saw he asked in the comments. I am shipping from Italy. And shipping in the European Union should be about 10 or so euros. So because it's this big and it's less than a kilo, so it should be around 10 euros. If the website of the National Postal Service does not lie, launch date, it should be, if all goes well, in maybe 2 or so weeks, maybe a little bit earlier. So
keep an eye out.
So my goal initially is to launch at least when I've gotten 50 people signed up for the mailing list. So if you're interested, please sign up for the mailing list. And as I said before, free bookmark for everyone who signs up for the mailing list and gets a physical copy. Was there anything else? Yes. So
I got something else. If you want to help somebody back people's books, throw some money at me.
Yes. There is a PayPal me down in the description all the way at the bottom, and it's not even a link. Pops just screwed up.
Every cent that somebody donates to me will either go toward upgrading my show or backing people's projects. Every cent of it. I ain't gonna play golf, buy golf balls, none of that stuff. It's all gonna go back into what we're doing here. Every bit of it. So if you want to help me out and help them out at the same time, kick me a little money, because that's what I do. I look for stuff that I can back. If you're on Kickstarter, I can back you. Indiegogo won't take my damn card. I don't know why. I have to get another card that works for Indiegogo so I can go that way too. But you know what I'm saying? It's like,
it'll come around.
There's a guy coming out after you that I really want to back. I had to go see how much money I got.
Oh, Marv, actually, I have already gotten in touch with Indie Vault, and I am doing a show with them on Monday.
Sweet.
There we go.
Look, that's another of our longtime friends, and those guys have been behind us since day one. They've supported what I've been trying to do from the beginning. They've let me I hit them up. Yo, can I bring somebody out on the show? Sure, come on out. I brought Mike Barron out there. I brought, a whole bunch of people out to Indie Bolt, and they brought a whole bunch of people to us. It's a very I help you, you help me relationship. I love those guys, man. They're good people.
Yes, they're awesome.
The whole industry.
The Sunday Funnies at Sunday morning in American time is one of the most hilarious and fun shows that I've been on and that I like to watch.
Yeah,
for like 100%. They are awesome. Their podcasts get on average 10,000 people listening on their online radio.
Indie Vault Radio can have huge numbers. They're getting close to sometimes having 100,000 people listening. 100,000 people listening. Now, the reason I say bring this up is listening. You guys know it's a radio show and a podcast.
Yes.
The radio show has a much larger reach. And when you're making videos for your campaigns and you go out on IndieVolt, if you have voiceovers in your campaigns or stuff, so when they play the video, the people listening have some idea what's going on, always have a voiceover in your videos or some narration or character speaking.
If you don't fucking show the video, guys. Don't worry about it. Tell more about it.
It's like, some people are going to see the video, don't get me wrong, but the main audience is radio, and cater to that audience when you go to that show. Make sure your video has something that the audience can hear.
Yes.
That's the best advice I can give anybody going out on IndieVolt. We've had great success with some of the people we've gone out there sharing campaigns.
I have.
So,
Pops, since we have a few minutes left, do you mind sharing my screen one more time so I can show the preview of the page?
Oh,
okay,
yes.
so this is the preview of the Indiegogo page, just so I can show some of the perks. So since the comic is already free to read on Webtoons, instead of a digital copy, what's the word? Digital copy perk, I put €5 for tip, 25 euros for one copy. And keep in mind, it's more than 220 pages, probably closer to 230 for 25 euros. 30 euros. Yeah.
There's 48-page graphic novels that go for the same price, guys.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
You're getting a lot more for your buck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Then 30 euros for a signed copy of the first volume and a signed print. But if I like you, I might sign it anyways. 45 euros for 2 copies of the first volume and 55 euros for a copy of the first volume, as well as either an A5 watercolor commission. So A5 for the Americans is about this big.
Yay big.
So, yay big. So this big. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. This big. So either an A5 watercolor commission or whatever the heck size you want digital commission. So this is the cover of the book. So this is the finalized cover. And here I have some examples of what the Webtoon format looks like next to what the printed version is going to look like. So in the Webtoons vertical scroll format is like this. In the printed version, it's like this. And so some pages are going to be a little bit wider and not as close together as most traditional comics will be because of how it was initially structured. But even though it works in a vertical format, whenever I do the storyboards of the comic, I always do it on the traditional page format, so that when I transfer it, it should be much easier to handle and deal with. Yeah, I don't think I have much else to say that I haven't already said.
Well, there you go.
Thank you for sharing.
Well, there you go. Nina, Mike, it was awesome having you out. As always, continue to share your projects in the madness, and we'll make sure that we share them out everywhere else.
Love you, Pops.
Thanks,
You're the
man.
best.
Thanks, man. It was really helpful. Thank you so much.
Now, you guys, it's pretty late over there. You better go have dinner.
I actually have pizza coming in like 3 minutes. So
ooh, lucky. I'm going to heat up some chili that I made earlier. Works still.
Yum.
Take it easy, lovelies. Thanks for having us on.
Thank you,
Have
Pops.
a good night. Peace.
Yes, you too. I'll be around in the chat.
All right. Our next guest is a longtime member of the Madness. He was one of the first 50 people to join the group way back in October of 2019. And this is going to be the first time that I've ever really gotten to talk to him. So I'm kind of excited about this. I want you all to welcome Monte Michael Moore to the Madness.
Thanks, Pops. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Man, this is long overdue, my friend. I've been following your work for so long. I mean, Arizona Art Expo, before I ever even left Arizona. I've known about you for a long time. So
yeah, I've been in the business almost 30 years.
Yes. Like I said, it's like I want you to go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody, and then We're going to talk about Blood and Bullets. We're going to talk about this thing hanging on my wall right here. We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. But yeah.
Sure. Well, I'm Monte Michael Moore. I started in the industry in 1993 with a self-published comic that was called Lords that I was the colorist for. And then I moved on to doing a lot of freelance work since then in both gaming and comics. So I've been fortunate enough to work on everything from Dungeons and Dragons and Harry Potter to Lord of the Rings, Magic the Gathering, as well as comic book covers for everything from Vampirella, Image, known for since 2014, very proud to be part of the Coffin Comics and Lady Death family. Done probably over 50 or 60 covers for their various titles, including Hell Witch and La Muerta, and done a lot of projects for them. And then,
are you ready?
What's that?
I said, I'm going to get you right now. Are you ready?
Yeah, I don't have it within reach. Sorry.
Oh, no! I'm telling Brian.
It's here in the studio, but not within reach.
Hey, they're going to try to get me later. I made sure mine was on my desk.
Oh, well, you're smart. You're smarter than I was. Then last year during the beginning of COVID, I launched my very first comics Kickstarter. I'd already done 4 or 5 Kickstarters. I did my first one back in 2013. So I'm not a newbie to the game. And both Blood and Bullets and Loco Hero were written as screenplays. Some as far back as 2010 and 2011 is when Blood and Bullets was written. And then both of those comics projects started back in 2015 and 16. So I'm a believer in making sure the product is high quality and you have the right people on the project. Everybody's reliable, they're professional, and they're turning in the kind of quality work that I would want associated with my name and my brand, because it's important to me. And so I'm very proud of the team that's been brought together of the various artists, colorists, editors, folks who are helping me out along the way, like Kevin Gouliet and Richard Boom over in the Netherlands have helped me find artist talent. For Blood and Bullets, Silvano Beltramo is the first time I've worked with him, and he's a rock star artist, just amazing. He started on Blood and Bullets at Christmas. And not only is he already been done with issue 1 for 2 months, he's worked on other projects and he's already on issue 2, and he's already 3/4 of the way finished with issue 2, which in Blood and Bullets finishes the first arc. So he's literally on, the final gunfight in issue 2 already. So this thing is humming right along.
Well, I was just looking, and I'm gonna pull it up here in a second. But I was just looking. I don't want to dox myself on that order, so I got to do that before I pull up your campaign, okay? But I'm looking at the tier that's $19, the straight regular edition, the basic. And then there's a $24 right below that. That's the Rockstar edition. What's the difference? Why should I spend the extra $5? I'm a poor guy. Talk to me.
So those are the variant covers, and those are covers done other than what I call my art core team, which includes me. So the standard edition, the same book inside, but as you know, one of the things that drives our industry today is variant covers from your favorite artists. And so the standard edition is still your 48-page graphic novel written and created by me. And it has, there's cover options that you can get that include my art, some that's just drawn by me, some that I then had colored, as well as the same art from my interior art core team of Sean and Silvano. And so they have a cover that features their art as well.
Okay,
but for those
people, pull it up. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. I can order afterwards. We'll go ahead and talk about it while you're talking about these people. We'll go ahead and make sure that people see what you're talking about. So,
so if you scroll down in the campaign on the keep going in that section on the left.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yep. So, this shows development of the characters. So keep going down. And here in short order, there's an example of, what the art pages look like before being colored. That's Silvano's work. Now you're getting to
You
the
got SK. You got SK as letter. That's good. Remember
yes,
Madden?
yep. There's
Love
another
his
one
work
that Kevin brought on board, and he really brought the project up to speed quickly. So here you have example of the standard edition covers, and you can see two of mine at the top. I call this one Big Irons, and there's some people like my pure black and whites, and I also offered in color. And then down below on the lower left, you'll see a painted version for me has the mouth and Mary with her guns. So that was the very first piece of promo art that I did back when this script was optioned over 10 years ago by a producer in Hollywood who's optioned it 3 times. Then you have Silvano and Sean's on the right with the montage of all their different art. And then another character in the story is Maricopa or Pima Indian. Her name, American Indian, her name is Blackbird. And you can see again, both the black and white and the colored version. And so those are all standard color covers. So somebody can pledge that tier. And at the end of the campaign, there'll be a survey and they can select which cover. Now they can also go and add on other covers that they want a la carte. You can get a Rockstar variant or some of the other options that we offer as what we call add-ons. So here you have covers. These are some of the Rockstar. Yep.
Okay.
And so here you have covers by Marat Michaels, Jason Metcalf, and Stephen Scott. All did great versions and variants for me. And then I'm also waiting on 2 new pieces of cover art from Sabine Rich and Mark Huizinga. And so hopefully those will be a mid-campaign influx. They've already turned in sketches and they're working on those now.
See, that's going to be a problem for me because now I'm going to have to still be going, oh, do I want Sabine's or do I want Monte's? What's it going to be?
No, that's true. And you can change your pledge anytime during the campaign. So you can always pledge now. And if you want to change your pledge to a variant cover, you certainly can, or you can add that as an add-on later on.
Obviously, it starts with your cover. Okay, now if somebody else drops something out there that I just go, wow, then I might have to go, I might have to get that one. Yeah. So far, you're still in the lead, but I need to see what Sabine does.
Right. Yep. And when people pledge those tiers too, they also get a digital version of the book. So those collectors who want to keep things pristine or have things graded or even get a remark, they can do things like that. And we have a remark edition that we've added where I come into where the little wanted poster is and I draw. I think it's maybe farther down in the setup. Those are some of the choices there. That's an example of the linen covers.
Nice.
Okay, so maybe I need to add the remark piece in there. So here's some of the stretch goals. So anybody who backs a physical tier, if you go back down a little bit. Yep. A little bit more. Down.
Down. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So here's an example. Anybody who gets a physically shipping reward tier already gets a bookmark, a mini print, a magnet. You get some of the cool covers that maybe you're not getting in other things. And then we've already unlocked the poker chip and the metal playing card, Ace of Hearts. So I'm going to have art on there. Then we're having a custom patch made that I drew this last week. That's kind of signifies Blackbird. You can put it on your backpack that you take to cons. Then we have a Dragoon Saloon sticker. It says "Get a shot and a bite." And then this last week we just unlocked the 3-card Monte trading cards. So I'm going to do now 3 new pieces of art that I just started yesterday, and the 3 main characters that are all female characters will be on each of those trading cards.
Yeah, I want all that stuff, y'all.
And you'll get it.
I want the pin for my curtain over here, and I want the trading cards just because that's one of the things of the stretch goals that I kind of like, people putting cards out that have like stats on them or tarot cards, stuff like that. Those I kind of like those. Those are unique.
Mm-hmm.
The wooden nickels, the wooden nickels and the challenge coins are always fun. And,
right. Yeah.
who knows what Monte's got planned for a mystery? Because you always get more.
Right, absolutely. I think in our last campaign, because we hit 50,000, we had somewhere between 7 and 11 reward items in there. Because almost every 5,000 all the way up to 50, you got a new piece of swag.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
and the
you had
reason
fun, Monte? I know you had fun with Loco Hero. Does the grind get to you like it did when you very first started doing Kickstarters way back in 2013?
it's quite a bit different. The previous Kickstarters I've done three other Kickstarters for art books and one for kind of an art portfolio. Mm-hmm. And honestly, you get a lot more traction and more interaction with comics. And so I see that as more of a focal point for me moving forward. And that, these stories, which I've been writing these stories for screenplays and just not knowing if I was going to do them as comics or what for 15 years now. And so I have a folder over on my computer that literally has probably 30 folders in it. Some of them are just notes. Like I might be laying in bed at night and think, oh my God, okay, there's a sister and there's a horror and she's trapped in a house. And then something else might be a sci-fi idea. And I just write down the ideas, and some are more fleshed out than others. But I have written 11 complete screenplays, and I've been paid to write a couple of, as a ghostwriter, I've written screenplays for producers and things. But when back to your question on Kickstarters, it is a bit of a grind. Once you launch it, and especially when you get into that middle 2 weeks, like your first week is like, woohoo, we're out of the gate. And then that middle 2 weeks that we're in right now is a real slugfest. You might go a day or two without getting any backers, and then that's, really frustrating, and you're trying to build up interaction. But a lot of your customers that you can rely on, who are your longtime fans, they maybe have already pledged. So you can't count on them anymore. So I also get equally excited when I see new backers and I say, oh, I don't recognize that name. And that gets me really excited, because you hope that you're introducing your work to them, because maybe they've never read or seen your art before, which, on the one hand, it surprises me because I've been around in the industry a long time. But on the other hand, it's exciting because they may be new to the business, or I might have just been working in a part that wasn't them. If they only collect Marvel, they might not know much of my work.
Right. And it's like, obviously I saw you first probably in the Collector's Corner.
Mm-hmm.
As far as actually promoting out online, I knew who you were because I lived in Phoenix. I'd seen you before.
Mm-hmm.
I knew who you were, but that was like the first time I seen you out here online promoting, and that was when I was just coming out and going, look what I got, everybody. I wasn't doing what I do now. I was just a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I think I signed up for your newsletter and like won the signed print that's on the wall right here, the Reaper. I think I like within the first couple of weeks of joining your newsletter, I got that, and I was like, oh, fan for life. I mean, hey, like I said, there's not a lot of people in the industry that I knew of before I started doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And you're one of them people. Brian was one of them people. There were a few people that I've got to actually interact with doing this that I knew of before. Most of these people are people I've met since I started doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great, man. And I love bouncing your fan base off somebody else's fan base. And them, those guys like that were here earlier, their fans still here watching you and being exposed to what you're doing. Maybe didn't know who you were before. That's what this is all about, expanding everybody's fan base. And I just totally appreciate that you took the time to come out and give us a little credibility and bring your fan base to what we're doing and maybe pick up some new people, man.
Well, one of the things that I love about the indie side of the industry, which a lot of that have been exposed to through Coffin Comics, is the loyalty of the fans, as opposed to saying, oh, well, we're the fringe, we're over here on the side or on the bottom. And it's really, we've seen a big change. We've seen a lot of the big companies go through troubles, and we've seen the indie market expand. And now, a first-time writer or a lesser-known artist they get a lot more opportunities today than when I started. And when you started 30 years ago, you were mailing samples. There was no internet there. You had to wait for the 1 or 2 conventions. Like you went to San Diego every year. I've been to San Diego for 28 years in a row. And that was your one big push. And the rest of the time you tried to get stuff ready for that. But now, every major and even minor city in the country has Comic Cons of some kind, indie small events, vendor tables, things like that. Heck, I even used to run and own a show in Denver, and I held 14 physical events over 7 years. And, we never had big publishers there. We had 1 or 2 guest artists. We had some great artists like Joe Jusko and Dave Dorman, Bernie Wrightson. But these were, small indie type of gatherings, and they were vendors selling, gold and silver age, new publishers that were local. They'd come out and, I've got a new comic, this was the only way to promote it. There wasn't visual podcasts and meeting rooms and where you could come on physically and hold up a piece of art and go, look what I made. So it's a brave new world. And on the one hand, you got to work hard to separate yourself because there's so much. There's just a glut of content. And, it like any industry, there's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly. And, there's room for everybody because everybody has there's different tastes of what people want. Somebody might be after horror. Somebody might be after pure pinup cheesecake. And somebody might be after superhero, right? And there's all this different content. And there's something for everybody.
I say that all the time. I try to tell people all the time, art is subjective. Somebody might love what you do and not like what the next guy does, and then vice versa. Love something else that they do and not like something you did.
Oh, I have people. Yeah. I have people who hate my artwork. And that's the thing is the internet also gives voice to, plenty of people who are just rude and, kind of idiots. And you have to have pretty thick skin. And so I see people who get torn down. And when somebody tries to tear me down, for the most part, best thing to do is just ignore them, delete their comments, move on. I'm not going to get in a flame war with somebody.
It's like it's kind of different for me in one sense because I'm representing a whole bunch of people. And when somebody tries to tarnish my personal image, it's like that affects everybody.
Yeah. And it's hard as an artist because when people tear down your stuff as an artist, it's a personal attack. And I can remember a professional artist, this was 10, 20 years ago, on his personal page, for some reason, he singled me out for attack. And he's like, how is this guy a professional artist? And I was like, well, why the animosity towards me? Are you jealous? And I don't even think he's working in the industry anymore. But, it is what it is. But I love the indie comics industry because you can see everybody lift each other up. So Marat Michael's campaign ended last week, and he reached out to a bunch of artists who, had all provided art and said, hey, man, can you throw out a little love for me? And he had a tremendous boost right at the end because he's got, 5, 10 artists who have pretty big fan bases all saying, hey, if you haven't checked it out, why don't you check out his campaign? And then the cool part is when I need a favor or anybody else, they can say, hey, can you do the same for me? Yeah, let's do this. And
this is what I try to do. That's exactly what CRoM Con is. It's a way for everybody to help bring everybody together in one place and bounce your fan bases off each other, expand your fan bases, show off your stuff, and everybody have a good time.
Yeah,
that's all I ever try to do, man.
Yep. Yeah, and it's great to see so many different Kickstarters out there. Again, it can, as a creator, when you go to Kickstarter and you look at the amount of projects on there, you're like, oh my God, it's daunting because there's so much cool stuff out there. And
you choose something when you're on a budget and you're trying to pick and choose which one you're going to back out of the 30 that are awesome looking, it gets a little rough.
Yeah, and I bet if you were to go to Kickstarter, I don't know if you just scroll to the top, if you go to comics or you go to graphic novels, and it tells you how much is going. If you just go up to the search, maybe Discover, hit that Discover one over on the left. It just went away.
It went away when I hit that. Okay.
So hit that discover and then maybe click on like go to comics and illustration down there. Nope, you just passed it.
Okay. 244 projects.
Yeah. And you know, now, yeah, 18,000 is what you're competing against total.
Ooh, stoner kung fu comic. See, now
You
you
know-
don't get me doing that.
Yeah, I know, but you know, it shows you the amount of cool content out there, and it shows you as a creator, you know, what you're up against, right? Because there's only so much, you know, that backers can do. They can't be like, well, I can't give $20 to everybody.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's like that. I go there for 1 minute, for 1 second, and click on the thing that you said to click on, and right away I saw something else
That seems neat.
that I could possibly want to buy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't need that budget. I'd never look at that list.
You know, I'm not a producer who doesn't support other people's. And if somebody looks at my profile, it'll say that, you know, I've created 7 or 8 campaigns, but I've backed 74. Right. So, and they're not all comics kind of stuff. But I have shelves and shelves full of comics and books. But I love Kickstarter, and I've been a fan and a backer. And when I find things I like that are gadgets and whatnot, you know, who knows what it is? It could be a, you know, heated blanket for my car that plugs into the cigarette lighter that, you know, who knows what makes popcorn. You know, I'm like, oh, that's neat. I got to have that.
I got my co-host lurking in the backstage. I don't know why he's hiding back there, but you can come out and say hi to Monte, Phil.
Okay. I didn't want to butt in, man. I know you have your thing going. I just got back from the other stream, so hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Moore. I enjoy your work.
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it.
I'm sure Phil has questions because he's industry. Like I said, I'm just a fan, and I run out of the basic questions really fast because I'm not, you know, intricate in the forms of art and all the stuff you guys can talk about. So, Phil, if you got any questions for Monte, you got the floor, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. From my perspective, what is a good way for someone that's working as a colorist to work up into the ranks into some of the bigger publishers?
So honestly, social media is still your best bet. So I have found 2 or 3 colorists that I am now hired and working with on a regular basis through simple Facebook groups. One of them is called Comic Book Colorists for Hire, right? And I go there on a pseudo regular basis, and there's a lot of great colorists that I would never be exposed to. They're in other countries. If you're familiar with the industry, you see a lot of really skilled artists come out of Brazil, the Philippines.
Yeah.
You know, and on the one hand, they have very affordable rates, but our money also goes a long way where they live. So by supporting those artists, you're also helping them. But on the other hand, you also have to be aware that the entire industry as a whole. So in other words, this is almost at a tangent, but digital illustration has brought down what artists just in general get paid by the hour, because an American wage is very different than an overseas wage.
Right, yeah.
Right now, 10, 15 years ago, to hire an illustrator is $150 an hour. Pretty easy, even to do graphic design, it was back then. Now, because it's a global economy, right, you have to take what other people make in other countries, and you have, you know, places like Fiverr where people will be like, I'll design a logo for, you know, $30 for you, and you're like, okay, here in the US you can't do that.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I was gonna say. How to compete with that is what I've ran into, you know, also, you know, I mean, I know you do good work, but how to compete with some of those rates is
Well, I'll be honest, there's sometimes when people have done a great job for me and they'll say, you know, here's the rate and that sort of thing. And I said, okay, well, going forward, we're going to bump your rate up. And they're like, wow, really? Like nobody ever offers to do that. And I said, I'm an illustrator. I know the value of art. Yeah. Doesn't mean I can afford to pay, like a lot of people starting out, pay even more than that and be like, I'd love to pay $100 an hour, but I can't afford to do that.
Right.
But you try to find that happy medium of paying exactly what their rates are. I don't negotiate, usually down with people. I say, what sounds like a fair rate to you? And then if you can do something with a Kickstarter where you can say, hey, if this Kickstarter does great, then there's going to be more projects and you're my guy or my gal. And so, right now I'm starting up a new anthology series called The Midnight Cafe. And my goal is to have 4 or 5 art teams working for me at once so that I can be working on issues 1 and 2 simultaneously. And I can put more artists like myself to work. So it's like I get paid by somebody. I take that money, I put it right back in the industry, with artists who I enjoy. And then it puts me into the publisher role, but I still get to do the art. I still get to not all the interior art, but I get to draw and design characters. I get to do posters and promo art and, be a creative director over the whole arc. But back to your question, social media is definitely the best way. Not all artists do their own separate website. I personally believe when you reach a certain level, you should have your own separate website that's just about you, not just a page. Richard has seen some of the Midnight Cafe scripts. He's helping me find art talent for that project, and he's read a lot of the ideas that we're bringing forth to that.
Blood and bullets.
Well, cool.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and I try to do that. That's the way I found to work with it is see what they ask a rate. It's like, well, let me see what you got going. What's your budget? And I'm negotiable. We can work something out to figure out what'll work for both of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the global market, you just have to adapt. There's good and bad. We're all sort of competing for fans and money and shared talent. I mean, I've reached out, even though I'm sort of well known in the industry, I've reached out to plenty of people that I like their art, and I either can't afford them or they're unavailable because they're just on other projects and people have snatched them up. And I'm like, hey man, when you become available, let me know because I love your work. And I personally don't do sequential work. I've done a couple of projects. It's not my forte. I'd rather be an artist and a illustrator and a cover artist. And I do fine art and Western art on the side. And so I've got enough irons in the fire. I don't want to illustrate 4 graphic novels a year, but I could hire other people too.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I can say that I'm honored to have just backed Blood and Bullets.
Right on. Thank you.
I should rephrase that. The Madness backed Blood and Bullets.
Well, we appreciate all you guys do for the indie comics community, for fans, for artists, for publishers. If everybody helps each other out and we, it's...
Come here and say hi to Monte. Come here.
Oh, I'm jealous now.
This is the little one. This is Rocky. He's the one that talks.
Okay.
He always comes and says hi during the stream at some point, every time.
There you go. Yeah, and just before we sign off too, folks can see the banner there for Inked Marketing. I have been working with Kevin at NSC Live TV for over a year now and has helped quite a bit along the way with reminders, and he helps create graphics and, arranges podcasts and things like that. So I can tell you I'm a fan and I'm a client of their services. That's unsolicited. Hey, he's out there. And I will say that artists in general, we suck at promotion. We suck at business. There's a lot more failed artists than there are successful ones. And that's why it's the only industry or thing that people do for a living where you hear the word starving in front of it. Oh, I'm a starving artist. I'm a failed artist, right? Because artists in general, we want to be creative. We want to be making stuff, and doing business is not something that comes easily to fewer artists. There's a lot less Todd McFarlanes and Jim Lees in the world than there are the countless unnamed artists that you'll never hear from because they didn't make it, or they gave up, or they didn't have the backing behind it. So Richard says Kevin is a solid guy, and also a shout out to Richard Boom as well. Like I said, helped bring a lot of my artistic talent on board. as well. So thank you to Mr. Boom Studios. He's the man.
Yeah. Kevin is a great guy. He's great to work with.
Monte.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Definitely artists. I've adapted over to that. It's like you have to wear many hats, man.
Mm-hmm.
I got to thank you so much, Monte, for coming out for the first time.
You're welcome.
It took a year to get you out, but
hey, I'm a busy guy.
The invite is always open, man. The invite's
Well, thank you
always
guys.
open.
Yep. Have a great weekend. Thanks for putting this on. Hope you have a great one.
It was very nice to meet
go
you.
Check out Blood and Bullets.
We appreciate your support.
You know.
Thank you.
Hey, anything
Expect more.
anything I can do for you guys, you let me know.
Appreciate it, Pops. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
All right. You have
All
a
right.
good day, sir.
Peace out.
Woo.
Peace.
All right. That's awesome. Thanks, Monte. Seriously. I love
That was really cool.
Hell yeah.
I wish I could have got over sooner, man.
It's just always like that, man. It's like I get lucky and I get to meet all these awesome people, and that's why I love doing this, man. You know, we have a great time. We get to help people and we have fun. You know, where are you going, Marv?
Marv.
Our next guest is a fixture in CRoM Con. Somebody that's here all the time.
Who's that? Who you got?
I need to take a little break. Phil, you got this one for a minute, right? Give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Oh, sure.
We have voice actor extraordinaire, comic
Muted
writer,
mic extraordinaire,
all
Frank.
this other stuff, podcaster, animator. He's muted though. He's not real good with tech, but he's all this other stuff.
There you go.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Frank, I'll be right back, man. How you doing? It's good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too, man.
I will be right back. You guys go ahead and talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, talk amongst yourselves. You know, I pick a topic. Like that Saturday Night Live thing.
I am 3 subscribers from 300 on YouTube.
Oh, awesome.
If y'all watching are not subscribed to the Pops, Comic Talk with Pops, please go put me over that plateau so I can shut up for a while. I appreciate it.
I'm trying to help you. You can't see this, but right behind me is my TikTok audience. I'm actually broadcasting live right now on my audience on TikTok. Hey guys, how you doing? Look,
all right, where's your TikTok dance?
I don't do a TikTok dance. I do TikTok cartoon reviews. I did a movie review today of Mortal Kombat on HBO Max.
Oh, how was it?
To me, I loved all the references from the video game, but it was lacking a couple of things. It's like Mortal Kombat is supposed to be this great tournament. There was no tournament. So I think they're going to set that one up for the next movie. But it's like I was kind of disappointed there was no tournament, It's like that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out. Did you get a chance to check out Godzilla and Kong?
Oh, yeah. I checked out that. Matter of fact, that was awesome. I loved that.
I thought so, yeah.
I mean, you go into it thinking it's kind of tongue-in-cheek. There's like a monster. There's a Godzilla. There's a King Kong. And you really care about the people. You just want to see the two monsters fight, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what everybody's been waiting for. That first one, it's like, this is Godzilla. Where's Godzilla?
Where's Godzilla at? Exactly.
Yeah, I thought it was a fun ride, man. It was definitely a fun movie, man.
Yeah, and the thing about Mortal Kombat is there's some new character, and it's kind of okay. You could have picked from all the other people in the Mortal Kombat world, but you introduce a new one. And it's not really. Am I supposed to care about this person? Because it doesn't really, I didn't really get attached to that character. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was in like the new run of the game. I never got a chance to check out the new game, and they're loaded with.
No problem, Pops. I played a lot of the games in the '90s.
Yeah.
You got twins there, bud. You're everywhere. So right now, in case you didn't know, I was telling my audience on TikTok that I'm live right now on the YouTube channel, which is Comic Talk with Pops Van Zam. So I thought it'd be kind of weird or cool to have people go there watch me, and then it's like, oh, he's also on TikTok. So they go on TikTok and they see me behind me. It's like a mirror reflection.
Hey, the one time where it's cool to cross the streams, man.
Exactly.
So hey, we didn't get a chance. Tell everybody a little bit about you and what you got going on, man.
Well, I am Frank James Bailey. I am a voice actor, but I'm also a comic book writer. I started writing the superhero the superhero Turkana when I think probably like 2014, 2015. That's when it kind of all started, because my daughter at the time, when the whole thing started, she was 7 years old, and she said, Daddy, I don't like princesses anymore. I like superheroes. And that's where the seed of the idea came from. So I started off.
You beamed with joy.
Yeah, because I've always loved superheroes. Yeah, exactly. And it started off as 3 illustrated novels, like novels with a lot of color pictures. And I like that format. I like that book novel format with color pictures. But honestly, it wasn't selling as much as I wanted to. So I thought, okay, I'll give comic books a try. And then I gave comic books a try. And I think in 2019, when I put out my first comic, which was Who's Thea Baymont, the comics outsold the books like 10-1. So the comics, obviously, people like the comics better. So I've been going with the comics ever since. And my newest comic is, and as a matter of fact, I'm actually going to share the screen here if I can.
All right.
See it.
Yeah, I was going to tell you.
Is
got
that
anything to share, man? We'll pull it up.
Hang on here. Boop, boop. Share right there. Okay. Share screen. Give me a second here. Put this over here. I should have had this thing ready. Boom. Share.
There we go. Cool.
That is the cover to the newest comic called Fighting Blind. I think if you remember back in like September of last year, I had one comic called Burmese. Burmese is this big, tall, black guy. He has a snake around his neck. He can mind control people. He mind controlled Turkana's friend, Brittany. Well, in this book, we find out, hey, you can only get through your eyes, so she puts on a blindfold. But if she's blindfolded, how can she fight? That's where you see this girl in the corner here. Her name is Maya Rose, and they've been friends forever. And then in this book, they find out, oh, wait, Maya has powers? When she meditates and kind of closes her eyes and meditates, she can kind of see everything and get into people's heads. She can't make you do anything. She can't mind control, but she can kind of okay, look to your left. No. There's somebody coming here backwards, because she can see everything when she meditates. So she kind of grounded to the ground, and she's kind of helping Brittany fight as Turkana is doing her fighting thing too.
Oh, kind of like a Abe's Odyssey kind of thing.
Yeah, there you go. How many viewers? Well, the funny thing, my wife is actually watching me right now on TikTok in the back of me.
Awesome.
Hi! She said it looks cool.
Hey,
so yeah, it's interesting to see, like I said, a double streaming thing going here. So
yeah, I don't know. That'd make my head. I multiple screens while doing all this is like my head.
Well, to me, it's not. See, I didn't point this camera here toward that camera behind me. So if you're watching me on TikTok, all you see is the screen, the monitor in front of me, and you see like a microphone. So you're watching it from the back of me. So, but you were watching it from the front of me. So let me move the camera just a little bit here, and I'll show you. Ooh, see, there it is, right there.
Oh yeah.
So I put that screen there. So now I hope I get this. I had the thing perfect. There we go. Hope it doesn't fall. But yeah, my phone is right behind me. So there we go. Okay, and my phone is right behind me. It's actually broadcasting live, so somebody's watching me as I'm doing this live, and I'm talking to you about Turkana comic book number 4, Fighting Blind. It's available on Turkana.com. Yeah, in fact, you're putting the link up right there. I think that's how you can buy it. Yeah, simple thing is just to go to Turkana.com and then look out for that cover, and you click on that cover. Because I do have
easy way.
That's the easy way, yeah.
It's you didn't have to go with some long domain name.
Well, no, I think that's the domain name there. Where if you actually go with that domain name, you can actually buy it. That's where you buy it at.
Right.
That's the link to buy it at. But see, the simplest thing to do is just to go to Turkana.com and then click on the picture of the cover. It'll take you to a sample page, and on that sample page right below it says, "Oh, hey, you can buy it right here." So
Heck yeah, man. So everybody jump on it. You know where.
I had I think a couple of people buy the pre-order sale, but so far I've gotten more people buying the one comic because my pre-order was a little something different. My pre-order was, hey, buy the first 3 comics, get the new one free. So it tried to introduce to some people, hey, you know, but see that deal's over now. Now it's just, hey, if you want to buy the 4th comic, there it is.
Right.
Yeah, so that deal ended on my birthday, which was last week.
Oh, well, happy belated.
Well, thank y'all. I'm in my 50s, but I still feel energetic and, you know, doing what I love, so.
50 going on 20.
I'd say more like 50 going on 35 or 40, but still.
Okay, yeah.
I still have a good amount of energy for the thing is, it's like I get tired. My body knows I'm getting older, so I do what I can. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I hear you. I hear you, man. I'm no spring chicken.
Yeah, my son loves to play ball outside. Matter of fact, it's funny. The live broadcast that I do here, sometimes in the evening, like about 8, 9 o'clock, when I get home from my part-time job, hey, can we go live? So my son wants to go live on TikTok. Just to talk to people, say hi. Oh, look, there's somebody there. And then he helped me promote my books on TikTok.
Nice. That's cool.
But the thing about TikTok is very interesting because just like this live broadcast, I'm sure Pops can tell you exactly how many people are watching right now. I don't know if can you tell the same thing or no?
We got it looks around 10.
10?
It was up a little, down a little, up. Yeah.
Same with my TikTok. Sometimes it says about 2 minutes or maybe 5 minutes ago, it said I had 8 viewers. When I turned around and looked at it, now it says none. But of course, I'm talking to a screen and talking to you, so I can say, what is he doing there? You know?
Maybe, yeah. They might have, maybe they jumped the streams and they're watching on YouTube or something.
Maybe. There you go.
So how is the TikTok thing? I have not delved into that area yet.
Get yourself the books. Hey, thanks, Mike, for promoting me there. Yeah, the TikTok is, I'm finding TikTok as a new audience. How about that? If you're into art and you like artists and you want to promote your art, I'm telling you, try TikTok. Because there's a ton of artists on TikTok that there's back in January, there was a movement going called the 10K Artist Movement. And the 10K Artist Movement was, basically trying to get artists to have 10,000 followers. In about 4 months, I've gotten up to 1,200, and it's still slowly growing. So,
nice. Yeah, I got to check into it. I try to find any platform possible to get my work out on. I even do ArtStation. ArtStation is one I do, but that's kind of just like portfolio and stuff,
I will tell you the funny thing about TikTok is it is a younger audience. So it's mostly, I think, between 11 to 19-year-olds. But again, if you have comics that are are targeted to a younger audience, that's perfect. And I don't want to be that guy that says, "Hey, look, buy a book. Hey, look, buy another book." That's why I do cartoon reviews. So every Saturday, and that's why I'm doing this now, because every Saturday I talk about Turkana. Every Saturday I talk about my comics or what Comic-Con I'm going to, or right now we're doing this. Saturday is Turkana Day.
Yeah,
but all the other days are movie stuff.
Yeah, sometimes I go over to one of my buddies' streams on Sunday or Sundays or Saturdays. He'll do a cartoon, cartoon Sunday, cereal and cartoons kind of thing, man.
There you go. Yeah,
fun. Yeah.
There is a voice actor I know named Greg Sipes. Okay. I don't know if he didn't do it anywhere else, but he for a while he had a podcast called Cereal Talk.
Oh yeah.
So basically, what people would do, like, "Hey, what are you doing, man?" Or they're eating cereal as you're talking to them. I was like,
"Yeah, that's kind of what he does." He's like, "What? I'm going to try a new cereal this week as I draw."
Yeah.
Well, beforehand, but you know what I mean. Yeah, definitely. Especially if you're doing the inking or something, man, you definitely don't want a bowl of cereal sitting there in your way.
Yeah.
Now Bristoli and Dave got me wondering what's up over there. OnlyPans targeted towards the hungry, like the people that like the happy for food.
Only
I don't know about that. Let me put it this way: there's a whole different genre of all kinds of different people on TikTok. Like, obviously, I'm a guy who likes cartoons, and I follow another guy. His name is Straw Hat Goofy. He talks about movies all the time and talk about Marvel stuff, and that's what he does. There's a guy named Soups that I follow. He talks about Marvel and stuff like that. I don't think they follow me back. But, I mean, I think I'm one of the unique guys mostly talking about cartoons. Now, today I did a movie review of Mortal Kombat, but I think most of the stuff I talk about is cartoons and my comic stuff. Which, here's another interesting thing. If you know any other artists on here, on TikTok, if they have more than 1,000 followers, apparently I can do a live broadcast like what I'm doing right now, but it's called a duo. So in other words, I hit this duo button and I invite them, kind of like you're talking to me now.
Yeah.
But you can do it on TikTok.
Oh,
live.
Cool.
So I haven't done it yet, but I'm thinking of doing that sometimes. Actually talking to somebody live on TikTok. Well, thanks. No, I just drink tea. I don't drink any, Mountain Dew or nothing. Not usually. This funny thing is, everybody always seems to talk that they love my energy.
Dude, you're a great interview. You are.
Yeah.
There's people that come out here and they know what they're doing and they have a plan in mind of how they're going to reach their audience.
Uh-huh.
Okay? You never come out here not knowing, not having a plan. I mean, even if you'll sit here right now and say, yeah, I didn't really have a plan. That's because you're used to doing this.
Uh-huh. Yeah, true. Honestly, I didn't have a plan today. I just knew I wanted to plug my newest comic. That's all.
Your plan's pretty instinctive. You come out here and you lay it out. You give us a good segment every time you come out. You're excited about what you're promoting. You're excited to be here, and that's salesmanship, man.
I'm not trying to bring up anything, but I hardly ever complain about things. You notice that, right? Don't you? Yeah. I don't start drama on the groups and stuff.
Well, I mean, there's so many groups that have drama. That's why I've always tried to keep it out of madness. That doesn't mean people don't come at me on my personal page or on other places and other ways. It's still going to happen. Anybody who's doing good, there's going to be the crabs in the bucket that think that they're not going to drown standing on your shoulders.
Mm-hmm. But I never get drama. I always say that with artists too, man. Especially as a freelancer, your name is your brand. You're there doing your thing. Just keep it to the cool stuff, man. Yeah. Art, comics. That's all I post, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like I do. I mean, I don't go through the list of people that sign up and go, "Oh, I'm not putting that guy on. Oh, she can't come on. Oh, that guy has this kind of thing." I mean, I tell them flat out: if you're adult oriented, please try to ask for a later in the day, evening time slot. And if you're all ages, ask for a morning time slot. And that's as far as I go with the.
Speaking of time slots, I want to thank JC for switching with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because cool. My son has his I'm gonna screw this up. First communion, I think it is.
Yes.
Anyway, he's having that tomorrow, and like I said, we plan these cons here like about 3 weeks ahead of time, and it didn't even dawn on me that was the same day.
And
it's like, crap.
I've been through that.
That's exactly the reason that I want that extra time. So that if something does come up or whatever, we got time to fix it, and you still get to come out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If I try to put it together at the last minute, then if you're out, you're out. There ain't gonna be no time to try and, I mean, there's been a whole bunch of people. Monte was going to come out at 4:45, but he had his vaccine appointment today.
Okay.
So he asked if somebody would switch with him so he could come out earlier. He didn't say, "Hey, man, I can't come out." He was like, "How can we still make this happen?" Just like what you did, Frank. How can we still make this happen? Those are the kind of people that I love. They don't just go, oh well. They're like, I still want to be out.
I was on the fence about not nice. Okay, listen, maybe I just can't make it. But he told me to give me a couple people a try, so I did. So that was awesome.
Yeah.
So
I wasn't sure how it was going to go with me this weekend. I had to get my nanobot 5G, and I still haven't got my superpowers or my better internet connection.
Now, Frank, I would have had you out here at noon with Danny if nothing else.
Really? You want me here, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I mean. There are people that actually lend something to the show. They're excited about being here. If you're excited about being here, maybe the next guest will be excited about being here, and so forth. And it all rubs off on everybody. That's why I always try to show everybody, yes, I'm happy to be here and do this. Man, come on out and hang out with me. You know, all freaking day long. Come out and hang out with me. That's what, you know.
Hey, boom.
It's right down there at the bottom. Just Turkana.com.
Hey, Pops, change the thing instead of the Comic 4 Fighting Blind. Change it to just plain old Turkana.com.
Turkana.
Okay. Yeah. And by the way, while you're doing that, I'm going to tell my audience here behind me because somebody's asking. He says, this guy named Nick says, I'm confused. So I'm doing a live broadcast, okay, on a YouTube channel called Comic Talk with Pops Van Zandt, right? Yeah, if you go to YouTube and go to
Comic about the event, though. The
event is called CRoM Con 13. It's an online Comic Con, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm actually broadcasting live on his YouTube channel, Comic Talk with Pops Van Zandt. It's an online Comic Con. This is CRoM Con 13. It's been going on for over a year. And that's what I'm doing now. I thought I'd tell you guys that I'm doing this broadcast live here, and they know it, so they're going to see me behind me. So it's basically a double-crossing live thing. That's what it is. That's
Cross the streams. We didn't watch Ghostbusters enough, but you know.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
JC Universe, Cindy Kep. We got people watching. We enjoy doing this, and we love everybody that loves to participate. Man, this is great.
Well, somebody was asking about the books. You can go to Turkana.com, and you can look under, the blog at the first thing, but you can also look under the shop. The shop has all the books there, all the comics. The newest one is called Fighting Blind. It's number 4. I'm going to have another one come out in July, but I'll tease that a little bit later on. I mean, like next month or something, because right now the biggest thing I want to plug is number 4. That's the newest one. So anyway, comic, there's 4 comics. There's 3 books. Hey, Will, what's happening?
Hey, look who snuck in there, being all quiet. What the heck, Will? Quiet? Are you
Turkana.com.
Yeah, I moved my hand down like this, and I got a cramp from my thumb up to my elbow.
I thought you were flipping gang signs or something, man.
Right there. Turkana.com/books comics.
Yeah, I got the one thing. Now that you go there, I know comic number 4 is in the shop. If you click on shop, comic number 4 is in the shop. People can order it, but you're right. I didn't put the comic number 4 on top there yet. I have to do that one. It's another thing I have to add. Plus, the blog tells about where if you actually hit the cover to comic number 4, you'll be able to read the first 5 or 6 pages. And comic number 4 is a 36-page book, so it's a pretty big comic.
Nice.
Yeah. Now, the one coming after that, which is comic number 5, that's only 28 pages. But still, I think 28 to 36 pages is a pretty good size for a $5 comic, right?
Right, yeah. It's a good deal, man. Good deal, good stuff. You guys go over there, check it out.
That'd be awesome. And you can find out more about the characters by clicking on the character page as well. Just go to characters, you look on there, and you can see, there's Brittany, there's Turkana, there's Brian, there's all the characters have a little bio. You can find out more about the bio. And eventually, I actually read, since I'm a voice actor, I actually read a bio, made a little video, and it's on YouTube for each character, but I didn't do that on TikTok yet. Because, one, it's a little harder.
What do you do? Doing a voice for each one?
Well, no, I just narration. I just basically read. Okay, this is Paige T. Smith, and she's the of Turkana, and blah blah blah. And she's from here. Basically narrating exactly what it's about. Just trying to reach a YouTube audience, show them more about the characters. But I haven't done it for TikTok yet because I've been making other videos for TikTok. But I'm eventually going to make character bios for TikTok too.
I thought you were going to be doing the man of 1,000 voices.
Well, the interesting thing is, with the first 3 books, I did one chapter and I narrated it, and it's on YouTube. It's like I'm actually reading the book, kind of like an audio book, and I even added sound effects and background music.
Oh,
so
cool.
if you go to YouTube and it's try and find book Turkana comic book number 1, and actually you'll see me narrating it. It's like a 10-minute long video. I can't put it on TikTok because TikTok's only 1-minute videos.
Yeah, I had fun doing that one winter, man, when there was a not going out. Nobody didn't want to go out. You know how that is in anywhere up north. And
yeah,
and I don't know, weird frame of mind. I did I did 2 skits of a thing called the Screaming Weasels. And that's always a fun time, man. I like doing that.
Well, was it a play?
No, it was based on this group of little creatures that was hiding in a band's basement, and when the band wasn't around, they'd come out and play all the instruments, and yeah, I even added in the little sound in the background. Did a voice maybe with a little bit of pitch shifting because they are screaming weasels. So
okay,
yeah, that was a fun time. Just something that happened in the winter. It's like I got to do something. So yeah, that was a fun little thing. Voice stuff is fun.
The voice thing, the most fun one I did for the YouTube channel, actually narrating one of the books, was chapter 1 of book 2, because there's this guy. He is called the Red Rock. I forget it. The Red Bandit. Anyway, he wants to be the first person caught by Turkana, because Turkana's always, she caught somebody in a fire. She saved somebody here. She saved somebody from a traffic accident. She hadn't had no villains yet. So that was the idea behind book number 2. This guy wanted to be the first villain caught by Turkana. And he's talking like this because he's just a nerdy kid. He's just a fanboy. He wants to be the first villain caught by Turkana. So I had fun doing that one.
Okay, there's a question for you. Can you tell me a tad about your choice for art? Because it feels webcomic-y more than comic-y?
To me, I'm a big fan of cartoons. I'm a big fan of animation, and that's what I wanted to look like. Now, it does look, to me, kind of cartoony, and that's kind of what I wanted, because maybe it'll be a good transition from comic book to cartoon when I pitch it to like Netflix or something, if I ever get that chance. Then I say, oh yeah, I see where you're going with that, because there's a comic that I've seen on the internet, and it looks very comic bookish. As for Invincible, did you ever hear of Invincible?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the comics of Invincible, but I've seen some YouTube videos of it. And yes, the comic does look very different than the cartoon. But the cartoon's really good. I mean, it's definitely made for an adult audience. There's a lot of blood and guts in that.
Still got to catch up with that one. I've had a few friends tell me about it. I've been wanting to watch it, but man, I just have not had the chance. I've been busy. I've been doing comics, man. About the most I've got to see is keep up on Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I got to see Godzilla versus King Kong. That's about it lately, man.
If you're into Mortal Kombat and you like the references and stuff, the only thing I didn't like about Mortal Kombat was that, like I said, there was no tournament, but there was a lot of fights. There were some people that got their head bashed in and stuff, because after all, it's a rated R, and I think, yeah, you finally got that right, because you can't have Mortal Kombat movie without the fatalities. Come on,
right? Fatality.
Come here. Come here. Or there was another one too.
Richard right there, he's like, anytime you want to reboot that, he knows people. A lot of the same people
Probably the same people I know. Exactly.
That's one thing I always like about that. I like all the networking that goes on. I love meeting other comic people and other comic artists, man. I enjoy the field. I enjoy the people in it, man. It's a really honestly, cool thing.
I've actually met a few people on TikTok that do artwork, and the funny thing is, a couple people have actually made fan art of Turkana already, and I was blown away. I was like, "Wow, cool!" Thanks.
Yeah. When people get the fan art, they're like, "Oh man, that is so." Yeah, that is definitely.
Well, yeah. Hey, Pops, you have the website of it. Go on the website there and look under fan art. Click under, because there's a bunch of people who have made fan art of Turkana, and that blows me away.
Answer JC's question, and I'll go.
What's that? I didn't know there were more than 4 because I see an odd edition issues 1, 2, 3, like the origins. Is that for mine?
Yeah, he's talking about yours. He's
Okay.
obviously, you got variant covers or something that he's seeing?
Well, yeah, okay. Let me explain that. There are 3 original books, which there are illustrated novels. And the illustrated novels are, like I said, they're novels with color pictures in them. The comics look like a typical comic book with a thing in the, like that right there. That's the first book. The one below that is the second book. And again, their novels are around $20. But the comics are only 5, and the comics look like the typical comic book with a little thing in the side corner and says, "Hey, Tricana Comics," you know. So those are the comics. So yes, the 3 original books are 1, 2, and 3. But then after comics, I started. Okay, these are the Tricana Comics. So that the comics are different than the books. And there's 4 comics out now. There's 3 original books, and I didn't want to start all over. Because I thought, okay, why start over just with the comics? What I tell people when I pitch it at a Comic-Con, and we haven't been to a Comic-Con in a long time, but when I pitch it at a Comic-Con, I say, it's the same characters, same world, new format with a new storyline. Right. So it's
there you go.
You know, same. If you want to know how it all starts, you got to buy the books, the actual original books from the 2015, 2016. So that's how it originally started. And then I just kind of started a new storyline and a new format of comics. And eventually, maybe I'll make another book. But if people are buying the comics, you know, I probably want to go with that. It's probably less expensive, you know.
And you know that animation that'll come up here eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, if somebody wants an animation, they'll really get a kick out of that. Hey, so yeah,
pitch to Netflix, pitch to Amazon, man.
I get to play segue now. Frank, go ahead. Give your on my way out speech while I introduce you to our next guest.
All right, well, you can go to Turkana.com and check out all the comic books, comics 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Also, the 3 original books, and I'm also on Facebook, and I'm also on Twitter and Instagram. And as you know, I was broadcasting live on TikTok, right behind me.
Live on TikTok.
So the audience there was seeing me talk to you guys, and I was telling them to go to there, but now my time is up, so I have to go.
CRoM Con was live on TikTok for the first time.
For the first time ever.
Never enough time with you, Frank. You could spend a good few hours rapping with you, man. Always.
Well, the only drawful is it's like when I get done talking to you guys, I'm rambling on and stuff. I'm like, okay, I need a break.
Then we're doing our job. If you're ready to leave, we're doing our job, bro.
There you go.
And you're doing your job, Frank.
Hope you guys were entertained enough. But that's all, folks.
There you go. Talk to you later, Frank. Great seeing you. You know what's up. The madness. We'll talk to you. And our next guest, Mrs. Katie Shaw, and I've never met her before. This is another first. I'm having a great time today. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing good.
Awesome.
We're doing all right. Will, you hanging in there, man?
They're hiding. I'm doing great as always. Having a great day. Meeting people, talking to old friends and new friends. And why don't you go ahead and tell everybody, introduce yourself, and I'm going to pull some banners up so people know where to find you.
Absolutely.
And, then we'll go take a look in a few minutes. So.
Yeah, so I'm Katie Shaw. I'm the cartoonist behind my comic Dragon Child, which this is the combined first 6 issues here in The Awakening. Otherwise, my brand new issue 7. It's a 24-page comic. Most of my issues are 24 pages. The one that's going to be coming up next is 32, so yay. But I do all of it. I actually make these dragons back here too. I'm one of those people that, has always loved art. I love puppets. I love to draw, tell stories. And so I thought, what is the best way that I could possibly put all those things together? And to me, that answer was comics. I used to be, still am a huge fan of like Bill Pete Disney stuff. Loved Jeff Smith's Bone, and that's what really got me into wanting to create comics specifically. And I have been writing this particular story, Dragon Child, since high school. And it really sort of sat on the back burner for a long time. I was writing it. I was, drawing pictures, but for whatever reason, just didn't trust myself to actually make the comic. And I, after college, got distracted working for Apple for almost 7 years, and then said, you know what, I should really give the comic a chance. So for the last 7 years, I've been doing just that. And it's a huge endeavor, obviously. I create all the art myself. I do the story myself. And, it's, especially this last year has been a little weird. But, yeah, it's definitely a work of passion and something that I'm very glad that I took the, gumption to actually go ahead and do.
You're muted, Pops.
Yeah, I don't hear you there.
Oh man, look, that thing, it's muted, and I'm just, I'm over here just talking to nobody, and
Yeah.
He's
There you
never
go.
sounded
There you go.
better.
That's my boy, Will. That's the Will I've come to love and know.
there you all. Actually, I got to take care of something really quick, so I'm tagging out with you, Will. So you're in, man. I'll be back, guys, in a minute.
Damn it.
I'll be back in a minute.
Katie. Yeah.
Take care.
You guys that do this all by yourself, you guys amaze me. It blows me away, the people that put all the work into it. John Dexter on Alpha Dogs and stuff. They're doing the whole thing, and they don't got, they're trying to wear every hat from promotion to art to writing to lettering to getting it printed to getting fulfilling, packaging it all up. Doing it all yourself is not
A lot of work.
yeah. You got to really take on the whole aspect of it. It's not like, oh, I'm just going to make a comic book. It's like, it's work.
No, when at my very first show, actually, back in 2013 at 8, I, had the one issue and I had a banner. I was sharing the table with a friend who had a couple postcards that she was selling. And I decided to make one of these dragons. And the idea behind it was it'll be the booth babe. It's fine. We'll see. It's one of the characters, but it took a week just to make that. And then, the question was, well, is anybody actually going to buy it? I didn't have any idea at that point. It was, again, first show. And when the first one did sell, the lady, it was so cute. She was like, I've been looking at this the whole weekend and I need it in my life. And so, I'm going to take this home and it's going to be my best friend. And I just thought that makes it worth it, to have done this. And, so I've been doing both of those things. So I, make the plushes, I make the comics, I, go to the various shows and what have you. And it really just, it's an all-encompassing thing. And
I'm checking it out. I see 7 issues.
Yeah, so there's the 7 issues. There's 2 mini volumes, so sets of 3, and then there's the full volume, both soft cover and hardcover, and that's the first 6. So 7 is the only one so far that's not also in something else. Okay, and issue 8 is currently in the process of being drawn. I'm about halfway through the drawing. And again, that one's going to be another 32 pager, which the only other one like that so far is issue number 6. So,
I'm just thinking, I'm like, I can get issue 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6 as floppies, right?
Yes. Yeah, so they're all, well, here's
$5 a piece. Order
so
all 6,
issue 1.
9 shipping. I'm sure this is like really easy to take care of, y'all. You can catch up on the whole dang thing. You can get floppies, you can get trades, however you like to read it. And it's on Webtoons too, right?
Yeah, so it's on Webtoons, and that's been something that, again, over the last year, because obviously I haven't been able to go to any shows other than things like this. And so I've been looking into other ways, best practices to try and get it out there, and Webtoons has been a good option. So
look,
it's
taking advantage of all taking advantage of as many forms of an outlet for your product is smart. Okay.
Yes.
As many ways as you can get it out there and get it seen. Now I'm sitting here looking at this thing, and like I said, she's got it laid out right here for you. You can get all the floppies or as a trade. You get caught up in the story, and it's not $25 for the book or whatever. It's $5, and if you get all 6, you're talking about $30 plus shipping. $6 books for $30 plus shipping. These are the deals that everybody's missing out on because they're not looking in the right places. I'm trying to be that place. Bring all this stuff to my house so people can find it.
And I appreciate that. No, events like this are definitely what makes what people like I do possible.
Yeah, I mean, I love dragons. So you got me already. Okay?
Yeah, no, the basic idea for the story is mythical creatures are real, but humans were definitely the reason that they stopped showing up. And so now, modern day human history, they're thinking, well, we're kind of running out of space to hide. So if there was a way for this to work in which we admitted to it existing but didn't all get wiped out, that'd be great. So they've picked one human to represent all of those different mythical creatures. So dragons, elves, unicorns, the like, and are putting all of that hope again in this one human. So, and the rest is the story. But the first issue is basically the dragons coming up with their idea on how this is hypothetically going to work. Issue 2, you meet our main character, and everything comes together after that.
Nice. I really like it. I mean, and you're doing it all yourself. Man, what do you think, Will?
I was sold at hardcover.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And one thing too is in the back of both the paperback and the hardcover is a cover gallery, so you're not missing any art by getting everything combined in the one book, as opposed to if you were to just buy the floppies. So because that's always something where for me there's always got to be a reason to buy the collection as opposed to just buying the floppies. And so what I did was I put a cover gallery in the back, and then I also have a little interview explaining some of the process that I go through and some of the history behind the story.
Nice.
Cool.
I'm actually kind of sort of working in the scenes, behind the scenes at the same time, getting ready for other stuff coming up later. But I've got some good things going on. If y'all know who Joe D. McPhee is, he has a discount code for CRoM Con over on his store. Y'all need to check that out too. I just need to throw that out there a few times during the show because he's cool enough to actually set something up that involved CRoM Con where he gives somebody a discount just because they said our name. That's cool. I like that. So, there it is. Richard respects what you're doing. Do you know Richard? I don't know if you know Richard or not.
I don't.
He's coming out next, so I'll make sure you guys get to meet. As when your segment's over, I like to do stuff like that too.
Absolutely.
I want to go check out the webtoon page.
Of course.
But do you want to share the screen so you can be in control of directing?
Oh, I this is one item where I can definitely relinquish that control to you. No worries.
Okay. I mean, there's a difference. Like for me, webtoons, it's like as soon as I lock on your thing for webtoons, it'll put me somewhere else, and then I still have to go back and try to find it.
Yeah, no, that happens to me as well.
And it's like that's kind of I don't like that. It's like when I hit the link, I want to go where I'm trying to go. I don't want to see it for a second and then have it disappear.
I hear you there.
Let's see now.
Well, the interesting thing about webtoons.
Say what?
I said you like putting the guests in control because you tend
or Phil.
Well, yeah, it's because he tends to kick himself out of his own stream.
Yes, I'm not real good at any of this either. See, so I've been known to boot myself from my own stream. I've been known to make things so bad that I had to reboot my computer before I could come back. I mean, I've done some really dumb stuff trying to like find a file in my computer to show people, and then poof, just mess everything up. And it's like, oh, that didn't work. But I think I might have this now. Let's see. Let me see. Is that your baby?
Yes, it is.
That's your baby. Let me go over here and subscribe real quick. Right here, live in front of everybody.
Yay!
Do that. See? Everybody go subscribe to Dragon Child on Webtoons. I know there's a bunch of you guys that go over to Webtoons and you got stuff over there. You know, there's people that have stuff there. Warren Brown, Tyler Carpenter, a whole bunch of people over there. So, you know, we actually even have the guys at Indie Vault have a show called We Found It on Webtoons, I think, or something.
On Monday nights.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean, you might even, we're going to get you on that show too, Katie.
That'd be awesome.
I'm going to get you on that show too, because that's just what I do. Okay. What's up, Nefarious? What's happening, brother? It's all good. It's all good. Hanging out. So let's take a look at this. What should I look at?
Whatever you'd like. I'd say, so the one right up at the top is the newest. Otherwise, Only Time is the first issue. So, but whatever you want to click on.
Yeah,
so,
okay. So we got a 10-star rating. Or, you know, 4,300 people have checked it out. Got 208 subscribers. I just subscribed.
I'd say not bad for a year at trying to do it right, at least through Webtoons.
I just subscribed and I haven't even seen a page yet. That's how much faith I have in this. What do you think of that? You got lots of people watching this. We need to get more.
So that's
people.
going to the next issue. So scrolling down. So yeah, you'll see the pages.
Yeah, see, I'm a rookie at all this.
All right. That's all good. So unlike a lot of Webtoons artists, I actually, you know, pretty much shrunk down the page to the parameters that Webtoons allows for, because a lot of my pages are not exactly conducive to breaking it up specifically to panels.
Right.
So I have everything in the traditional, you know, comic book layout, which for the most part works.
It makes it easy when you go to print the comics.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, because it was, you know, designed with the intention of printing first. Webtoons is more of a let's reach more people than anything else.
So this is way back when you began.
Yes. Yes. Well, and it's, I think all artists can, you know, agree to the fact that, you know, we look back at our older work and there's definitely things that could be improved. And I, as a perfectionist myself, have definitely come to a understanding that for readers, that can actually be a really good thing, because you can look at the old work and say, oh, well, look how much this person's grown in their ability to create, you know, whatever the medium is. So comics, you know, plush work, whatever. And, you know, say, maybe I could do this too. And, you know, so I
see awesome improvement from one to this. And I'm not trying to say one wasn't good, but I see, you know, I mean, amazing improvement on 6.
Right. No, for sure.
Development and everything, and the dialogue, how you play it into the layout, everything, you know. Yeah. Major improvement. I'm gonna go back and read this. I'm gonna be following you. And that means that when sometimes I'm gonna be sitting in this chair and I'm not gonna be working, yo. I'm gonna be reading some of this for sure. I'm going back to the beginning. It's gonna be like my trip through Doctor Who season 1. Yes, I actually did that recently. Went all the way back to the black and white Doctor Who's.
Yeah.
Because people were like, check this out, and I've never seen it, so I have to go back to the beginning. You know, I never was really a fan of Doctor Who, not because it isn't good or anything, just I never got there. You know.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I think that especially nowadays, when all of these different, you know, materials are available to people so much more easily, but because there's so much of it, who's to say, which things you should or shouldn't be trying first. And, I've definitely fallen into the category of somebody who, if you tell me that something's fantastic so many times, but, you kind of get tired of hearing it. So you think, oh, it's never going to live up to the hype. So to a certain degree, you want to discover it on your own. But, I, especially when I'm going into something, I don't necessarily want to have too much of a preview, whether that be in the form of, like a cinematic trailer or whatever it might be, to give away too much information, because it might make me a little bit turned off to it. But yeah,
I'm not a trailer person or a spoiler person at all. I avoid them like the plague, because they never depict what they actually depict. Or, they're always misleading, or they just gave you the best damn scene
exactly,
in the movie.
exactly.
It's like, all right, seen it, it's like, no, don't do that to me. I've never been a fan of the spoilers of the trailers. And I get out here, I mean, even like there was a book that I was in, and it was like, I told these guys the whole time I was promoting it that I didn't want to know the story, because I didn't want to read it till it got here in my hands. That's the kind of fan that I am. And I also hate stories that end. I love the never-ending story. Look, I want to outlive all the things I love.
Yeah,
I want all the things I love to outlive me, is what I meant to say. I want all the things I love to outlive me. When I die, I want all them things still going, and still going strong for the people, for everybody else that loves them, and for like my grandkids, my son that like them. I want them things to keep going on and on and on.
Well, and I think, a lot of the best endings to stories are ones that do allow for an open ending, if you will. So whether it be something like, say, Chronicles of Narnia, where it's, and this is what the beginning first two like cover pages, and then the rest of the story, doesn't exist. Or
with different characters, just keep me in the universe. Don't kill something that's good. Never end it. Just end it and don't come back to it. Always leave something, even if it's somebody else that loves it and they want to take one of your lesser known characters and build off them. Let that happen, because your fans are going to see that and they're going to go, all right, it's back. Even if it's not those characters you used, but just a satellite character or, whatever. Just let these things live. Let them breathe. Don't kill a great storyline. Don't kill a great universe or a world build. Jeez, please.
Completely agree. Yeah, and I think that for me, at least, that's definitely been something that's been missing over the last year, is, without the ability to have as much interaction with fans. So you don't necessarily get I'm really excited to see where this is going, or, tell me more about this particular character. And, as creators, we don't necessarily think about, like I have my personal favorite characters. I know who I'm most interested in seeing, how their story is going to progress and so on, but that wouldn't necessarily be the same for, any number of my readers. And that's a good thing. So getting that feedback is fantastic.
Street urchin, there could be just a little street urchin that got caught pickpocketing, and then he's never part of the story again, but there's some little kid that wants to know his story.
Oh yeah. Well, and I do it. I put a lot of effort into, trying to make even the background characters not, just be like, I know some stories that literally put in stick figures for the background people. And I'm like, no, I want to have fun. I want to make sure that everybody has, whatever their outfit was for the day, how they put their hair, all these different things, so that it's not just, that particular background thing that is going to go away in half a page.
Now I know people that hate drawing feathers.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely love-hate relationship with the feathers. But it's worth it. Well, and I've, as another artist that I absolutely love, or at least, his work as a general statement, is Don Bluth. And, his ability to just draw animals well, and give them a lot of personality definitely influenced, the types of things that I choose to draw. And, am definitely somebody who has the pet peeve for poorly drawn animals in comics or, you know, any artistic form. It's like, come on, you can't just, I mean, I personally find humans more difficult to draw as a general statement than animals.
I have to
And
pull it out because I'm starting to read it and I'm getting interested.
that's
Like,
okay.
no, I got to pull it out.
That's a good thing though, right? You want to read it.
No, yeah. Look, I just like that one page right there. The owl flew over to I got all that. I'm like, okay, I better quit looking at this or I'm not going to hear anything she says.
Again,
that's good stuff. Y'all go check it out.
You know, the art can speak for itself, right? So, you know, it's but I've definitely been that type of person that my whole life I've been drawing. You know, I've been, you know, the type of person that when I was in school, I'd be drawing pictures in, you know, the side bits of my homework or, you know, writing various lines up at the top to just, you know, think, oh, I'll go back to that and look at it later and remember what my plan was to do with that line. And it's definitely something that I couldn't not do, if that makes sense. You know, it was that nagging voice in the back of my head going, you have to do something with this, you know, you have to make this a reality. And I'm glad that I chose to listen to it. You know, it's definitely been something that because I created all myself, you know, I don't necessarily have the best abilities to do things like, you know, advertise for myself because I'm also doing everything else. But, you know, again, things like this, appreciate.
That's why I'm here.
Exactly, because you're better at this than I am.
Put it where I can see it, and I'll put it where as many people as possible in my circle will see it. You know what I mean? It's like,
we can all help each other.
It's not even like I'm a professional at this or, you know, it's just I have a good time doing it. I love when somebody comes to me and they're like, my book funded, you know, or whatever, you know, when I get to tell everybody, yeah, that book funded, we're going to see that book in print. That's the biggest high I get out of all this, you know, seeing you guys succeed and getting your books in print. Now, if I can get with somebody like Danny and take it to the next level and put your book on a store shelf, now I'm hitting on all cylinders. Now I'm doing what I really want to do, which is getting indie comics on store shelves. Yeah. That's always been my goal. Everybody that knows me knows that I want to be able to go to my local comic shop and get all you guys' books so I don't have to pay for shipping all the time and all that. I want, you know, that's my goal for everybody. So whenever I get an opportunity to network people with my friend Danny and the other stores, the Hive, and, you know, anytime we can get that ball rolling, we hook up with RJ and we get cheaper shipping across overseas. Whatever it is that somebody's doing that's benefiting everybody, I want to be part of and I want to promote it. And I want to make sure everybody knows about it because this could be a good thing for you guys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, does it work for every person? No. Is every person going to be happy with it? No. Is somebody going to come to me and go, man, you probably shouldn't have been involved with that. Oh, well, I tried. I'm not out, you know, I'm just trying to give people exposure and sell their books. That's all. You know, the rest of it is outside. I try to keep it outside. I want to have fun. I want to promote people's stuff. I want people to be successful. And that's why I bring you all together. I wanted you to get to meet Richard, though. He's been in the chat. I want people to be successful. Oh, I can hear my own voice. I can hear my voice. I wanted you to get to meet Richard, though. He's been in the chat. I want people to be successful. Oh, I can hear my own voice. I can hear my voice. I wanted you to get to meet Richard, though. He's been in the chat. Oh, I can hear my own voice.
And this is why you wear headphones.
No, he's just got to turn off the YouTube. Mute your YouTube.
I think I should wear my headphones as well.
Mute your YouTube.
Okay, let's do it like this.
Yay!
Oh man.
Are you still hearing three of us? I think you might have to.
Okay, this is a bit better, I believe. Oh my God.
Surprise, Ron. So, Katie, this is Richard. He's been in the chat. He's been talking to you. And Richard, this is Katie. And I like to do this. I like for you guys, for people to meet each other. And then maybe somewhere down the line, you guys will do something where you. All right. Who's that? Richard, all you got to do is kill the YouTube channel.
I have no idea. There's so much going on here.
I hear you. I've ran into that
just
on another stream. Like, do you have your phone by the computer? I've heard that's been an issue when you get weird noises like that.
No, I think all this.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm killing the YouTube channel. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Quit watching on YouTube and just watch in StreamYard. You'll be good.
No, I'm good. Oh my God, that was so bad.
There you
Happens
go.
to the best of us.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is the first time, I guess. No, it's not. It's not my first time, but it's my first time that I, make a big entrance like this. That's good to meet you, everyone. Yeah, Katie, we've been Facebook friends, so I've seen your dragons around.
Yeah.
But we never spoke before, so it's good to see you
first time
in person. Yeah. Okay. Well, hi there from the Netherlands. How is America over there?
Katie,
it's a nice day outside today.
No, it's raining here.
Katie, sunny in California.
California. I explained it. Okay. Go ahead and tell everybody one more time where they can find you, where they can find your books, and then I will slide on into talking to Richard for 30 minutes or so.
Yeah. So if you want to go and check out my comic on dragonchild.net, and then also look us up on Webtoons and follow my social media through Dragonchild Comic. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Like I said, share the madness. Post updates, anything you do new, whatever that you want to share, I will try to get it seen by as many people as possible.
Share the madness.
Thank you so much, Pops.
All right.
Cool.
You have a great night.
You too.
Cool to see you, Katie. Yeah, dropping in again real quick. Yeah, when you get that feedback, I've caught that. I think I was muted earlier when I popped in for a second, but it's been an issue sometimes if your phone's too close to the computer, it'll do that crazy stuff too.
Yeah, I was, with the voice actor Mike. He was just, he was doing the TikTok thing, and I was like, okay, but how he's doing that without everyone zinging and zagging and it's incredible. I mean, I have no idea how to pull that off.
Frank's been doing this for a while. Frank's he was actually a podcaster before I ever started doing this. He's been part of the CRoM Con since the first one back in April last year.
Nice one. That guy has energy that is just unbelievable. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Speaking of cool people, let's do a quick one real quick. Oh yeah, NSC Roadshow. That helps us out here. Sponsors us over at Inked Marketing. Oh yeah.
Yeah, those guys are great. They're helping me with my projects as well. And I just spoke to Kevin and over at Ink Marketing. I'm actually launching my Sisterhood comic, but now in the Dutch language. I'm from the Netherlands, okay, but 90% of all my books go to America. Go figure. Everything is going via Kickstarter. So this September, I'm going to be launching my first comic book in the Netherlands in the Dutch language. And he's helping me set up a new cover for that because I'm just a bit flawed like that, a bit old school. I'm still working with Snagit and bitmaps and stuff like that, and I really need to address some more design stuff. Yeah, and Kevin helps me a lot, so he's a good guy.
Yeah, Kevin's super. A good dude, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he does all of our banners, you know, our backgrounds and our banners, and we got to show this one off just because dedicated to the memory of Corey Steger.
Yeah.
I have to throw that up here, you know, because
Okay.
that's what we do. We promote and we talk about the right people. And
Well,
guess what, Richard? You're one of the right people, bro.
oh my God! You're kidding me!
Comics people are the right people. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, so what do I do now? Okay, I'm gonna show you some comics. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Let me show you my first comic. This is Eric Basadua for the cover of Sisterhood 1.
Listen to me a second. Just tilt it back just a second. Just like tilt it back top to bottom so the screen,
So the glare
the
doesn't
computer
hit it.
screen doesn't like glare it all up.
There you go. Down like that.
There
Oh,
you go.
down. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That-
Oh,
when
like
you
it?
put it straight at it, when you put it
You
straight
can-
at
you
it,
can-
always feels the glare of the computer screen.
Yeah. But you can
Tilt it a
just
little.
tell me if you cannot see enough of Eric Basadua's art. You can just tell me, and I will just show it again, man. I mean, it is
I
good
can do
enough.
that.
Okay. So
I can show
my
you
second.
Eric art too.
So this is my second comic book. This had a cover by Greg Capullo, one of the variants covers, and then suddenly I also had this book, which is basically it's a nice glare as well. This is the artist edition where basically one story is in black and white, but it's also with some extra pin-up sections and stuff like that, which is great. And then we have the third issue that just came out, and the third issue has a shitload of variant covers, but this is the main cover by Vince Altabanas. But I love homage, I love tributes, so I had Steph Wilson do one of Frank Frazetta. So he's doing also a new one, and I have Karen Nicole, the one and only Karen Nicole, also doing a cosplay cover.
Kara's our girl. Kara's one of our girls here. Hangs out.
Yeah,
all the
she's
time.
great. She's great, and I know. I mean, aside from just having so much fun with all the stories, I'm working with so many talented people. Also, even writers that just take the characters and just write a story. They're just. I'm halfway through a story with one of the Japanese characters, which is just fabulous. But it's a story I didn't even write myself, and it's really amazing. But on top of that, the fun part of every story I have is the fun part I have with fucking merchandise. And the fun part is when I grew up, it was the 80s, the 90s, and I grew up with all the variant covers. So variant covers are cool, But when you have a variant cover like this with that werewolf, up close and personal, and you have the opportunity to do it in a metal version, a real solid metal version, that is so cool. But when you have this tribute with an alien, you see it here in the back. It's fucking huge. It's on canvas. So I hope that's someday the Comic Con season will get back to its roots, or get back started again. And then I'm hopefully gonna sell that one. This is Vincenzo Cucca from Italy. He did a mummy with an alien tribute, and this is fun. But what's more fun? Lenticular covers. I'm not even sure if that's popping up correct. Yeah, I can see some stuff.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it moving.
Yeah. So, and I have this awesome see-through cover, and I've got all Kara and metal. I mean, that is the fun stuff, and that is just the stuff that I dreamt of doing. And now I'm fucking actually doing it. And that's so much fun.
That you bring Kara up, because Kara's like right there on my wall. Right there.
Okay.
The Confessions of a Cosplay Diva, the Slave Leia cover. Right there on my wall. Right there.
Okay, I've got to show you something. It's over here. I'm going to pop up my headset a bit because she started with this. Here, let me show you something that is also so cool. She started with it and she was massively... Kara is just a force to be reckoned with, and she has so much fun ideas. And one of those ideas I just copied. And it was these 3D mouse pads.
I remember seeing those. I remember seeing those. That's awesome.
Yeah, Kara started with it, and I mean, I've got this one with Vince Altabanas. Hold on.
Oh, that's great. That is great.
I got another one. I just had a few made because I'm no way as important or massive popular as Kara is. But I just had to do it. This is Bud Root. This is one of the images that Bud Root did for me.
It's
also
nice.
Yeah, right? I just had to do it.
Merchandising. This is like.
Oh, right. The CRoM Con.
So far, this is the only one in existence, but we are trying to set something up. So I mean, I don't make anything. That's his art, Lee's art, and Dale's printing shop, and it's their thing. And anybody wants them, they can get them from them. I don't get nothing. It's just I'm just trying to help people, make money. I have some like dog tags and stuff that you can get through Comics and More New Jersey. Again, I'm not trying. If you buy some from them, they're getting all the money. I'm helping them out because that's their business. That's what they do.
Okay, that's just great. That is just great. But as a creator myself, I just I'm just coming up with all these stretch goals for all the Kickstarter. I mean, I'm about to launch my my 8th Kickstarter, which is gonna be my 4th comic book, which is gonna be a crossover with Midnight Witch. And the fun part is, right.
Look who's in the chat, baby!
Hey, Kevin is in the house. Okay, Now,
since Kevin's in the house, I got to make sure. I've done this more than once today, but I got to make sure he knows it. It's up there, baby.
Yeah, right. One of the things that I also sent to Kevin was and I mean every book I have, I will sign it and I will embroider it, right, with the hand thing. And this is the things I also added to every Kickstarter. This is it's a tube scar for around your neck. It's fucking, it's perfect. It's just,
It's my new mask, man. I just pull it up over my nose when I go in the store.
Yeah, that is exactly what I use it for every freaking day. And it's just awesome, It's just my own.
I love it. Good stuff.
Yeah, and so every backer has one. And actually I gave Kevin 2 because he's got this lovely supportive wife. So I hope she will enjoy it as well.
Well, Kev, does she like it? Come on, super high-end quality. Did she like the scar?
Did she like the scar? Yeah. And other fun stuff are pins. Let me see if I can show those pins.
There you go.
Yeah, Kevin also got a new pin. But there's something special to be said that once you get one pin, you need a second one, right?
There you go.
That's
something that they used to say about snowshoes. You can't walk away with one shoe.
Yeah, true to be told. One sock is also a problem, right?
I mean snowshoes. If you only got one, you're going to be on top of the snow and you're going to be in the snow. You can't walk away with one shoe. Got it too.
We only got 1 centimeter of snow in the last 3 years or so we're good here. Yeah, we got rain, we got sun, we got everything. Oh, here. Mike says if you want some art with that Kickstarter, he will be doing commissions for it. It's going to be him and Ilko Koper from the Netherlands. they will be doing stuff like this, you know.
Nice.
Yeah, this just came in. This just came in today, and this is what one other piece he did. It's for Kickstarter. One of the backers that wanted original art. This is a very odd mummy, which is great, and this is the Black Widow. You know,
Nice.
just fun stuff. Because not only do I love comic books, but I really love to support artists as well. So if I can introduce artists to backers this way, and if I can introduce or maybe get some extra cash into the hands of artists, I mean, hey, it works.
Well, it seems to me that you have a
Super,
pretty
Kevin.
big. It seems like you got a pretty big gathering of your people over there in the Netherlands that they all know you. They seem to love you. You might have to start doing a 2-hour panel in CRoM Con, just cover all your people all at once. And
Oh my God, that would be so cool. Yeah, that would be so cool.
You could host it, and then I could get a break in the middle of the day or something.
Oh, that will be fun. A Dutch version. Yeah, a Dutch CRoM Con. Okay, no, okay. I'll be thinking about that.
We will talk about that, Richard. If you want a segment in CRoM Con, we'll talk about that.
Okay, yeah, that's fun introduction because 90% of all my backers are from the States. I mean, I'm sending out to Finland, to Sweden, to Thailand, to Russia, to Hong Kong, to Australia, to all over the place, to Brazil, to Sweden, to Jesus Christ, where New Zealand. I mean, they're everywhere. But 90% is going to the States. So this is also the opportunity for all those Dutch artists that I know to introduce themselves. And one of the fun part, like Mike is doing, and also Dinesh. Dinesh is an artist who has been doing some stuff for. Yeah, Dinesh has been doing some stuff for me as well, a commission, and he just sends his stuff, his comic book, with his commissions. I've got it here somewhere, and also that way he can be introduced in the States as well, extra. I mean,
that guy can be your co-host.
Yeah. Oh, Mike. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That guy can be your co-host because he knows all you. You guys all know each other, and it's like,
Yeah, it's just a small country, right?
He's been a huge help and a huge supporter of CRoM Con too. So if you guys, you guys talk about it. If you want to get a midday panel that you guys want to do, so that it's early enough so that you guys aren't out there at 3:00 in the morning. I'll hook you up, man. We'll do
that's fun to do. Yeah, Mike and me are, and also James from England. We're working on a board game, even a sisterhood board game. So that's also in the works. And I'm doing with one of the Dutch cosplayers. I'm going to do a cosplay magazine with all kinds of mummies. So I've got plans. I've got things to do, and it's just fun to do. It's one of the greatest hobbies I can think of. That's for sure. And
I'm all about expanding and getting exposure for people. So if
you are,
I mean, I am. So if you want to, bring your crowd to CRoM Con and make a spot of it your own, it's yours, man. You just say the word.
Cool. Okay, that's great to hear. Great to hear, Pops. That's really great to hear. I mean, you have a great lineup this weekend. I mean, no time to sleep, right?
Man, it's gonna be a big day. It's gonna be a big day. I'm really pretty happy about how it's turning out. I mean, we've had viewers. We've had people watching all day, people in the chat all day. We're hopefully getting some people some exposure and making them a little bit of money, and that's what it's all about.
Well, that just really sounds great. Actually, I'm gonna be launching my next Kickstarter on the 30th of April, and it's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a crossover between the Sisterhood, which is my franchise, and a franchise from Brazil, the Midnight Witch, Leona, the Midnight Witch, from Yonami Teles, from House 137, and they're gonna launch their compendium, their collection, their trade paperback as well on the same date. So that's gonna be a really big party.
Cool.
April 30th. So yeah.
Hold on, April 30th.
Okay.
That's Thursday night, right?
That's Thursday night. Hey, can I say? Hold on. I can perhaps show you something
Anything
really cool.
Anything you want.
Okay. Here we go. So I think let me check my channel on YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna show you something. That's really cool. This is the introduction of the Sisterhood crossover with the Midnight Witch, so you can see something happening live here. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna share the screen. Let me check screen 1, I think. No, screen 2 perhaps. Okay, here it is. Okay, you can see this, right? Okay, here it goes.
No audio.
How cool is this, right?
I don't hear the audio though. Do you got it like muted or? No sound. No sound. No sound. All right, I'm gonna give you a little StreamYard help right here. Go to close the share screen. Now open it back up again. Okay, open your share screen back up again. There's a little box down in the lower left-hand corner of that window that says share audio.
Okay. And that didn't select.
You see the little box that says share audio when you open it up the screen?
No, it does not. See your screen, share screen. No, it's only sharing the screen. Anyway, at least the video showed, right?
Oh yeah, we saw it. I'll tell you what. Send me the link in Facebook inbox, and I will play it.
Okay, cool. Here it goes. Here it comes. This is actually the video that Ink Marketing did for me. So that is
cool.
Too cool, right?
Okay, doing this, getting it right the first time. Okay. Don't play yet. Just sit there. Be good.
I'll behave. I'll be good.
I'm talking to my screen. This is ridiculous. Just sit there and be good. Share audio. Sisterhood versus the Midnight Witch.
Yeah.
Put her up here. Let's see. Go to full screen and hit play. Now, does anybody hearing it? Oh, I got to turn mine up. Jeez. Hold up. All right, here we go.
That's the sound.
Nice.
Well, that just
All right.
made my day when that came in.
Yeah, I
Couldn't
got to
tell?
hear it. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, man, it's so much fun to see everything developing at such a pace, and getting new artists. I met Gary Parkins, for instance. Gary Parkins is an artist from England, and he was just I was just helping him on his Kickstarter, and he was like, okay, let me do you a cover, and he just cranked out one of the coolest cover I've ever seen. Which is so awesome. And then I've got
Gary Parkin right there on my
right
freaking
there.
wall, baby.
Boom, jongen, super. Yeah, Gary
He's in the
just
Madness.
rocks.
I've known Gary for a while. He's in the Madness. I know him from a previous group. This was a gift that somebody got from him and sent to me. Is that amazing
Super.
or what?
That's
Deadpool
just
holding the gun on Harley. Come on.
Yeah, that is just amazing. So I have Gary as one cover. I've got Yonami Teles doing 2 covers as a homage to the last meal, the Jesus Christ and his apostles and stuff. I've got one tribute that Daniel HDR did, which was a tribute to Muhammad Ali versus Superman. Superman versus Muhammad Ali.
right.
One of the greatest crossovers ever. Everyone should be able to have that one. That's for sure. And it's just stunning to have so many covers. I mean, this is the one that Gary did. I'm going to show it here.
Oh, hold up.
I've got one printed already.
Nice.
Yeah, I've got another one here that is the same, but now with a see-through cover.
Nice. I like
Yeah.
it.
That's so much fun to do. Everything is so cool to be developed. And I'm still considering also on extra lenticular cover. So I'm thinking about doing this Lucio Parillo cover as a lenticular cover, or a Cara art, which is also a not suitable for work lenticular. I mean, I just love this. I had a little bit of issues with it because I'm not into free boobies and show the boobies and everything topless. But the fans really kind of almost demand that option at least. Yeah, and I was like, okay, I've got one cover here, I think. Let me check if it's here. No, it's some other place, and it was it's basically that piece from Francesco Cucca, but that's also in the topless version, and it's just done so. It has done great. It has really done great. So yeah, I'm doing more of those, just one at a time though. One per Kickstarter, because otherwise, it's just too much, and that it is just not me, really. Yeah, but hey, Pops, thanks for showing, having me on the show and giving me some airtime to talk about mummies and showing all kinds of art.
You guys, like I said, I want you to get with Mike, and we will give you guys over there, you Netherlands guys, an early slot in the Madness where you can come out, every month for CRoM Con, and you guys got a slot locked in. Okay, that way you can bring the people that you want to bring every month, and we get to see new people. You seem to know everybody over there, so you might as well be my liaison to the Netherlands.
I have no problem whatsoever with that. I mean, I'm doing that already. I like working with Ink Marketing and Kevin to help people from Hawaii to Germany to the Philippines, everywhere, because and Australia and everywhere. You guys.
Oh, we had love. Check that out.
Yeah, she's going for a night shift, so I'm really happy she just dropped by to give me a kiss. That's for sure. Yeah. So
I have to ask you a question on your way. Well,
Sure.
first, go ahead and tell everybody where people can find you on your way out. As always.
Well, just basically go to, you can search for Boom Vava Voom, which is my hashtag on Twitter, on TikTok, on, Richard Boom Vava Voom on Instagram. It's everywhere. It's pretty easy. If you go on Kickstarter and you check for Sisterhoods, I mean, you can find me there. Basically the easiest thing is just to Google me and type in Richard Boom Comics or Richard Boom Sisterhood or Richard Boom Mummies or something like that, and I pop up all over the freaking place. That's for sure. I mean, and I'm mostly I'm on social media on Facebook. I've got a couple of pages, 5 or 6. And I'm on Comics for Sinners, which is my comicsforsinners.com, which is my website for everything comic related. And of course, I try to be, yeah. And I'm even working with David Campidi over at Glasshouse Graphics. Most of the times, doing some art agent stuff left and right.
I have one last question for you. Have you ever met the arch fiend, Brian Pulido?
I have met Brian Pulido once. Hi, Brian. And it's been so many years. I was just talking to Brian on Facebook a week ago, showing him an image when I first met him way back in the 90s in the Netherlands. And I was just a shy boy. And I remember asking him and for a photograph, and then I just slithered away.
That was great, and we've been in touch ever since. That was a great time in Germany. We had La Presidenta with us, and of course the madman Joe Jusko, one of my favorite drinking buddies. Amazing time back then.
Also a great buddy outside of the drinking, I hope.
Yeah. I was relating that story on your Facebook feed where, sort of like you, when I first met Joe Jusko, first of all, he's a big, imposing guy, right?
Those hands, right? Yeah.
He's a big guy. And of course, I'm a fan. And he already had legendary status in the mid-90s. So to meet Joe, I actually remember, I think we're in North Carolina, Heroes Con, and we're outside, there were these steps. So Jusko's on the top of the steps, and us, Chaos Comics guys are coming up the steps, so we still have to look up to Jusko. Amazing stuff.
That's just great. Yeah, I've actually met Joe has been around Europe for I think 6 or 7 times. I've met him now in Brussels. I've met him in Ghent, also in Belgium. I've met him in the Netherlands. I've met him one time in Germany. Because I live in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is just very small. But to the south of the Netherlands is Belgium, and to the right of us is Germany. So I'm able to go everywhere. So that's fun. So I've been able to keep up with Joe on most of his visits. And I mean, I've got one comic here, and he keeps signing that same comic with a date. So it's 99. It's 2001. It's 2000. It's 2010. It's just that's just awesome. Of course, the Vampirella cover, right? I mean, that's just it's got to be the Bloodlust.
Right on.
Yeah. So
good to see you in person, my friend. Thank you for everything. Comics and Sinners, and you for your support throughout the years. And thank you.
I've been loving, to support you. Also, that my Comics for Sinners website is just, supporting Coffin Comics and ever since.
Thank you. Yes, so much. So, when no one cared, dude, you were there. Thank you.
Right. Everyone still cared, Brian. Thanks, but everyone's caring. I mean, you're rocking everything here.
I can say the same thing about Brian. Back when I was doing this the first time, it's like nobody cared except Brian. I mean, the people that came out. Don't get me wrong, but it was like Brian was the one that told me, "Don't worry about what everybody else thinks. Do what you're gonna do, and do it the best you can do it." And I haven't totally followed all of Brian's advice. I'm kind of I react sometimes. I ain't gonna lie, but at the same time, I keep trying to power through it and leave bad things behind.
Yeah,
you know, I do try.
No, and Brian on his Kickstarters, he's got a multi-million, company right now, and he has everything, and he has those stretch goals that none of us have. But Brian, did you ever think about this one for Lady Death?
Wow! Oh, that's fantastic, man. That's insane.
That's right.
Bravo,
Brian.
bravo.
Yeah. That's
the
one.
See, Pops, am I 4 steps away? You got to give me 4 steps because
It's a challenge coin.
I got money too. I got money too.
Shit, I've got it also here.
I'm probably 5 steps.
Oh, he was 5. That was 5.
Oh,
damn it!
I got the
Pops,
beat.
you're getting a drink.
God damn it!
Hi, Francesca. How you doing?
I've got it here somewhere.
Oh, I got everybody today. There you go. I see you, baby. I got mine.
I got mine.
I got the Fiend. I got the Fiend.
Which one do you have?
I have the 25th anniversary. Yeah. It's like I gave one away. I gave one to Matt McBride because he did not have one. And the one that you had there is the one that Francesca has is the one that I gave to Matt. But I was being a good fiend, and I was like, "Oh, you don't got one? I got you, brother."
Right on.
So.
Hey, Brian, can I ask you one final question before I head out and give you the complete floor? I mean, one of the coolest things in comics, I personally think, is trading cards, right? I mean, and you're rocking it, really. But, I need something like this from you guys.
Let me see here. Yeah, you're knocking it out of the park. Oh, that's cool.
This is just a display, It's a fun display. I would really love one for Lady Death and all those characters. So, just an idea.
Great idea. Good stuff. Thank you. Cool ideas.
Cool. Okay, great, Brian. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pops.
Sir.
Dewey.
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 All right.
Pops.
Finally, Fiend has come back to CRoM Con. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, Pops, man. They let you out. Look at you. I'm so surprised. You're still like, you're doing a good job of avoiding the law.
Dude.
We'll keep that between us.
7 years. 7 years.
Awesome.
I'll tell you that story later.
We all have a couple.
No, man. I was like, I'm gonna say I was humbly thankful when you accepted my invitation last month to come to this month, because I really wanted you to be here for the 1 year anniversary. You had so much to do with my drive, my determination to make this thing work, to make it work that first time. It was like I had to get through the whole weekend because Brian was last. And I had to, you know what I mean? It was like you gave me that determination and the confidence to power through whatever was going on at the time.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to make that kind of contribution. I mean, big up to you guys. I know it is no easy feat in the amount of hours you put up for last year's event and this year's event. I know it's a Herculean effort. So thank you for doing it for the community.
Every month, Brian. I've done this every month since this is the 13th.
What I like about that is it keeps you out of trouble. That's what I like.
There
about
it is. It did. I'm not gonna lie. This changed my life direction. Okay, because I wasn't doing anything. I just said, I mean, I was grandpa daycare, but I had nothing going on outside of the house, and this gave me something to do, something to concentrate on. And then my son started playing golf, and now I got something else to do.
Hobbies.
I am back. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Pulido.
Thanks, man. Nice to see you. Welcome.
Good, you're keeping him out of trouble. We got to keep him out of trouble. You know how that goes.
I do.
Bill is my co-host and the guy who usually tries to rein me in.
Right
try.
on, Phil. Nice
Try
to
is
meet
the
you.
key word.
Yes, tries. Yes, tries. I have had a great time all year, though. The one thing I've not been able to do, because, of course, I mean, Brian, you know, I backed you all the way up until right about COVID.
Yeah.
And then I didn't have a whole lot of money to throw at projects anymore. You know, I mean, I had to be very choosy, but still trying to back the new guys coming up. You know, it's like, and I'm not saying you don't need the backing as well. I'm saying I was at a very limited budget point of time.
I get it, man. We all.
Things are starting to look up, and I'm looking forward to what's next. You know, I mean, here you are. And before we go on and what's next real quick, I have to do this. Number 13.
Look at you. Look at you.
Okay. Now
That's
look,
awesome.
I got to meet John Boy and talk to
Oh,
John
cool.
Boy here recently.
That's
and
awesome.
we're going to get him out on one of the shows, and we're going to talk about this.
That's cool. Yeah,
You
man.
know?
You got it.
Dude, look, thanks. Okay?
Hey, my pleasure, man. Thank you.
I was one of them people that, you know me, I'm the low budget guy. I bought the homage cover every time. I'm getting the homage cover. Now, my son got a few of them other more pricey things, but as far as, you know, what I got, it was always the homage cover. And
They're beautiful. They look amazing.
On the top back there, you know?
And you do an amazing job of representing back there. That's awesome.
Dude, I got everybody back there. I got Buzz and Karen Nicole and little Todd War Dog Wargilla from the crew, you know, Stan and Kevin Eastman and all you got. Do you remember the Denver Comic Con program that Troy had you guys all sign?
Yep, I do.
Okay, I have that back there on the wall, you know, and just Marat and you and Kevin Eastman and just all kinds of people on the cover that, you know, mostly all your people.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
right.
it's like, dude, you guys have always been so good to me, man. And I try to explain to people, one of the reasons I do this is paying you guys back for a lifetime of entertainment. Okay? All my life, I've had comics to read. And if it wasn't for people like you, I wouldn't have that. And you know, I was kind of, when ECCC went down last year, I was like, oh, crap. What are you guys going to do? And Brian's like, I'm just going to have all my stuff sent back to Phoenix. I'm going to do online con.
That's right.
And I was like, this is great. This is a great idea. And that was what started my wheels turning. I got all these friends that don't have those resources. How can I help them? I'm going to start doing CRoM Con. And Brian come out and he goes, that's a great idea. And I want to be there. And it was right on. You know, it gave it all credibility. Now, I've had a blast all year. I don't care about the bumps in the road because every time once I get out here and I'm talking to everybody and I'm having a good time, I'm having a good time. That was what this has always been about. Brian brings the good time all the time. I don't know if you guys watch the YouTube channel. If you guys don't pay attention to what Brian's doing, it's not just the books, man. He's got the Olympics. He's got the Cauldron. Every time Brian comes up with an idea that he thinks is fun, that people are going to be part of, there he is, out there. Hey! And that's why I try to come forward with that.
Yeah, man. I think that's the idea. And like you, Pops, I'm a guy who grew up in comics, and comics probably gave me a lot of, it's just rewarded me so many ways. I mean, not only as a comics professional, but also very much as a collector. There's just a lot of happiness and a lot of joy in it. Yeah. And so I appreciate that you're on that positive bent and, you know, you feel like this is a great way to give back, and I think it is. And the way we choose to conduct ourselves at Coffin is we just want to be a good, fun, exciting time, provide escapism, entertainment, because we know that, you know, out there, the world is complicated. There's some real stuff going on. Every human being has a cross to bear. So we're about presenting the fun times, the good times. It's almost like, in my mind, it's like an AC/DC record come to life, or a Motley Crue concert, or, you know, good old classic Van Halen feel. So yeah, that's what we're about. And I could see, Pops, that's what you like too, you know, because we know what the alternative's like, right? Life is serious. You got to do things. And but if we could make people's day pass. And you know what I realized too, Pops, is that there's just some people like us, like we're comic book people. And there's a gigantic world out there who don't get that. But the people who get it, everyone's all in. Like comic book culture, for people who like comic books, it's a dominating thought in all of our brains all the time. And that's not true of other people, right? Some people are like, you know, they're like, we all like movies and all that stuff too, but comic book people who love comic books, it's a special breed. You know, I'm not even saying there's millions of us, but man, the people who like live and die, you know, on our funeral is going to be, probably some sort of comic book on our chest, or before they burn us or whatever. You know, that's just a certain sort of person. So it's nice that you're providing. There you go.
That's going to be on my chest, baby, right there. Boom.
Hell yeah. I'll probably have 2 of them. I'll do this, you know.
Oh, shit. That would be awesome. I want pictures of that, but I'd rather be dead before you, if you don't mind.
Let's all try to stay alive as long as we can. I'll tell you though, Pops, I'm going to tell you a crazy story, and this is true. So what's in my will at this moment, not only is my funeral is a party, like people are almost virtually required to get loaded however they want to do it, but I am going to be buried in a custom mausoleum. I'm not going for cremation, because if there's any shot of me coming back, I'm going to have a big coffin. Zombie Archfiend that's it. And I'm going to have a coffin where it could be unlocked, the thing lifted. I could get out of the mausoleum. It's all got to be figured out. But that's my view, and I'm sure I'm going to have like a lot of goodies with me. So all you grave robbers out there, stay away, because I'll have some trips and traps in there too.
You'll have the little bell with the string going in there.
That's right.
I did want to ask you, when this segment's over, to stay in the backstage for a minute, because I have something I want to say to you personal and private before you check out. Phil, you're going to bring Don Shinn in for me at 4:45. You got all this. I ain't worried about it. But yeah, Brian, I got, we ain't talked in a long time.
That's true. Yeah, that's another thing, Pops. Like, soon as last year the COVID hit, I was really using that time anyway, no matter what, to get way ahead in our publishing. And we've always been known for being on time and all that stuff, but really part of the reason you haven't heard is, we're always tweaking Coffin Comics itself, looking to always improve our customer service, our on time, and then principally in the creative, because what we're putting out this year, Lateth Chapter 13, which is going to be shipping quite soon, and then Lateth Chapter 14 in August. They're very ambitious stories, but we wanted to start getting much, much further ahead. So, I mean, literally as we sit, Mike McLean and I we've plotted, God knows, to 2026, but we're actually executing. We'll begin executing like Lady Death August 2022 right around now. So that's one of the reasons why you've seen a little less of me. It's just like nose to the grindstone, man. Let's make this thing last forever.
I know you're working. I mean, I talk to I talk to your people a lot. I mean, Bob's my friend. I mean, I get the occasional short conversation with Brandy or whatever. I mean, I try not to keep your people online talking instead of working, but I try to keep up with what's going on, man, without bothering you. I mean, it's what it is. Everybody's working.
Everybody's working. It's never a bother. It's funny though. In my life, even my family members, like my dear sister knows, never call me in the morning. And it's just because that's my precious time for whether I'm scheduling, plotting, planning, writing stories. I believe in this whole idea of like super concentrated work without interruption. And in my mind, that's the Ferrari going, where I could get these quantum amounts of work done and like heavy thinking work done as well. So yeah, that's just me. Friends, they know.
It's just like that. It's like I said to somebody earlier, they were talking about sending me PDFs, and I told them, I sit in this chair, I'm working. I can't be distracted by your PDF, or I won't be promoting somebody that I should be promoting. You see, comics are for over there. This is my workspace. So I try not to look at PDFs because it takes away from you guys' time.
Got it.
You know, so it's not a shot against him or anything. It just cuts into my time in this chair, and this is where I work.
Got it.
You know, so the phone's way too small for that PDF stuff, man. I got no eyes.
I got to explain that same thing when I'm working, man. It's like you get in that groove, and it's like if you got to even take a minute for a quick text message, it just kind of throws you off your game for a minute, man. And you got to get back into it.
Yep.
And since all my work is right here, online, in the face of everybody's crap, I sometimes get distracted. It's not like I can just go back in the warehouse. You know?
Right.
This is where I work. You know?
Right.
I mean, it's a grind. It's fun. Look, Brian, when you were a founding member of the Madness in October of 2019. We have 2,200 people now. You know, I don't work at membership. It's you guys keep bringing more people to the action by me bouncing off your fan bases.
Yeah.
I'm not out there in Sworn Nation and everywhere going, hey, you guys need to join the madness.
Right.
I'll let that happen naturally. People will, you know, and that's all I've done since I started. I'm amazed that there's this many people paying attention to what we're doing.
It's amazing. It's fantastic.
I actually get press releases now, Brian.
Oh,
watch out.
Fancy, Fred. You hear that, Presidenta? Very fancy.
Look, I remember one time Brian told me, he said, quit complaining about that. They didn't pay no attention to me either at first. Okay, so I quit complaining about it. Now I get them, right? Now I get them. So, you know, there's a lot of things that Brian told me in the beginning that stuck with me. You know, like I said, I'm not great at always following all the rules, but what Brian does and what I do are kind of two different things as well. And you have to figure out the rules for the game you're playing in.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I represent a lot of people. None of them pay me. I do it for fun. I do it because I love you guys. You know, that's pretty much all there is to it. You know, I'm not trying to build some kind of empire that I'm going to get rich off of. Are all you guys going to start paying me? No. Am I going to ask you to? No. This is for fun. Everybody quit trying to ruin everybody's fun. And as long as that happens, then everybody gets to join in on the fun.
Yep. With me, it's work that I enjoy, so that does make it fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I have a blast out here talking to everybody. I have a blast. I mean, I sit in this chair all week long promoting their stuff because they're coming out to my show. Even if they're not coming out to my show, it doesn't matter. I have fun doing it, and I spend a lot of hours in this chair doing it. Brian works his ass off, and his work ethic at what he does with his company, with Coffin Comics, inspired me to not ever slack off when it came to what I'm doing when I'm representing so many other people. I can't slack off and not do what I'm obligated to do or what I can't just take the show off today because I don't want to, you know, I mean, I'm obligated.
Responsibilities.
Yeah, and see, I didn't have none of that. This has made me act right. Everybody give me some credit for acting right.
This is a breakthrough, everybody. This is a major announcement. Somebody's acting right over here.
I'm trying. God, ain't I try? I try so hard. Oh, look, we got Cindy. We got Cindy Kep. Cindy Kep is in the audience or in the chat. We love her. She's another great contributor to what we're doing. A great author. You know, there's so many awesome people that contribute. I don't have enough time, Brian, in the weekend to accommodate everybody anymore.
I bet.
I do a Friday night show before the con. Monday Madness after the con is extended a couple hours to make up for people who didn't get to be in the con. So this whole weekend is like crazy, you know?
Yeah, I saw the lineup is bananas. Holy mackerel.
Dude, Hold on. Remember this, Brian?
Sure.
This is the guest list from CRoM Con 1.
I love it.
And that was as organized as Pops was back then. I actually have a desktop calendar now.
Man, this is a lot of revelations coming up. I think this is really the Pops panel, man. Whoa.
No, it's all because of you. A lot of it is because of you, though, and that's what I'm saying. It's like if I'm gushing and fanboying, it's not so much for your art or your project. It's for your wisdom, and you're willing to share that with everybody in the industry.
Thanks, dude. Pops, I really appreciate hearing that. I kind of seemed like, this week I actually sat down with a young person and gave that person an hour, a young artist, and an hour in person, really kind of helping them where they were at in their career, maybe some things to consider in the future. I just realized that at some level, I think it's not even an obligation, but sort of a natural extension that if I've learned something, perhaps if people are willing to listen, I'm happy to do it. So, of course, it just seems to be a natural thing. So I'm happy and I love hearing, I appreciate your acknowledgement. That's nice. Sometimes I don't always get one and I'm not doing it for that reason, but that's really nice. It's nice to hear it have some sort of impact. And, I am definitely known even in coffin culture where we have these things called the come to Jesus conversation, where everyone kind of gets that straightforward come to Jesus conversation. And I myself am not above getting my come to Jesus conversation every once in a while, where you kind of just have to have your head put around a telephone pole a little bit and get it rearranged. So
right.
Hey, you've inspired me, good sir.
Right on.
I've actually I've even I'm get to work on a rebooted Eternity title myself, man.
Nice.
With, Evil Ernie and all that. And yeah, over at Silverline, we're doing a White Devil, which was an old Eternity Malibu
cool.
Comics imprint.
Very cool. Yep.
Now,
they had some good titles back then on there, on Aircell, all those, sub imprints they had too.
Right.
Yeah. Good times.
I do want to now. I'm gonna shut myself up, and I'm gonna let Brian talk about what he's got going on before this segment's over, and he didn't even get to talk about it. So, Brian,
I'd be happy to talk.
Floor, bro.
Coffin Comics, we never rest, and we're always going. So even as you and I speak out there in the interwebs, we are running a cool promotion where it's called the Jesse Witchman Artist Celebration. Jesse Witchman is an incredible contributor to Coffin Comics. The guy is an amazing designer. He totally gets it. He's a multi-talented, multifaceted artist. He's a tattoo artist, a fine artist, and he has contributed comic book covers to us, I think, for 5 years or more. And with the Artist Celebration, what we've done is we've gone back and we have some new material we're presenting by Jesse, a beautiful new piece called Hellflare. And other beautiful pieces that he's done, we're presenting them in ways that we hadn't before. And so that's occurring right now as we speak on coffincomicsshop.com. And it's running all throughout the weekend. And it's a house on fire. I think also over on the Coffin Comics TV YouTube channel, Jimmy Coffin ran a panel with Witchman. And I think it's very instructive for people who are interested in learning a little bit more about Witchman himself and his craft. I find him to be a completely unique guy. Every conversation I have with Jesse is like, there's so many rewards in the conversation because he has such a unique point of view. But never resting on our laurels, coming up May 12th, Coffin Comics presents an official Death-Ocalypse tie-in, La Muerta Onslaught. So La Muerta Onslaught is the 7th chapter in Maria Diaz's story, but this ties into our giant company-wide event, Death-Ocalypse, and features a guest starring appearance by the one and only Lady Death. So La Muerta, for those of you who don't know, is a urban crime revenge story with a hint of the supernatural. But we really ground the story in reality, so it has a lot in common with crime stories with a hint of the supernatural. This is the first time in her story where we're actually bringing in a bigger-than-life, otherworldly threat. This horrible group of monsters called the Progeny, who face off against our cast of characters. La Muerta, her allies Loco, and even a bunch of gang members who are actually coming to kill La Muerta because the threat they're facing is greater than their distaste for each other. So that is a fun story. It kicks off May 12th, runs about a month, and it is a Coffin Comics Kickstarter. So knowing that, it's filled with all the shenanigans that we are known to do. Not only the Wheel of Coffin, the Coffin Cauldron, crazy free bonus items, and for sure, the unexpected. Let's see what Mario says.
It sounds like she has a similar story to Eric Draven in The Crow.
You know, that's true. I mean, I would have to say that The Crow, that premise of this, they call it the Seraphim Angel, was definitely an influence. And I've been upfront about that the entire time. I would say the big influences on La Muerta are Mexican-American culture, the motion picture Death Wish, and The Crow. So full stop, that's true. Now, not to be outdone, Coffin Comics is actually moving into a whole nother category. This is something that we've been planning for some time. Let's see what, oh, that's what Pop says. Okay, Hell Witch versus Lady Death. Well, we're going to get right into that in a minute. But coming up, June 2nd, the Lady Death Majestic Statue Series. Coffin Comics is offering a statue series on Kickstarter through our new business entity, Coffin Collectibles. Behind the scenes, Coffin Collectibles has been built literally for years, and our first major offering is this beautiful statue set. Now, this statue, we hired what I would assert is the finest of the finest. The one and only Joe Allard, former art director for Sideshow Collectibles, is the art director on this project, which was sculpted by Tim Miller and Sam Greenwell, and 3D printed and paint mastered by the one and only Jason Wires. Now, you may or may not know these names, but these people are behind the finest three-dimensional products you've seen in the last 2 decades. So to have these contributors with us is nothing short of remarkable. Now, this is a Coffin-related Kickstarter with our new business Collectibles, but you can expect a lot of the fascinating, heretofore unknown and unseen shenanigans that Coffin Comic Kickstarter campaigns are known to have. But that's not all, folks. Just hold your breath, Pops, because here we go. Coming up in August, and let me back up a minute and tell everybody, Lady Death Chapter 13 is completely on track to ship as promised in June. Everything's coming along smashingly, very happy. The warehouse staff, the folks that we have working in our warehouse are the finest. I mean, it's ridiculous how rad these people are. Like if this was the Indy 500 pit crew, they would just be at the top of the class. So, of course, Brandy Sparkle's leadership, our warehouse and fulfillment manager, and all the other sociopaths that work in the warehouse, including the one and only Mario the Mad, Fearsome Fabian, and Coop, Resident Badass, and others, just continue to bring the quality that you want, the love, the care, the knowledge. But coming in August is Lady Death Sacrificial Annihilation. This is the biggest story we have ever done. And literally, this book has every Coffin comic character we have created, because that's what it's going to take to possibly defeat the threat of Insurrectus and his mate Atrocity and their vile, insane, hundreds of thousands of children, the Progeny. These horrible monsters who are scouring the earth, who are looking to actually encase the earth in black and to go across the globe and destroy and humble anyone who considers themselves a guardian of humanity. It's ridiculous. Our contributors include, and it's just the tip of the iceberg, covers by Arthur Sudam, Tyler Kirkham, Michael Golden. The list goes on. It's ridiculous. But do you think that's all, Pops? Of course it's not, because you tipped it off. You're absolutely right. This October, the one that we've been heading toward for the last 7 years, Hell Witch versus Lady Death Wargasm. This is it for all the marbles. This is a fight comic. Don't get it twisted. This isn't 48 pages and 2 pages of fight. This is 48 pages and 40 pages of fight. People want to know. And and here's the thing. If you back any of our Kickstarters, that last Lady Death we had, this La Muerte, the next Lady Death, your vote will tell us exactly who wins, Hell Witch or Lady Death. People have voted. They cast the vote, and it is our culture who determines who wins. And the way people are going to learn is when it gets in their hands. So
now, I saw somebody saying something about a Hell Witch Lady Death cover.
Yeah.
For that book. And I said to myself, but I already have a Lady Death Hell Witch cover. So I got the first one.
You do. These two have never liked each other. We introduced Hell Witch and Lady Death Chapter 2, which was Damnation Game. And they had an instantaneous distaste for each other. And they had a bit of a rematch in Lady Death Chapter 7, Apocalyptic Abyss. And I got to tell you, if it wasn't for Lady Death's daughter, Chaotica, meddling, I'm pretty sure Hell Witch would have won that one. In fact, it almost robbed Lady Death of her eye. So now this is the one, no distractions, no nothing. And this fight is happening in Las Vegas. So it's the town without pity, Sin City, the fight, knockdown, drag out. This is it. This is the one for all the marbles.
This is the part I'm kind of referring to, though, the 181 homage cover.
Oh, yes, that's right. You do have that. That's right.
It already happened. I already seen the cover of Lady Death and Hell Witch.
That's right.
It's like, yeah, and it was an homage for 181. It's great. It's up there on my wall, right there, right next to that one's the Superman #1. Let's see, what do we got? We got X-Men. We got Thanos. We got The Walking Dead. We got the Batman. We got the Captain America, and the Star Wars. The list just goes on.
The list goes on. We love doing those homages because we're comic kids ourselves. It's a lot of fun. I thought for this upcoming, here's an exclusive for the show. For the upcoming Hell Witch versus Lady Death Wargasm, I'll name our homage covers. One of them, we're going to homage the classic Silver Surfer #4, which was Silver Surfer versus Thor.
Hold up.
Whoa, stop the clock.
Hold up. I just happen to have, I just got to go dig it up real quick. I just happen to have a little homage of that myself.
That's awesome. That's a good one.
Yes, I love that. That is actually my desktop.
That's a classy desktop. That's cute.
Yeah, I'm a big old Peanuts fan, you know.
What's not to love? They're great.
If I didn't become a comics fan out of Peanuts comic strips, I probably don't know what really caused it, but I'm pretty sure Charlie Brown and Snoopy are what caused it. You know.
They're great.
So,
Pops, you asked, and I'm sorry, I completely took over your show. But for those out there who are listening, that is a small inkling of what is coming from Coffin Comics. And if you want to know more about Coffin Comics, why don't you just sign up to our mailing list and get our newsletter. Our newsletter is fun with fun information every week. You could sign up at coffincomics.com on the upper right-hand side of that website, and it's easy. Jump on board. I cordially invite you to be involved with the whole Coffin experience. For a company that's so dedicated to supernatural, deathly stuff, we are really alive.
Hells yeah.
And real quick, I want to pull this up just because you said something about the, let's see, where is it? The Jesse
Witchman Artist Celebration.
Yes, I just happen to have that right there on my comicscoffinshop.com.
I love it.
Go check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that guy. It's the Hooligan.
Julian the Hooligan.
But yeah, there you go, y'all. Go check it out. And, you know, as always, be sworn.
Be sworn.
You must be sworn. Personally, I like to call myself sworn to the Black Metal Club.
That's right.
It's a very small club, but I'm also sworn to the Metal Club and all the rest of the sworns. But, you know, Brian, you blew me away when I opened this package. And I'm like sending Brian a message. Did my son order this? I totally missed that turbocharged episode.
Yeah.
Okay. And now I try not to miss any because I don't want to look stupid anymore. But he went out and told everybody about him, and I missed that one show. You know, and
see, that's the thing.
It shows up in my package, and I'm like, Brian, did my son buy this? And then I went back and looked at the Kickstarter page, and I'm like, oh, dude, Brian, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, that stuff is random. It might even seem like it's not random, but I hand to God that it's utterly random inside, and that you got it, and it was number 13. I think is a complete hoot, if you ask me. Let's see here.
One of my other questions was, being that 13 is your favorite number, or
why not?
I'm assuming, I think it's one of them.
It's up there with number 4. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. How many 13s have you given away, or do you keep all the number 4s too? Which ones? Yeah, I know you keep 3 of the 13.
Yeah. It's so funny. They're all like my little children. I regret giving any of them away, but I think we usually keep number. It's heartbreaking, but we give away. We definitely give away all the 13s, and I retain for the archive just so I have a record of what the heck I did with my life. I retain the number 3, 0, 1, 2, 3 of a given edition, and we archive it. We put it in a thing called the Deep Vault.
All right, I was just kind of wondering which ones you kept, and if it was a uniform thing or if it was just a whatever. Or
it's heartbreaking. What we give away, fun number 13, 69, 99. We give them away because 66, 666, because people got to have them.
Yep. I was blown away that you sent me number 13. I totally appreciate that.
Again, it truly, hand to God, it's random that you got that particular number, but it's kind of.
Thank you, Brandy.
There you go. The craziest thing about all that kind of, through the years, we've done the raffles and all that stuff, how it lands for people, it really will blow you away. Because sometimes, for example, out here in Phoenix at the con, we'll do a raffle. And there's a gal named Jenny DeWitt, who's a Fiend. And she'll play the raffle, and for some reason, historically, through the years, through like 10 years, she just has the highest ratio of winning. And by now, everybody just throws their hands up, and it's like, it's totally not rigged. It's what happens. And the weirdest stuff happens with raffles, I think.
Well, I mean, I looked at it as like there was no number that I would have connected to more than that one. How that one landed here, I'm like, this is amazing, Right. Yeah. And that kind of stuff has happened to me a lot over the years. You go back to 98, and I couldn't miss, Brian. Anything I bet on, anything I said was going to happen, everything was just like I scripted 98. I worked for Z-Rock at the time out there in West Phoenix.
Wow.
Okay? And I was meeting everybody, Zach, and everybody. I was having a blast. I was living the high life, And it was short-lived, but it was some of the best times of my life. And now I'm kind of reliving that type of life. I get to be out here talking to people like I was on the radio then. It's fun, man. I'm having a blast. I'm so glad that you encouraged me to push forward with this right from the beginning. Man.
Hell yeah. Right on, man. I can tell you're having fun, Pops. It's awesome. It's really great that we have you in the community to kind of keep the fun and excitement rocking, man. And so we appreciate you too.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Seriously. And where's the palm? No photo palm?
Yeah, we're actually in a whole different location, man. We're right here right now.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Get your kicks on Route 66.
That's what we're doing. So we're just we're kind of just lost.
You're just rolling up north, huh?
Yeah. We're up there, man. We're up there just getting lost for a little while.
Dude, I know all about that.
Yep.
Up on the rim, all over. Northern Arizona is the best place in the world. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, it's magical. It's absolutely magical. Yeah, you can't even explain it to people.
Meteor Crater, Petrified Forest. There are so many cool places to go check out, man.
Bedrock City.
Yep. The Montezuma's Castle. There's just like so much in Northern Arizona.
The Cadillacs, what do they call it?
I lived there for 35 years, man, and I don't think I saw everything there is to see in the northern half of that state.
I know that. Yeah, that's how I feel too. That's exactly what I feel. It's interesting when I sort of this is our first time out in a while, frankly. But yeah, you sort of like target the different places and like, let's go this way, let's go that way. So yeah, we just took a break and we're talking, but yeah, we're getting our kicks on 66 this weekend.
Sweet.
Hell yeah.
Well, if you happen to slide by the Four Corners, I want somebody to take a picture of you with a limb in each state. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's
I've been there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
I want to see the picture of the Pulido in 4 states, man. I want to see it,
Hell yeah.
It's all marketing, brother. It's all marketing. Lady Death in 4 states at once.
Exactly. 4 at once.
There you go. As always, brother, it's great to see you. I want to let you say hi to Don. Say hi, Don. Brian.
Hey,
Brian.
How are you,
Good,
sir?
man. It's been a while, like since the 90s, I think.
Yeah, since the 90s, man. You're another lifer like myself.
I am, man. I'm
glad that I didn't pick comics. Comics picked me, because if I was a sensible person, there's 100 other things I should be doing.
Well, you've done well, my friend. I'm glad to see all your success.
Thank you so much. Thanks, man. I'm glad to see you in the game. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to slide out in the backstage for a minute, talk to Brian.
Mr. Pulido, it was very, very, very nice to meet you, good sir.
Nice to meet you, and Don Chin, much respect.
Thanks, Brian. Take care, buddy.
You too.
Hey, Phil.
Hello. What's up, Don?
man?
He left the patient in charge of the asylum today. So.
All right. I like your
right now. How you been?
The stained glass, like the comic book stained glass background.
Oh yeah, that's all.
Brian,
different.
I'm just going to call you real quick, Brian, because we can't talk in the backstage, so I'll hit you from my phone, bro.
Okay, copy that.
There you go. Yeah, that's
cool.
all different either pages or covers that I've worked on, and I just compiled them all together and put it back there behind me, man.
Nice, man. How's life?
Life is good, it's got its ups and downs, but not bad, I'm hanging in there.
Yeah.
I always stick to the Bruce Lee adage of be like water, man.
Be like water, my friend. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
What was your favorite Bruce Lee movie?
Oh, Enter the Dragon.
Oh yeah, that's classic. I did a Hamsters a mini series with Clint, who's the one with the mohawk, and I put him in a game like actually it was Enter the Dragon was my favorite, but Game of Death was the one where he fought like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right?
Right, yeah.
Like he had to go through the different levels, and there were like different adversaries that he had to fight. But
when he got a Kareem foot straight to the chest.
Yeah, like the big footprint on his tracksuit.
Yeah,
that was fun, man. Have you seen? Are you like a Mortal Kombat fan? Have you watched the new Mortal Kombat?
I haven't got a chance to yet. I just been nose to the grind. I've working on projects, man. I've got a chance to barely keep up on Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I got to check out Godzilla versus King Kong, but that's been about it, man.
Yeah, I'm behind on that. I'm a big Godzilla fan, and this trailer looked really good on that one.
It's cool, man. It's a fun ride.
So are you I've been on shows with you before. I can't remember. Are you primarily a penciler, inker, or colorist, or jack of all trades?
A jack of all trades, basically. I've done art forever, and then I got into comics and got used to collaborating with people. So, and I kind of started in doing color work, because I figured that'd be the easiest one to figure out the whole layout and production, and it just kind of stuck and people like it. So mainly been doing color work, but I've also since then I've picked up doing a little bit of graphic work, a little bit of editing. I've been editing a few books here and there, like the art direction, and into the technical end of it, even though that part hurts my head for like pre-press, getting everything set up pre-press for people and everything ready to go, man.
Yeah, I've been blessed that my wife is a talented pre-press person.
Oh, so, nice.
All you guys that do the behind the scenes work, I'm kind of like just the guy that keeps the cogs rolling, and as far as making sure people are on deadline and stuff. But all the technical stuff,
the cat wrangling, as I call it, man.
Yeah. I'm more of the cat wrangler versus the actual. I mean, I do some computer stuff, but you graphics people are in a total league of your own. And if it wasn't for my wife and colorists and letterers, I would have no. It's a team effort when you do.
I was going to say, it takes the collaboration and everybody working together, and I like that. That's what I like about comics.
Hey, Pops, buddy, how you doing, man?
Pops is back. I've been waiting for this.
What? You're back?
Waiting for this.
There he is.
Waiting for this.
Oh yeah.
What you got there?
I got to post on social media that I'm on your show right now because I don't think I put a link out there, and I should. Let me.
Man, I shared this thing everywhere this morning.
Is there
everywhere? Okay,
is there a Twitter link that you already put up, or do I need to just?
Oh, geez, I wasn't paying attention, and neither was my co-host.
Oh yeah, you know me, man. I've been juggling like a circus clown these last couple days.
Where is my berserker? I know I got a berserker somewhere. There's my berserker. Okay, there we go.
See. You got something on Twitter, or should I? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I shared everything everywhere, all over this morning.
I see some people in the chat. Hi, Marigo. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance. You asked what was up with me. Tell everybody a little bit about you, Don, man. What you do and what you got going on.
Oh man, it's been good. If people don't know who I am, I was basically a guy that came around in the 90s and 80s. I was the first person to make fun of the Ninja Turtles with a comic book parody called the Adolescent Radioactive Black Belt Hamsters.
Right.
And that did pretty well. I need to send you a clip, Pops, of the hamsters on Jeopardy. I played it a couple days ago. They were actually a question on Jeopardy.
That's cool.
I'll send you a clip. Or who should I send it to? Who's the person kind of manning the controls? Is that you, Phil, or
either one of them? If you drop it in the private chat in the StreamYard, either one of us can grab it up, man.
Okay, I think it's a file. It's not on YouTube, so I'd have to send it to you guys, and then you'd have to play it on your
box. You'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, Phil, private chat me your email, and I'll send it to you, and then you can.
You on the Book of Faces?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just get you there real quick, man.
Okay, and then I can upload the file to you there. So let's see. My background. I didn't get to hear what Brian said, but he was actually in the comic book biz around the same time I was around doing. He was doing Lady Death, and we were doing like Zen, Intergalactic Ninja, and Nira X, which was kind of a bad girl sci-fi comic book. But my main claim to fame was probably been parodies. So besides the hamsters, which sold quite well, X-Farce is the book that we've been working on lately, and the book that Pops got a package of is, which he's probably going to open in front of us, is the new release called X-Farce Reloaded. So what we did, Phil, is we took the best material from the 90s that we did spoofs of X-Men, and then we put it into a 48-page new book, which is all color. Because back in the day, in the 90s, we didn't do much color work. So all the work that you see in Pop's book that he's going to open up has never been colored before. So that's why we call it Reloaded. You get about 30 pages of older material that's digitally remastered, and then we have about 18 pages of new X-Men spoofs. So all in all, you get 8 different X-Men stories. It's an anthology. There's like about 13 different people that worked on it, including Mike Barron, Keith Gleason, Bill Mouse. So yeah, so Pops is getting. I wanted to send Pops a thank you because
I'm saving the sticker, dude. I'm being careful. I'm getting this thing off without tearing it.
Yeah, I've had some people do the unboxing videos in the last week, and they really like the tape, and they keep the tape as a collector's item because we only had it made for this campaign. Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Yes.
So we thought. when we saw Ethan Van Sciver sending out his Cyberfrog with his all caps comics tape, I said that's pretty classy because you know who it's from before you even open it. And so we wanted to kind of build like this anticipation when you see it come into your mailbox of you know this is what you've been waiting for a few months. And so I love watching people open it. I've never seen anybody do it live. Yeah, I threw in some goodies for Pops because he's been a friend to our company.
We got the lanyard badge, and a little X-Cons card in it.
That's
X-Cons. You see,
Pops, that's a great idea. Actually, I wanted to let you know that's not really supposed to be a lanyard. It's just a trading card that I put in a protective case. Sure. But you could punch a hole in the top of the protective case and wear it around as a badge. So that's a good idea.
A nice little note from Don that I will read after we're done here. We have the first issue of X-Force Reloading. We have.
Yeah, that's back in the 90s, Phil.
Yeah.
Eclipse Comics printed the first rendition of X-Farce with me and Bill Mouse. It sold like 90,000 copies.
Oh, nice.
And so what we did was we wanted to bring it back in color. So the cover that Pops held up, the first one, that's kind of Bill drawing the 1992 cover back, but now in 2020. So that's all the same pose as the old comic book, but by the same artist, and he's obviously gotten a lot better. And then I signed the books for Pops. So Pops got 2 out of the 3 variant covers that we released.
Thank you so much.
Now
you're welcome.
Now Eclipse, was that an imprint also?
Eclipse, yeah, they were the guys that did a lot of Alan Moore's first work, like Miracle Man, the Rocketeer.
Yeah.
Do you remember The Rocketeer by Dave Stevens?
Yeah.
That was Eclipse. And then, of course, The Hamsters was an Eclipse book. And I did a few different parodies with them. But X-Farce was kind of the best-selling one that I'd ever done. And back in the 90s, Phil, we were actually, the editor was friends with Todd McFarlane, and he was supposed to do the cover to X-Farce, but for some reason it didn't work out. So it still sold great. And if you like X-Men, I mean, we make fun of the whole Rob Liefeld.
Oh, yeah. I've seen
X-Force.
it. Yeah, I dig it. It's good stuff, man.
So
my son likes it too. He's like,
oh, good. Now I want you to read it and give me your honest opinion. But it's a lot like, what if Mad Magazine took the X-Men and made them, kind of a satire.
Yeah,
so
I like
that. That's what I grew up on, being a kid is Mad Magazine and crap.
Me too.
So
this is blowing me away right now. I'm like, I knew you were gonna send me a book. I didn't expect to. Okay.
You're welcome, man. We still have these in stock. Yeah, they're still on xfarce.com. So if anyone out there, watching this or after on a replay, you can go to our campaign. We're still in demand. So there's 3 different covers. Pop showed you 2. This one's kind of the retro 1960s version. So they all have the same. What's that?
I do have to tell you though, Don, that one fits me more.
Oh, this one? Because you're an old guy like me.
No, because I'm an ex-con.
Oh. Well, it's all right. Everybody deserves a second chance. I'm not judging you, bro.
Oh no, I don't care about it. It was weed. Now what can you do? It was like it was a different time. I wasn't a criminal. I wasn't out there hurting anybody or stealing.
Oh, I see.
I liked weed. What?
I don't know if you know this, Pops, but I live in Humboldt County, California.
Yes, I did. I did know that. And you're a lucky
Yeah,
I live in
houses.
Michigan now, and it's legal, so I finally live somewhere where I don't have to worry about going to jail over it. Now,
Yeah, it's pretty commonplace up here. There's dispensaries on every corner, and
well, I mean, up there, the whole economy's built on it, basically.
Yeah, if you ever watched Murder Mountain on Netflix, that's just like, an hour and a half south of me. But yeah, man. So we're doing X-Cons and X-Farce, and this is kind of like I said, Phil. It's got like we make fun of the original Stan Lee, Jack Kirby version, and we try to make it even look like the pages are brown.
Oh yeah,
like they've been in your garage, for 60 years.
That's cool.
Yeah,
it looks like it's all beat up. It's not really beat up. It just looks like it's all
right. It's all
cool. That's cool.
It's all distressed. You can see, like, even on the corner here, it's not. It looks like it's
it's dog-eared. Yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, we had a lot of fun with this. Mark Lewis, who did this cover, actually went to go work on the X-Men animated series after he did his comic book thing, so he knows X-Men like the back of his hand.
Right.
He did all the typography. I mean, as a colorist, you can probably appreciate this because he did all the colors, and we told him try to make it look like it's a 1960s Marvel
like
12
it's
cent.
distressed a little bit. Yeah.
Right. So
give it that little bit of a grungy effect. I've done that a few times. I like doing that occasionally.
Yeah, so the way you guys, in graphics just make us writers look good, it's totally cool. I really like that. But yeah, we had a lot of fun. We've been working on this book pretty much all of last year, and then we launched it in January for like 2 months, and then I said I'm going to deliver this in April. So we kept our promise, and we fulfilled like we said we would.
All right, yeah. Definitely, man.
Oh, I was going to send you that. that.
Yeah, I sent you the message real quick, and I didn't even know. I thought I had you friended on Facebook, and I didn't. Shame on me.
We'll have to rectify that. There's a thing that says there's an option it gives me on Facebook that says I don't want to hear from Phil, but I want to hear from you.
Nobody wants to hear from Phil.
I need to accept your friend request.
That's hilarious.
There you go.
Of course, my Facebook is freezing right now, so let me open another.
Oh yeah, it's been wiggy like that with everybody for about
here we go.
days now, man.
It just confirmed. It says send away, bud.
Yeah,
that's good. Okay, so now I got to find the file real quick on my computer. Here it is, right here. It's about 16 megs. That should work fine, huh?
Oh,
all right, it's coming, Phil.
All right, cool.
So
you could subscribers for 300. Somebody go ding that bell, man. Get me over that hump so I can shut up. Somebody,
please.
Is that on YouTube, Pops, or on?
Yeah, YouTube. I'm at 298, man. If I get to 300, I'll shut up till I get close to 400.
let me make sure I'm subscribed to you. I'm pretty sure I am.
I think you are.
Yeah, I see you right there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But for those of you who haven't hit that button, just hit that button, and I promise I won't say nothing until I get to close to 400. I promise.
So now I know how I can share. Now that I'm on your YouTube, now I can share that I'm live on your show. We'll try to get some people in here. I'm live with Pops and Phil on CRoM Con. All right, and then I'll try to tag all the usual suspects that'll retweet it. Well, that was so cool to see. That was so cool to see Brian. Man, he.
Oh yeah.
He and his wife were like pioneers in the indie.
And she made an appearance too. And
she did.
Yeah, she was jumped out early when I got Brian. He didn't have his coin handy, and I got him with his own coin. Look, everybody, I got Monte today with the coin. I got Brian today with the coin. Winner.
Now what is? Wait, hang on a second. I'm retweeting this right now. But what coin are you talking about?
It's a Lady Death Challenge coin.
Oh, really?
And all the fiends have them, and when they go to the coffin fest and whatnot. It's like that's a thing. If you don't have your coin, you're buying drinks.
Ah.
Okay.
That's it.
So Monte owed me a drink. Brian owed me a drink. I got them both. I couldn't believe I got them both. Man, I couldn't believe I got Brian after getting Monte. Brian, how could you have not seen me get Monte and had yours ready?
That's cool, man.
Okay,
Here we go.
Let it get it queued up real quick. I'm gonna have to pump my volume a little bit. One second.
Facebook group founded by old hippie comic guy.
Okay, hold on, because I'm turning up my volume, Pops.
Okay,
I'm gonna
okay,
go through my stuff.
Nomination founded by a group of Oxford University students led by John Wesley. Ty. What is Methodism? Methodism is good for 500, and you're on the plus side. Select. Common bonds for 300, please. Adolescent radioactive black belt hamsters, DN agents, the Fantastic Four.
Comic book characters.
What are comic book characters or groups?
You would have won. You would have won like $400.
Well, that was kind of easy, though. Actually, I used to watch Jeopardy all the time. Me and my friend Becky, we used to watch every night. We'd be like, Alex is such a pompous ass. He would act like he knew every answer. If they didn't know, he'd be like, oh, well, that's just blah, blah. Y'all should have known that. You know, acting like he was, like, smarter than everybody on the panel. And you're such a pompous ass. I love Alex Trebek. We used to watch him every day, but, man, he could make people feel like, you know, pretty bad about stuff they didn't know.
Yeah, you would think he'd be like a walking encyclopedia after all those years.
He had to.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks for loading that up, man. That was fun.
There are some categories though of Jeopardy that I ace every time, like mythology. I'll crush it every time. Every question I know the answer. There's certain genres where people know a lot because that's the things that are their favorite things.
Well, if you don't like Trebek, you just got to go into your Sean Connery voice and go flip on a couple of Will Ferrell.
SNL. Oh yeah.
No.
That's what your mother said, Trebek.
That's what your mother said, Trebek.
Oh man. That's when SNL was funny. It's not so much funny anymore to me, but
see, they got it too.
It gets like that every season. It gets hit or miss, man. You just never know, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like they understood. Alex was kind of a pompous ass. They were taking shots at him, you know. I mean,
we miss him now. You know, we took him for granted all these years.
We always take our people for granted, man. We always do.
I hear a little bit of an echo. Is that me or you guys?
It might be me, but I've got my volume way down again now. So let's see.
It's always Phil. I'm telling
you. I'm going to mute. Tell me if you.
It went away, Phil. I think you're the culprit, my friend.
I told him that. 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago.
I thought I had it fixed. How's that?
Good. So Pops, you've been streaming since last night, right?
Well, we went last night from 8 until 10 with the pre-con show. And then I got some rest and come out here at noon, and we'll go until midnight. And then I'll come out here again tomorrow at noon, and we'll go until midnight. And then I'll come out here again Monday at 6, and we'll go until midnight. And
oh, man. That's brutal.
Dude, it's fun, though.
It's fun, though. That's true.
I get to hang out. Come on. Today I got to hang out with Monte for the first time. I got to meet Katie for the first time. I get to had Danny out here for the first time opening the show. I get to hang out with you some more. I got to hang out with Brian. You can't beat this, man. It's like everybody doesn't understand. For me, this is my payoff.
Awesome. Good outlook, man.
Hey, and you got to hang out with me and all the wonderful supporters out there.
Oh, my back. Oh. Woo! I was just cussing and everything.
I didn't know whether that was you or me. I'm like, oh, God, there goes my internet again.
That's what I said. Yeah, I was cussing already, dude. I was
There's a lot of there's a lot of women in this chat. It's like it's like I'm used to just seeing guys in the chat, but I see lots of women's names. So that you guys must have like this sex appeal that I wasn't aware of.
Oh, I do come out every now and then, and I let the ladies take over Monday night, and I have a ladies' night, and it'll just be all them. And I always share and encourage everything anybody's doing.
Oh, it's
You
great
know,
to
I mean-
great to see them involved, man. They really,
Jimmy's awesome.
everybody's gotten into
Jimmy's
comics
awesome, you know.
more and more, man.
That's
It's a great
great.
thing.
Marianne
that's great.
Childress, Christie Shinn. There are so many awesome ladies. Meredith and Nita, and there's so many awesome ladies that run through Madness and keep it happy. Some flowers and shit every now and then.
Great creators and artists.
Yes.
Yeah, I missed December. I guess she had a conflict. She couldn't make it this weekend.
So her brother's birthday, I think, is what she said is going on this weekend.
Okay, that's a good excuse.
We will probably still see her at some point. She's not going to be able to hide and stay away. She loves us.
Yeah.
You know.
Cool, man. That's awesome. So
Matter of fact, I'm gonna see if she's paying attention right now, just in case. She could always just come out and say hi. You never know.
So Phil, what do you got going on? I mean, we talked a little bit about my X farce, and I definitely want to show you guys Beard Zerker, but we got plenty of time. What are you working on that you're excited about?
Oh man, well thanks. I've been working on a lot of stuff. I just wrapped up another variant cover for Naked Cannibal Campers over at RMD Comics.
These names are so
well. It's
so
based on a
video, right? Like a movie,
a B horror movie that just came out last year.
Yeah.
It was actually not bad for low budget. I liked it, and the book is cool. It's extending the world and adding a little more detail to it.
Nice.
Doing a little editorial and worked on a cover with Rich Parada over at Cowabunga Comics.
Awesome.
I'm wrapping up the last few pages of White Devil over at Silverline Comics.
Oh, with Roland?
Oh yeah, with Roland, Mr. Man.
Roland's a good dude. He was it back in the day when Malibu Comics, and that's kind of when I started getting into comics back in the 90s. So he's an old soul too, but he's been doing a lot more comics. I think I kind of took a break for like 15 years, but I think he's been kind of in it for the long haul.
Yeah, definitely, man. I've been having it's a cool crew over there. I dig those guys. Roland is cool. Other than that, let's see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have I can actually say that we're doing it. I can't give no details yet, but I'm working on a book with Rich Parada that we're just splitting. He's doing the line work, and I'm going to do the coloring, and that is for a great newer writer, Carissa Pignatelli. And yeah, I'm just staying busy, man. Sometimes compile some electronic files for people's books. I just wrapped one of those up for Voyage the Call. They're over at Inked Marketing, and they've been helping them out there. And Kevin's really good about that. He helps us all out, man. And there's been a lot of people that helped us out, to tell you the truth.
That's cool.
And we got to appreciate them. I mean, that it's a lot of many hands make light work. How's that go? Yeah.
That's absolutely true, bud. So I feel like I don't fit in with you guys because you guys look like you could be like in a southern rock band like Leonard Skinner. So I think I have to put on my beard.
There you go.
I was going to say it's got to be time for Beard Zerker.
It's got to be time for.
Pops is probably southern rock. I'm pretty much a metalhead, man.
Are you? Okay.
But that still works, man.
Hold up.
You get that clutch thing going on.
One of my favorites is Zach, and Zach's roots are out of Southern rock.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, so you got Skinner, you got Zach, you got Rush, you got, of course, I can never leave Freddie Mercury out of anything. Dude had the voice of dude had the voice of rock and roll for a couple decades. You know, Queen was awesome, but hey, Skinner, Zach, Rush, those were my, you know, Pink Floyd, that was my thing. You know, I was all over the place. I like Southern rock. I like that psychedelic. I love the metal. I liked it all. Man.
I've played it all, man. I played in bands for many years. Pretty much until about into comics, then I let that kind of take over a lot. Man.
You look like you look like you musician. I'm gonna have to send you one of these, Phil. This is my.
Yes, awesome, man.
We got Beard Zerker guitar picks. Did I send you one, Pops?
Cool.
No,
you can never have enough guitar picks.
I didn't send you one. Oh, that's cool. Is that a challenge coin?
That's a Zach guitar pick, Zach Wild.
Oh, nice. I don't know who Zach Wild is.
But that's not a Beard Zerker pick, man.
Okay, look. Do you know who Ozzy Osbourne is?
Yeah.
Do you know who Randy Rhoads was?
Yeah.
Okay, Zach's one of the guys that had to try to fill those shoes.
Oh, I see. So he
did
played with
a really
Ozzy.
Damn good job.
See, I did not meet Randy. I did not get it. You know, well, I'm a little too young for Randy Rhoads, but I did get to meet Jakey Lee and had him sign stuff off. Really cool guy, man.
But yeah,
Phil, you got a good voice. Like you could be like a DJ.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I used to do a little bit of that at some clubs in between, man. While I was out gigging, you know, if I wasn't gigging, I was DJing.
Katie,
so what kind of
R42? Yes, I did.
What kind of metal do you like?
Oh, a lot of it, man. Clutch has been one of the ones I listen to a lot. They got such a variety of stuff. Of course, Black Label Society, even the old school stuff like Anthrax, Metallica till they got a little too, I don't know, mainstream, I guess I'd say. But
commercial?
Yeah, Mastodon, Mudvayne, System of a Down, you name it, man. And you know, I like many other things, man. Frank Zappa, I always go through a Frank Zappa phase every now and then.
I like Frank.
Yeah. I was on a show last night with Joe Sontag, and he's in a band. I can't remember the name of the band, but I said, "Who did you sound like?" You know, because he's like in his late 30s, early 40s. He goes, we sounded a lot like Lamb of God and Pantera, and I was thinking, I don't know either one of those girls.
What was it? Stoner
I should.
Dude, man. Oh,
Did
man.
you do not know Pantera?
I don't really know. I think they were around in the 90s and 80s, but
yeah, go ahead and take a day and introduce yourself to Dimebag Darrell, bro. Just do that.
You think I like Pantera?
Well, I mean, if you like metal, you're gonna like it. I mean,
okay.
Here, I gotta address
if you don't
this.
like metal, at least give it a chance.
I gotta address this. Here's the thing with Clutch. Yeah, they may have some of that sludge, doomer stoner rock, but every album they seem to change just a little bit, and they've got a wide variety more than just that. Believe me, man. I would not lie to you. Just check it out.
Jim, my friend. Jim always follows me around when he knows I might be putting on the beard. He gives me a hard time when I don't have it on, and Jim's on our campaign.
If you just go ahead and let it grow, you don't have to put that thing on.
Well, you don't see too many Asians with decent beards, my friend. There's a reason. There's a reason for that. What's he selling?
What's he selling?
He's selling.
If you wow, you guys are right on the spot. I was just gonna say, let's look at the campaign.
I'm not
Phil,
sure if I hit the audio button, I'm gonna pop it out and bring it back in. Hold on.
All right, Phil, have you seen our trailer or our campaign at all to Beard Zerker yet?
Not yet. No, I haven't. So I'd love to see it, man.
It'll be right up your alley. It's like
Phil, you're my co-host. I've played this trailer on like 4 shows now. We're paying attention to what we're doing over here.
Dude, you know how it is. You got me running like a chicken with its head cut off. So I'm trying to keep everything compiled in my fragile eggshell mind, man.
Oh man, this is good stuff. Look, This is on a par with the Florida Man trailer. This is one of the top 5 trailers of the year. I'm just letting y'all know that. This is good stuff.
Thanks, Pops.
Totally awesome. And I'm totally awesome too.
Okay, yeah, I have seen this. Yep.
Beard Circle has everything you want from a comic book. It's got great drawings, colors, great story. It's got great action, has a little romance, and it's about something. Not just any something. It's a parody of something. And I was like, well, I used to collect, and I love comic books. And they were like, so, did you ever want to make a comic book? And I was like, yeah. And then Parody Press was like, oh, yeah. So they made a comic book that's a parody of my comic book. And it will probably be pretty hilarious, because that's what a parody is. Or at least what it's supposed to be. You know, this idea of kind of like a rock and roll warrior, someone in an altered state, someone with a big guitar axe, then a pet cat that's from the hood, just out of control. Speaking of out of control, there's his beard. It gets bigger and longer throughout the book until it takes on a fantastical life of its own. It's like, whoa! So check it out. If you do, I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed making it. But honestly, I didn't really do that much, other than rambling on about comics and books. I mean, comic books. Wait, what was I saying? Oh well. Enjoy! Beard Zerker from Parody Press. Back it today!
There you go.
Oh,
Do that
dude.
much.
Excellent.
I just talk about comics and books. Or comic books. That's all I do, people. I just come out here and talk about comics and books. I can so relate to Keanu right now.
All right.
Dude.
Nice.
Yeah, and did I see a Carlin in one of those in the background, man?
Oh yeah.
I thought so.
We pay homage to the old Bill and Ted movies. In fact, Jim, who's in our chat, is the illustrator of this beautiful color piece you're looking at right now.
Oh, you did that, Jimmy? I didn't know that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. So
Jim is everywhere. Jim is everywhere. He's on the Embrace. Now I find out he did some stuff for Don. It's like he's got his own thing going on. Jim's
Mojo.
Well, he should
Rising,
be everywhere,
right?
man. Love
He
his
should.
work.
He's awesome. Jim, thank you so much. This is like one of my favorite pieces. As I told him before, I'm still trying to figure out where to put this in the campaign because it's definitely cover worthy. It kind of came along a little bit late after we had planned the launch because we have six main covers. But you know, Jim, you just really knocked it out of the park.
That would make a great CRoM Con exclusive cover.
Yeah, we might have to work something out, man. I definitely.
I never expect anything to come out of it when I crack jokes like that, but sometimes shit happens. You gotta throw it out there if you want it.
You gotta put it out there in the universe, you know. Otherwise, you never know.
That is so nice. Who did the colors on that one?
Sigmund Torres. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I was on a stream. Our launch stream was on April 1st, of course, and it was with Michael Bancroft and Billy Tucci, who does She. He was on the show, and he saw Jim's piece, and he really liked it. And he goes, "Wow, who did the colors for that?" And I go, "Oh, this guy named Sigmund Torres." He goes, "Oh, he's working on one of my books for Dynamite." Let's go! Wow, what a small world.
Hell yeah.
So you said She, right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. You scroll down a little bit, you'll kind of see what we got in store for you on this campaign. You know, we still. Oh, there you go.
That girl? Oh, Pops drew that. Shut up.
That's pretty good, dude.
Yeah, I'm no artist, but yeah, there's a few times I dabble. And I mean,
You
seriously dabble. I've drawn like 5 times.
You got to start somewhere. You got a good foundation.
It was fun. I did it for fun. It was like, I only draw on comic book backing boards, and I only draw with a regular plain old number 2 pencil. So, you know, I mean, a couple of them I tried to color, and I was like, I probably should have left those alone. You know what I mean? But I'm afraid to take ink to anything, and now after ruining a couple of them by trying to color them, I'm kind of afraid to color anything. So, you know.
Yeah, I still got to figure out how I want to buy that piece from Jim, the original artwork. He did the pencils, and then I think he said he digitally inked it, and then Sigmund came along with the colors. But that's awesome. So what you're looking at now is some of the interior artwork by Bill Mouse, and I'm gonna have to take this beard off because I'm getting synthetic hairs in my mouth. All right, there we go.
I hate
Jim,
it
I
when
hope
that
you were
happens.
satisfied, man. I kept the beard on for half an hour. That's like, it's really, it's got this nasty plastic hair in my mouth now. Anyways, so you're looking at some interior work by Bill, and it's colored by his daughter. Her name is Cat Mouse. And then we have Keith Gleason, who does the Mighty Mascots for Alterna. He's our letterer on this. So I'm the writer. It's a 32-page colored book.
You even flashed Keanu's butt to the ladies.
Yeah, a little crack there.
Nice.
Gotta
Just
keep
thinking about you, ladies. Check it out.
Gotta keep the PG rating there, you know. Yeah, so we basically make fun of Keanu and the actual Berserker comic book that Boom Studios is coming out with. We kind of call him a ripped Van Winkle. So he wakes up after being asleep for 30 years, and he's been, downloaded programs on how to make him a martial arts soldier of fortune guy. But he still has the mind of a teenager, so he's not the sharpest, fork or knife in the drawer.
Okay, I got another question.
Yeah.
Is this buddy gonna show up?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Well, he's in that piece that we didn't show him until Jim did his piece. I said,
that's what because I went looking and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't remember him saying he was going to be in the book yet.
Yeah, we do. We put him in there.
Dang it!
All right.
What the heck?
They got to have an excellent adventure together, right?
Yeah, they do. That's the whole motivation of Ted doing all these dirty work jobs for the government, is because they say, if you do these things that no one else has been able to figure out how to solve, then there's a chance we'll reunite you with your long lost friend that you haven't seen in 30 years. So that all kind of happens at the end of the book, but I won't give away too much because.
Well, see, here I am over here trying to think ahead. There's our girl. There she is.
There's she. Yeah, that's one of our first, one of our variant covers with her on it, and that's done by Bill Mouse, who's our, the artist on the inside. So you can see, Bill's got a really cool, not too serious, but also not too cartoony style. He's kind of, right there in the middle. He can do really cool superhero type stuff, but he also has a real flair for humor like just like Mad Magazine and Cracked. We both grew up on Cracked. Not crack. We both grew up on Cracked.
They didn't have crack when we were kids, Don. They didn't have crack when we were kids. Come on.
We just had glue and what?
Yeah. Paint, glue. I mean, if you wanted something weird, you had to go weird, man. And look, that's why all the glue's still locked up.
What, are you the reason that they lock up the glue, Pops?
You're making me think of that scene in Airplane with Lloyd Bridges where he says, "It looks like I picked a bad week to stop sniffing glue." Remember that?
And I'm back. It just happened again. Me and Don were out. I don't know what's going on. It's so hard to watch anything on TV when CRoM Con is on. That's right.
RJ.
Your Saturday
Yeah,
over.
Critical Blast.
Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. RJ's a big supporter of our books. He just reviewed X-Farce on his Critical Blast website. He gave 4.5 out of 5 stars. Darn it, RJ! I should have sent you an extra $20 for that extra half star, but oh well.
So yeah, we have our, Christie, right, Don?
Hey guys.
I don't think so.
Hi,
Christie.
Hey, how's it going, Don? How are you?
Nice. We have similar sounding last names, but I don't think I've ever met Christie.
You guys are both in California. You guys, come on! I get to do it again, Christie. This is Don. Don.
Hi, Christie.
Nice to meet you too, Don.
What part of California are you from, or if you can say, or just?
Oh, Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Nice.
Where are you
and
at?
So, I'm up north, like in Humboldt County.
Oh wow, that's way up.
So we're like on the opposite end. California's a big state, man. It's going to take me like 10 hours to get to her, and vice versa, just driving. Is Christie your next guest at 2:45 or 2:30?
Christie is our next guest. She's also one of the admins of the Madness. She's
awesome.
She's one of us, basically.
That's great.
Yeah, and I also got put on timeout for frickin' Facebook because I said host roll and they got mad at me.
Because you said what?
Host roll.
Host roll.
Host roll.
Host roll. I was on Meredith's fucking feed. No, I wasn't insulting her. They said, we're just mad that you did it.
I know. They just they don't care what your reason is or the context or anything. They just want to be trigger happy with that ban hammer.
Oh, they're just
bags. It's bots. It's just algorithm bots, man. It's not even a person behind it when that stuff happens usually.
Probably not. You're probably right, Phil.
Well, no, you have to appeal it to get a person to look at it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say before I head out, I did create a CRoM Con 6-pack special on Beardzerker. So if you refresh the page and you go up to the featured tier, I'm offering a special for your viewers for the CRoM Con for all 6 variants for $69, that's a good Bill and Ted number, 69.
Ooh, where we at? Featured, everybody. Featured CRoM Con 13 6-pack. I love it. Thanks, Don. That's awesome, dude.
It's $69.
You're welcome.
That is awesome.
Let's cue immature laughing right now. What I'm all about.
Oh man.
All right, everybody. Now you know there is another deal. There's another deal attached to CRoM Con. Go out there and get you some.
I had fun, man. That went too fast. That was only 45 minutes. It just
I know. Look, CRoM Con. When I first did it, it was like I had so many people that I had 3 full days. The first time done, 3 full days of 30-minute spots. I couldn't do 3 full days, and I didn't want to make the spots shorter because 30 minutes ain't long enough.
Right.
Now, I accommodated Brian. I told Brian he could have any time slot he wanted and as much time as he wanted. He picked 4 o'clock and 45 minutes, so I had 45 minutes to fill in after that.
Awesome.
It was like...
I think 45 is a good I think that's a good happy medium. That's enough time for people to tell what they're up to and not be so long that it's boring. So yeah, I had a good time, man.
Sunday. That's tomorrow, y'all. We're gonna be back out here doing it again.
All right.
I do have that radio voice when I want it. When I want it, I can do that.
No, you gotta do Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
And
Monster truck rally.
Monster Comics.
The Q continuum is in the chat, y'all. Don't mess around. He'll snap his fingers and you'll be gone.
Quentin is like one of the happiest people I know. Demon bitch. There you go.
He knows Christie. He knows Christie. Demon bitch. Yeah.
I could make so many demonic allegories, like, my fans are legion, things like that.
Yeah.
We know, Christy. That's why we got this.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's because of me.
Yes,
I say a lot of bad words.
She is the reason that we had to come up with a disclaimer for the CRoM Con and Monday Madness.
Well, I mean, like, it started off with a lady time.
I said, but we love her. Don't get me wrong. You know.
Yeah, it's funny because like I had to like rush in on here, and it's like I probably like looked like all poised, but inside I was like, fuck, I need to moisturize because I just stepped out of the shower and I miscalculated time. And Pop says, yeah, just wear one of your fur coats, you'll be fine. I'm like,
no, she said,
but I got ready.
I said, are you ready? And she goes, yeah, I just got to put some clothes on. I said, nah, you don't. Just put on a fur. She has some new furs that she loves. And yeah, she looks good in them. What can I tell you?
So how have you been, Miss Shinn?
I've been doing good. I worked on a few commissions, and I'm doing Demon Bitch as usual. It's actually kind of fun to fuck with Facebook because they put me on a 6-day restriction. So that should be getting off, I think, on the 27th. So I think I have 4 or 5 days left to go. But it doesn't stop me from perpetuating my evil because it's so funny. Like, as soon as people know, like Pops is like, oh, I'll just share your shit. All these people are sharing their shit.
I don't care. I'll make sure. I went up to Twitter. I said, let's give her a bigger footprint, a bigger internet footprint than she had in the first place. Let's make them wish they'd have just left her alone. And people just share stuff everywhere. It's like we just all band together against those kind of moves by the internet guys. We band together and we find a way around it every time, When she first found out she was banned, she was wondering if that was going to affect her out here. I was like, oh, no, we're on StreamYard. Facebook just going to have to deal with Christie for a half hour.
I somehow make my way around. What can I say?
Zuckerberg, deal with it.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, not only that, but it's kind of like I feel like Audrey Hepburn, and now people go like, what do you mean by Audrey Hepburn? I said, she was part of the Dutch-French resistance during World War II. Nobody knows this. And everybody's like, really? I'm like, yeah, she was actually pretty fucking badass. Look her up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, she actually suffered from anorexia, but it wasn't because, oh, I need to be skinny. But during the war, she really couldn't eat. So she had to like focus on other things. So when she would get stressed out, she wouldn't eat because it was like she had to go focus on, like she couldn't get food a lot of the time. So she went, don't think about food type of thing. But other than that, it's been good. So I've been just drawing and stuff. So I've been just relaxing lately and kind of taking some out time and kind of figuring out what to do for the next book. It's there, but when you probably put together a book, either art-wise or writing-wise, if you've noticed, sometimes unless it feels like go in that term, you just don't want to do it. You get what I mean? It's like you're kind of like, it's not 100%. Like I have all the material for the book, I could put it together, but there's something in me that's like, just something hasn't meshed yet. Because people have seen my work, they've seen me how I work, because I run lunch hours like Monday through Friday, save for Wednesdays because I take a break, because on Saturdays I have to do a 2-hour thing at Artist Alley Shopping Network, which I can't do. I told the admin of that, I said, hey, I'm sorry, they put me on timeout. So he said, oh no, that's cool. So
put Christie in the corner.
You just come in my studio and I broadcast it. You can still go out there.
Yeah, I kind of have to do it directly for my thing. I haven't worked it out yet, but we'll see how it is. Because it's like a specific type of thing, but it's okay. Like he didn't hold it against me, so he was pretty cool about it. So I just draw. So I draw. So it's like I've been doing a lot of things. It's just figuring out what to shape my workout to be at this point. How do I want to present it? Since this year has started strangely enough. So I'm just like, well, let's see how it goes. So, I mean, at the moment I'm taking commissions. I'm still working on Demon Bitch. But you know, there's other things that can pop up that I'm going to work on that. But I just kind of like with my own stuff, I like to kind of see how it organically does it. Because if anybody's seen me work, like you've seen, Pops has seen me put together Kickstarters of my own, and they're very successful. But the thing is that once I go, but I have to kind of put it together in my head first.
Right. And Christie also is part of a network that has books about, you know, helping you set up your campaigns and all. I mean, Christie is a very helpful person as well. Like William Semi-Quentin, she's somebody you can approach and ask for help. Just don't be a dork about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can think about a couple of
Don't
people.
be in her inbox all day long asking her every single question about everything that has to do with the campaign. It's like, you know, spread that out amongst everybody. Don't just bother one person all day long. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that we're talking about the same individual. It's like I didn't mind dispensing advice.
Right.
But
and I didn't even want to go into where that all went. I'm just saying, it's like, don't make it more than it is. Ask for, you know, advice or suggestions or whatever, and then move on with whether or not you're going to follow that advice or take that suggestion. Don't be in their inbox the next day asking the same question.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's like those kind of people will ruin your want to help people.
Oh, Ryan said he met me at the Comic Con bug once, or Long Beach. It's so funny. Hey, Ryan, what did you get, or what was the situation? Because maybe I did meet you at Long Beach. But yeah, sorry not to interrupt. I apologize. I'm just like,
oh, yeah. You guys are supposed to be the ones popping in.
Christie.
Yeah, but it's been pretty funny. You know, I just consider that. You know, as I said, I like helping, and sometimes, like, you know, you kind of. It's like you don't have to take my advice, right? It's fine. You're a free person. It's just the thing that annoys me is that if you ask me for the same one over and over again, you never do it. I'm like,
you know, it's like you keep asking the same question and never follow through on any of the suggestions or advice that comes with it. It's like, okay, you know, you got the information, use it or not, move on.
And then you awkwardly hit on me. That's on top of that.
That was even worse. But you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like Christie's out here trying to help people. Y'all don't mess with her. And not only that, don't mess with her because her pen is mightier than the sword. Okay.
Should I bring up Man Baby? I'll do that.
No, you don't have to bring it up. We just
you don't want to get written into a Christie book, man.
Yeah, you don't want Christie to have a reason to check you, because she won't check you in a text message or in a post. She's gonna draw, and it ain't always pretty.
Well, you know, in the Bible they say be slow to anger, and I am. Like, I get mad, but I don't get vindictive. It's only if you continue to fuck with me, and I'm like, I've had enough.
And this is, there's not near enough of that in the industry, people that are willing to stand up for themselves. There's a lot of people that take the high road, don't say nothing, and that's all good. That's all good for your particular image or whatever, is to always take the high road. But man, sometimes after 5, 6, 7 people took the high road over the same person, it's time for everybody to drop the hammer on that guy. That's too many victims per perp. You know, I mean, it's like, you know, there can be misunderstandings, whatever, but when we're talking about straight like burns and stuff like that, y'all got to band together. Christie will tell you, she'll drop a hammer on somebody. Don't burn, okay? But don't burn anybody else either. It just ain't cool, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I try to
keep it professional is how I like to look at it.
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there's this other side to it where people clap back all the time, and then they cause this whole flame war and shit. Oh God, I've given everybody a life.
There you go, a new book, Christie's Book
like
of Life
going,
Goals.
what did I get myself into? Don, Usually, once Christie comes on, it's adults only from then on out. It's adult material. It's TVMA. It's all ages got left behind.
I say stuff that my mom would have slapped me in the face for. Actually, she did once, but then I went to the other side of the Cadillac and didn't fucking come near her for a while.
It's one of those things. It's like I really love people that aren't afraid to be who they are. Because if you're who you are, if you just be who you are, you never have to remind yourself who you put up a facade for, who you told this story to, and who you told that story to. If you're always you, you always get to be you. You don't ever have to, people take you or not for who you are. And that's all of us, and that's everybody. Some people are going to like you, some people aren't. Some people are going to like your art, some people aren't. The whole thing is art is subjective. You might not like that guy's art, but the next person does. Leave that guy's art alone. Let him do what he's doing. Everybody look out for each other.
Yeah, I had one guy come on and he says, "I really don't like your artwork. You're a jerk." I'm like, I just laughed at them. And he got madder and madder. And I'm like, I don't know why you're trying to hurt my feelings. Really, I don't really care.
Don's having sound problems. He's checking out. He wanted me to say goodbye for him. So,
tell him bye.
Bye, Don. Thanks for coming out.
Don,
totally appreciate you. Y'all go back, Beard Zerker. And look, watch the video again, because I know you were all giggling when you were watching it the first time.
Well, yeah. Whoa.
Yes. Thanks, Don. You rock, dude. And thanks again for the books, man. Yeah, hell yeah.
Good seeing you, Don.
And Christie, Hortatora Studios, Demon Bitch, all kinds of stuff that she's got going on. But one thing she did for me a few months ago was she did a tarot card reading for me.
Ooh. Yes.
With her tarot card deck. Someday I'm going to own one of those decks. Someday. But, Christie, it's the 1 year anniversary of me doing all this. I'm not saying right now, but this week I'd love for you to do a new reading for me to see where we're going in the future. You
want me to do it
now?
You want me to do it now?
No, not right. That's got to be something that's not live in front of the world. No.
Okay.
I don't want to see the death card, the first freaking card. No.
That doesn't mean you're gonna die. By the way, hey Margaret, Copper Dragon 66. Hi, how's it going? So I wanted to say hi to everybody.
Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm like 2 subscribers from 300. Danny Morales is going to give something away. I'm going to give something away when I get to 300.
I'm going to say a word, 2 words really loud. Ho-stroll.
Are you trying to get me in trouble?
No.
Oh, no, they just cut the feed on us. So, what tarot card would you be, Christie?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I think it depends on my mood. I'd like to say that I'm the high priestess because I like to think I make good advice and good sense. And I kind of know how to feel a room. But there's the death card, which when I'm really angry, I tend to transform things into something. Now, death can be instantaneous, but it can take time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so is Tower. Tower is more severe and more sudden.
Oh, yeah.
I've been likened to the Tower card because sometimes I've been around people and I'm not saying anything or giving advice or saying anything, but some people get really mad with me and they go like they get pissed at me about my existence. And I'm like, I didn't talk to you. But apparently soon after when they do that, through none of my own volition or anything, a major life happens where it kicks them in the balls. And they go and they have to kind of do humble pie for a little bit. So sometimes I'm like the Tower card.
Yeah.
Like
I've still got a Rider-Waite deck around here somewhere myself, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like she was an illustrator and all that. Oh, yeah. So, I think she was a Polish illustrator, but she was born in America.
Yeah.
But I found out she died in poverty and was buried in an unmarked grave. I'm like, that fucking sucks. She has like the most famous images on the deck ever.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I get to ventriloquist Pops again because he's muted. Hey, Christie, so... Oh, I'm not even going to... I can't keep up.
You're muted, dude.
He knows.
He knows.
knows.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like it's been kind of fun with a lot of shit. Like, I don't know, I've been just taking every day a day at a time. And since we don't have cons right now, it's kind of weird because I don't feel rushed to do a thing. Now, that doesn't mean I'm like stuck in ennui or I can't do anything. I just kind of really like just kind of take a day at a time and see where I'm going, at least energetically, in terms of what we're doing.
Right.
On my end. And like sometimes I'll feel inclined to do this and that. And actually it's funny because it's like during that time of just drawing and stuff, my drawing went up several levels to my thing. I'm like, wow, this just comes out better now and all this other shit. So I don't know if it's constant practice or cleaning out my mental stuff and having, and again, everybody has personal things to deal with. So it's like,
Right.
you kind of have to sit there and sort of, but now it's more time to kind of go within and be the hermit card, right?
Yeah.
Even though we don't want to, it happens.
Yeah.
So Margaret's asking, tips for new or inexperienced tarot readers. To be honest, you really have to just know yourself and how you are with the cards. I was kind of weird. Like a lot of readers said, don't you read your cards all the time every day? I'm like, okay, I would do it a lot, but I'm one of those people that does something until they make a breakthrough on it. And even then, sometimes I'll take a step away. I think it's just really like, you need to like know who you are and practice a lot. Like with the stuff you have, like these cards, I made these cards, not like physically, but I did the art and I created these cards. So these are cards that probably I could read pretty easily if I was, you kind of have to know the headspace you're into and when you're tuned in. So I would say that the cards there, it's kind of interesting because they'll show you a timeline of the current progression of energy, but then you have to recognize that it may not be like, it can always change, but at the same time, there are things that are fated to happen. I don't think there's either one or all. And I think basically if you're upset or something, you might want to take a moment and not read them because they will reflect your agitated state. I knew this because like in order to pass the time when I was waiting in the hospital regarding my operation, I said, okay, how am I going to make this? And it gave me the death card. I'm like, oh, you fucking son of a bitch, you know? But what ended up happening was that it actually meant transformation, and my body has actually remarkably transformed out of all it. So it actually, it's, you think about a year and a half later, it would be back to the same thing, but it isn't. It's very different, but it's a lot better. I mean, it still has its aches and pains, but it's healing. It's actually progressing. So I would say like, you just have to know, like what they say, I forgot who said that. Either it was a Roman saying or whatever. It's know thyself. So that's what you got to do.
I'm having a problem finding your studio. Why am I having a problem finding it?
I can boot it up again. Yeah, and this will have my social media on the upper bits and everything, so you can go and take a look at that. They pop that in the private chat here.
Yeah, I would even say with the tarot cards, learn the meanings, and they have several different things within there, and you got to figure out how they relate to the other cards around them.
Well, there's that, and then sometimes it's the first impression as well.
Right.
Like, you can have a really nice set of cards, and then it's like, oh shit, I see death and destruction. It's like what your brain immediately tells you. But you also have to differentiate between like what you conceive the card to be to what really it is.
Right.
And it takes a lot of trial and error. Like sometimes my first gut instinct would be that. But sometimes I also make that first guess out of fear. And fear is not really, it's great when you're running away from bears. Yeah. It's great when you're running away from bears. It's not so good when you're trying to figure out life lessons.
Yeah, clear your head a little bit first and go at it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So yeah, I mean, it's been fun. I mean, that's what I would say. Yeah, so all of the social media on top, that's where you can follow me, right there. And then on webcomics, you can go to Demon Bitch and look at that there. On the right below the social media. And then
look, Christy, we gotta talk. CRoM Con ain't even on all this shit. What's up?
It's weird. I thought it was going to be like pretty evident for people to look at, and then when you click on the store, you get my Square store. But it's like, and then I have a Patreon too. But it's like weird because it's like some people have given my website link because people can get link fatigue, like with all these links in front of you.
Oh yeah.
Here's my website link. There's it, and they said, "Oh, I couldn't find your store." Right there. So it kind of like I was like kind of surprised about that, but it's all there. Social media links are on the above, and then in the middle there's home store, web comics, and stuff. And you can click onto those.
Well, I like it. I love the fact that you're like everywhere. You can be found anywhere. Whatever platform it is that you prefer, you can find the Demon Bitch.
She is like pestilence. She is.
You say Legion? She's multi-universal. She's everywhere.
That's why it's like my friend Raw Dog says your fans, they are Legion.
Dave, you should be asleep by now, bro. Isn't it midnight over there?
Where's he at?
Dave's gonna be out tomorrow at noon with Glenn Fleming and Tony Ingram. They're kicking off the show tomorrow. Looking
And
forward
Dave's
to that.
got new hardware, so we should be able to hear him and everything just fine, man.
Oh yeah, he got new hardware. Huh?
Yep,
Oh.
yep.
As always, it's a big day. Look, I got to go open up the other studio for the next segment and get Randy in there and get ready. Christie, you can come join us over there as always whenever you want. Just let me know anytime you want to come out. I'll shoot you the link. That's no problem. You guys go ahead and chat for as long as you want. I got to get out there and get ready for Randy for the next segment. Thank you, everybody, for watching segment 1, day 1 of CRoM Con 13, dedicated to the memory of Corey Steger. You guys rock. Thanks to all the guests, Brian, Monte, Don, everybody, man. Katie, the new people, the old people, we love you all.
NCS Roadshow and Inked Marketing.
Yeah, you can cover all that. I'm out. I'll see you all in 5 minutes right here on Comic Talk with Pops in a different stream.
Dun,
Peace.
dun, dun.
So hey Phil, what's up?
Hey, what's up? He left the patient in charge of the asylum for the rest of the set.
You know how
You're
that
like,
is.
damn it, Pops! You left me with Phil.
No, he left you with me.
Oh, you're not. You're going all Rorschach and stuff.
Right? That's the thing. I don't know. Maybe I am the cartoon. I am like a Rorschach of cartoons. I don't. I mean, I definitely people are like going like. It's so funny because like I once went to a comic store, right? And I brought some chocolate because they were helping with the comics. And one of the guys, just like later on, he said, "Wow, you're really nice. If you draw a cartoon like comic book like Demon Bitch, man, I thought you'd be more hard edged and stuff." And I was kind of laughing.
Yeah, it's like I don't get that. It's like writers write. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, I don't know why people would want to confuse it, because that's writing. That's your thing. That's, if I'm making sense.
Careful, Phil. I definitely left you with her. Oh dear. What can I say, right?
I got my taser. No, I'm kidding.
Do you remember which one? No, just kidding. But anyway.
So what all? So you've been making some plans on some new stuff, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's a work in progress. I mean, it's kind of thrown me off lately because, like I don't have that schedule. I got to get this ready for this con or that con,
Right.
Face to face. And being from California where we were the more locked down of areas,
right.
There's that. But me personally, I'm kind of like going, I think it's okay. It's like less a 1 sub from 300. Cool. I think it's a lot less, pressuring. And maybe that's a good thing. So in life, we always have to adapt a lot of the time. We can, I do believe you can create your own destiny. But the thing is that you kind of have to work with destiny and time and other things in the meantime to create it. So so it's kind of like I'm kind of going day by day, and it's like, well, I don't have a con that I can go to quite yet. It's kind of up and down in California. So I'm kind of thinking to myself, what else can I do that it would be fun? So it's sort of like coming together or coming to terms with Demon Bitch, the book, the graphic novel, and how I'm going to format it. Because I have plenty of material, but it's like sitting on how one could format this.
I was gonna say Kitty was sneaking in there.
Yeah, my little skull butthole kitty here. What's up? Yeah, she shows me her skull butthole all the time.
Oh, God.
Like, are you sure you want to see my butthole? Like the cat just has this look like.
Yeah, I hear it's not. It seems to be picking up a little bit better. I haven't really seen the cons going on here yet, or like the couple bigger ones that come on here. But our art community visual end has grown here a lot more, and they've been way more accepting of comics and pop art. And there are some shows and a festival coming up in a few months. We'll see how that goes, and fewer small like comics and collectible shows and stuff. So I've just been seeing how it's going, and maybe get a chance to hop in on some of those this year anyhow.
Yeah, like I'd like to, but I mean, as I said, they have to open up first and give us a time. Now, people were saying, well, what about San Diego Comic-Con? But it's like they're trying to do that in the weekend before Thanksgiving. And since I'm a exhibitor there, I don't know how that's going to work out. They haven't given us any more details.
Right.
On terms of becoming an attendee or what we have to do, because I'm also a professional there. So it's sort of like, I don't know how they're going to work it out, if they're actually going to do it sooner, because like right now, we're also reopening a lot of our amusement parks. So we are seeing how that's going.
Right.
So I think come May, we'll have a better idea. So here.
Yeah, well, the ones that I've seen, some of the art shows that are coming up, some of the usual ones they've had in the invites they've got a thing where I have to kind of read through the different stipulations and regulations and stuff like that.
Well, I think also they're doing it because of insurance. I mean, I know people are like, well, it's because of safety. I said, well, also California in itself is a very sue-happy state.
Oh, yeah.
So they're probably looking at liability. So they still want to keep the market open, but they're not desiring to get sued in the meantime, if that makes sense.
And I'm trying to get some of that cleared up for some of that. I just got my first nanobot injection Thursday, so.
Yeah,
we'll
right.
see if I'm waiting for my 5G to kick in, man, and I still haven't got my superpowers yet, man.
Well, a few of my friends have gotten the shot. I personally haven't. I just kind of want to wait until more things are being tested and everything.
Right.
That's just me. But I have the luxury of not being in a high risk group. So it's like, well, I'll just see what happens. But some of my friends that are in the higher risk group, I've made jokes to. I said, well, tell me when you turn.
It's like with myself, I can neither confirm nor deny whether I've grown horns and a tail yet.
Well, I just been turned into like a flesh-eating zombie or something.
Yeah.
And my friend,
it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all, man. I just power slept a little bit, but I think that's because I had to get up extra early for it the day before, anyhow.
Yeah.
Maybe a slight bit of a headache for the first hour or two when I woke up, but that could have been stress related for sure too. So I don't know.
Yeah, like I think usually it's kind of a little harder on the second dose. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's what
depends on what you take. Like if you do the J&J, it's one, but if you do Pfizer or Moderna, that's the second. Those are twofers.
Right. Yeah, I got to go back in like 3 weeks for. I did the Pfizer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like the second round I hear is a little harder, but who knows? I mean, my friend, like supposedly J&J had all these like side effects, but my friend breezed through it. He had no side effects at all. And I was kind of laughing. I said, let me know when you turn too. So, and it was funny.
You know how it is, like with any pharmaceutical, man, there's always those slight bits of and they're usually such a small percentage, of side effects. Everybody's, it's not unusual for anything, even aspirin,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was just laughing. Like when I said to my friend's wife about turning, her husband chimed in because they were both together, and he said on speakerphone, well, you got the swords, Christy. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, really? You went there. Because I told her
the only thing that messed with I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just laughing because he just said, oh yeah, like when she turns, we'll let you know because you have swords. I'm like, really? You had to take it to another level. Like I just made a joke, like let me know when you turn.
Yeah, the only thing that bothered me, and it was no big deal, is the sore arm, but that's usual, man. That's
like in intramuscular shots.
I made sure that they did the left arm though, so I could keep arting, man.
Well, I did the I didn't take the vaccine. What I did last year was the flu shot, right? Because they recommended that, so you wouldn't get doubly fucked with anything.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so when they injected me, left arm, same thing. But I did feel a little bit off, and I went to bed and I power slept and stuff. So, but I was okay. So, but it's really funny. But I do left arm, like no left arm, right arm draws. I don't want this.
Yep, exactly. It's like I got projects to get done. I can't have my arm being all sore. It'll do that on its own after a while. You know, a couple of days of power working, man. That shoulder and neck and all that. And I have a tendency when I'm working that I'll have some bad posture here and there, so that does not help any.
Oh, you know what's funnier is that they have like the bone, like the occipital bone, the base of the occipital bone in the first vertebrae. There's all these occipital muscles, and if you massage them, that'll actually loosen a lot of stuff in your neck.
Oh yeah, I've realized that. Yeah, and it'll help into the shoulder and the arm area too.
Even the weird areas where it's on the shoulder blades, you know, you get those.
Yeah.
That gets rid of it too. Mario Ann says cats are the best. Yes, they are. They're lovely little fuckers. Yeah, but other than that, you know, things are pretty good over here and all that. So, I mean, it's good. The weather's good. I go for walks. What can I say?
Good. Oh, I hope you can get to some cons for sure soon, man. That's for sure, man.
Well, we'll see in a month or two how it goes. I mean, they may up the timeline. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's how we're kind of looking at it here too. I didn't think we have a big festival every year here that a lot of the surrounding smaller cities and stuff come into. So at first I thought they were going to have it canceled, but then I started getting the invites to some of the art events involved with it and stuff. And I was like, well, I guess it's not canceled, but it doesn't start till July. So I'm figuring that's probably why. But we'll see how that goes. I'm hoping for the best on that, man. I haven't done a show since last year, almost at the end of March before everything hit, man.
Yeah. That's how you have to look at it. I mean, I think it'll probably be fine. I just, you know, I mean, the thing is, I know people can go like, it's not fine, you know, we're all stupid and blah. I'm like, oh, God damn it, people, shut up, you know? Because like the thing is that I went through having a pancreatic tumor removed. They told me I was going to have all sorts of problems. I actually ended up not having any of those problems.
Well, that's
one of them,
good.
which is diabetes. Yeah, one of them is which is diabetes. They were actually really surprised at how well I bounced back.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just like you just don't know. Though, I think people kind of live in this thing, when's the other shoe going to drop? And like, well, what if you have a pair of great shoes come in your way? So,
That's a good one.
Yeah, and I mean, this past year kind of made you realize like who's good, who's a good person and who's not. Like it brought out what people really are. So it's like, oh, okay. You know, and that's it, you know, but I found a group of friends that are wonderful. I found new friends that are wonderful. I actually managed to find them in this time. And, you know, our lives are better from getting to know each other. That's it.
Oh, yeah. I had to kill the noise there for a second. But yeah, man, just the other creators and the other artists, man, they've helped keep me sane through it, man. They've been my social life, and I appreciate that. All of you out there, I appreciate that, man. It's been a rough year last year.
Yeah.
You know, even outside of that, I mean, it was a rough one for me, man. And even outside of all the plague stuff, you know, but like I said, the artists, man, it seems like that's been really cool with the artist community. Everybody understands, and it's great because we all have, you know, get that social time in. I mean, hell, I've even went on StreamYard with artist friends where, since, you know, you can't get together and stuff, doing jams through StreamYards without even broadcasting, you know, just hanging out, working on our projects, talking about stuff, you know.
Yeah. Like now, like I was joining a Zoom call, and it would have been a Zoom call anyway because everybody's all across the country, right?
Right.
So we were talking, but I actually introduced them to the world of AliExpress, and I was just like, okay, girls, we're going to shop. You know?
AliExpress.
Yeah, AliExpress is pretty good. Like, I know people are like, oh, well, you know, and I said, well, there's Alibaba, and Alibaba is a little bit more sketchy, even though it's part of the same company. And I think
yeah, I've seen some of the things getting unboxed from there, and I definitely do not get any of the work hardware from them for sure.
Yeah,
I heard so many stories about, you know, a bad CPU or bad hard drive or whatever they got off of that thing. You know?
Actually, I haven't had a bad incident of computer parts. Actually, my computer parts were pretty good. But I will say this: I did get. I think the thing is, I've actually gotten some nice things from AliExpress. Now, Alibaba, I've heard a lot of issues of IP infringement and copying and all this other stuff, and people like buying already set things and passing them off as their own, right?
Yeah.
But you know, for me, it's like I just do the singular version of AliExpress where like I mean, sellers can buy whole things wholesale there, but you know, you can go and like shop like a regular person and it's pretty good. I haven't had anything bad yet. I mean, the only thing is that they picked the wrong item for me when I
Right.
selected it. So I told them and they said, okay, we'll just send you another one. It's fine.
With me, I did all mine through Newegg. They're great for if you got to build your system. And it was kind of lucky when all that stuff went down last year, like right before that last con. And luckily I have a buddy that's got a computer shop, so he helps me out a little bit with that. But right before everything went down, I was going to do that last show. I just transferred prints over to my thumb drive to go get them printed. And just as they got all onto the hard drive, the whole system, it fried everything. I had to rebuild the whole thing.
That's
Yeah, but it was cool because I ended up getting some, cool, good, art-oriented hardware, building it back up again, decent video card. I picked up, and I highly recommend them. I know you do digital, but the Asus ProArt monitors, because they are color calibrated, by Column, the people that do that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm kind of happy it happened because that system was getting old anyhow. And I got a new system now, and it's kept me going all through last year and now,
Yeah, I've ordered my computer died and I just said fuck it, and so I got a system through Newegg and it works like a dream. It's a Ryzen 5, excuse me.
That's what I'm running off a Ryzen 5. Yeah, I built mine up from the motherboard up, man. I'm kind of a little bit nerdy like that, but I had my buddy overseeing in his computer lab when I was up there doing all that.
See, I tried doing that myself, and then I was just running into all sorts of problems. So I'm like, fuck it. I don't want to go through the time of like handling it and stuff. So when I bought the machine, it was all ready to go. I just had to install my own software onto it. That's it. Because I think like Windows 10, if it's not a certain way, it becomes a bitch, and that's what it was. Like this one is actually, I haven't had any crashes or anything, so that's really good. And secondly, like how I've set it up, like all the old hard drives, they're on dock. It's on a dock, so it's good. Like instead of it being like this stupid, like, oh yeah, it's my hard drive, I got to dig it out. No, it's just I just dock it now outside.
Right. Yeah, I have externals, man. I got lucky though. The only thing I didn't have to replace was my hard drive when that happened. So I luckily still had all my stuff,
Oh yeah.
And the thing was, I had ordered a new hard drive afterwards later. I couldn't do all that at first anyhow, because the main reason I had ordered it because I wanted to back up, that way if anything did happen, I would just have to reboot from that other drive and not miss a step.
Yeah.
But unfortunately it was already failing. I had stuff I was busy doing stuff, and I just had the hard drive a week and I was going to get it cloned over. And right as I went to do that, it kept failing and stuff. So I had to take it up my butt, and we had to slowly pull all that off. So unfortunately, I didn't have that cool, really big hard drive to back everything up again. So now I got to do it again, but I do have some externals just for the important stuff.
Yeah, for this one, it's like I have a SATA, and then I have like a SATA external, and then I've got the dock. So if I have any old hard drives that I need to do, and I've been keeping them up like externally so that if anything fucks up with a computer, I can just unplug it easily. I don't have to break anything fucking open or any of that shit.
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm running a SATA. I haven't went with the solid state yet, man, but I try when I can. I already had to spend a couple weeks eating ramen when I got that other equipment, man. You know how that goes.
Yeah. And also and by the way, I'll be a featured artist at the Hive Gallery and Studios. I forgot to say that too.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to be one of the featured artists in the Line Attack Hive Gallery and Studios. It's in downtown Los Angeles. I should be popping it up after my little, what can I say, little stint in the Slammer. And I'll probably put it up because you have to do everything by appointment. And they allow, I think, 18 people. So on the week of, you can email them and they'll get back to you on the Friday before, because on the 8th is a Saturday, and that's when show opening is.
Well, cool, man. You always just keep us posted, man.
Oh, yeah, I'll put it up there. As I said, I've been a little bit boggled because of the stupid restriction right now, which is really funny.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get that through all that here real soon, man.
It should be. I mean, I it's given me a chance to work on my work, and when I stream,
Right.
it's great because I have all these fans on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook, and we just sit down and we just jabber on while we draw, and it's really cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that has been one of the silver lining with all that going on and I think that's why indies had made such a rise over the last year, because people had time to work on their projects and focus on it and build a fan base and all that good stuff,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. But yeah, so it's like with CRoM Con, I'm very excited, with how this is all happening, and I'm just excited what's going to happen in the year to come. I think it'll be good.
Yeah, me too. I'm being very positive about it. I'm trying to be optimistic as I can.
Well, what I didn't like was the past few years, people were like, fuck this year, fuck this year, fuck this year. I'm like, actually, this year is okay for me. I don't know what the hell's going on,
It was both for me. I had good and bad,
Yeah, I mean, like, as I said, I'm barring from, like, anybody that truly did have a bad year, but, like, people that were actually having a good time, they were, like, their work was exploding, they were making good money, or they kept their job, and then they're going like, fuck this year, it's the worst year ever. And I'm like, okay. And then 2020 happens, and they're like, oh my God. I'm like, well, you kind of called in a bad year, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm kind of wondering about that shit sometimes, because I'm just like, you guys constantly complain, you're going to get something to complain about. That eventually happens. What goes up comes down.
Yeah,
exactly.
Anyway. Well, I guess we should probably wrap it up. Dang, I didn't realize Pops is going to be cussing me, man. Should we pop in over there?
Sure, for a short bit.
He said, let's see, I think he's on with Randy Zimmerman right now.
Oh, sounds good. Okay.
Okay, well, let's do a quick wrap up then. Tell everybody where they can find you with all your comic-y goodness and artwork.
www.horrortourstudios.com. It's got the link to the webtoon, my store, and all my social media. The social media is all up on the top. So you want to follow, link, and subscribe, feel free. Share it all around. I'm totally fine with it. Be a part of We Are Legion.
We are Legion. All right. Well, definitely good talking to you, Christie, as always, man.
Yeah, definitely.
And I will see you over there if you're going to stop on over there. And
yeah, it was definitely.
I hope that you can get back out there at the cons like you want, and keep kicking some butt.
Yeah, thank you. Yo, Phil, Pops can't Twitch while you're still alive.
Oh. I knew that was coming, man.
All right,
we better go. All right, I'll catch you later, Christie.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for coming on.
You too. Bye-bye.
CRoM